Chapter 1. Preface. Plutarch, in the opening sentences of his Life of Demosthenes, says, "Whosoever shall design to write a history consisting of materials which must be gathered from observation, and the reading of authors not easy to be had, nor writ in his own native language, but many of them foreign and dispersed in other hands. For him, it is in the first place, and above all things, most necessary to reside in some city of good note and fame, addicted to the liberal arts and populace, where he may have plenty of all sorts of books, and upon inquiry may hear and inform himself of such particulars as, having escaped the pens of writers, are yet faithfully preserved in the memories of men, lest otherwise he publish a work deficient in many things, and those such as are necessary to its perfection. Had we seen this passage a few years ago, the following pages had probably never been written, and there would be no need for this preface. The work was begun and brought to a very forward state, not in some city of good note and fame where plenty of books were to be had, but in what has been rightly called the confines of the earth, the hot regions of Persia, and under circumstances which, we think, will bear relate. In our youthful days we contracted two habits which have been ever since the bane or the solace, we hardly know which to call them, of our existence, viz., a taste for writing and a taste for scraps. The cacoethes scribendi first attacked us, and we can recall letters in the local papers on various topics of local interest, all of which were written early in our teens. When about 16 years of age, we commenced a history of the old castles and churches which abound in and about our native place, the said history being intended to serve also as a guide for tourists who were constantly visiting the neighborhood. With great industry, we got together in time some 200 pages, foolscap of writing, but the work was never completed. For years we hawked the book, about latterly never looking at it, having come to regard it as a standing reproach for time and money misspent. And at last, in a fit of remorse, we gave the papers to the flames in 1875. Soon after joining the telegraph service, in 1865, our archaeological bent took another turn, and we now began to collect books and scraps on electricity, magnetism, and their applications, particularly to telegraphy, and with the same industrious ardor as before. In December 1867, we entered the Persian Gulf Telegraph Department under the government of India, where, having a good deal of spare time on our hands, we indulged our habits to the full. In 1871, having amassed a large number of notes, scraps, and on submarine telegraphy, we began a work on the history and working of the Persian Gulf cables, of which we had then had over 3 years' practical experience. Gradually, this developed itself into an ambitious treatise, which we styled Submarine Telegraphs, their construction, submersion, and maintenance, including their testing and practical working. Of this, some 300 pages, foolscap, are now lying submerged in the depths of our trunk, to be perhaps recovered at some future day, if, haply, they do not share the fate of our history of ruins. Unfortunately for us, at least from a book-selling point of view, our old taste for archaeology, after lying dormant for years, reasserted itself, and about 6 years ago, we found ourselves in the design of writing a history of telegraphy from the time of Adam down to our own. For this we had a pile of notes and paper cuttings, the accumulation of a dozen years, but few books. However, with our materials we built up a tolerably fleshy skeleton, if we may so speak, which on our arrival in England at the close of 1882, after nearly 15 years' absence, we showed to some friends. They advised us to fill up the gaps and bring out our book immediately. The first was easy of accomplishment, with the use of the splendid technical libraries of Mr. Latimer Clark and of the Society of Telegraph Engineers and Electricians, and with an occasional reference to the British Museum, but to find a publisher, that was not so easy. Publishers now, as always, fight shy of dry as dust, and the 2 or 3 whom we tried asked us to bring them something new for. Owing to the machinations of us, electrical engineers, the world was going at lightning speed, and had no time to look back. Ultimately, we paid a visit to the editor of The Electrician, told him of our discomfiture, showed him our misses, and repeated an offer that we had made him years before from Persia, but which he then declined, viz., to publish our articles from week to week in his paper. The editor did not take long to decide. He would only, however, except the electrical portion. The non-electric part, which deals with fire, flag, and semaphore signaling, acoustic, pneumatic, and hydraulic telegraphs, and CNC being, he said, unsuited for his journal. On the principle that half a loaf is better than no bread, we concluded arrangements there, and then imparted with our newfound friend with feelings which time has but intensified. The present volume is a collection, with very few alterations, of the articles which have regularly appeared in the Electrician for the last 12 months. Of these alterations, the only ones worth mentioning will be found in our chapters on Mr. Edward Davy. We have made our account of his electrochemical recording telegraph a little full, and have added some new matter lately acquired, from recent letters of Mr. Davy himself, too, from an examination of the private papers of the late Sir William Fothergill Cooke, a privilege for which we are indebted to our kind friend, Mr. Latimer Clark, and 3 from Mr. W.H. Thornthwaite of London, an old pupil of Edward Davy, whose very interesting reminiscences we feel sure will be scanned with pleasure by all our readers. Now, as to the plan of the work, we have divided the history of electricity into 3 parts, static or frictional electricity, 2 dynamic or galvanic electricity, and 3 electromagnetism and magnetoelectricity. We have brought our account of each part down to the year 1837, confining ourselves to a notice of such facts and principles only as are employed in the various telegraphic proposals that follow. These, in their turn, are divided into 3 classes: electrical, galvanic, chemical, and electromagnetic, and each class, treated chronologically, follows naturally the corresponding part of the history of electricity. The whole is preceded by a full account of what we have called Z, foreshadowing of the electric telegraph, and is followed by an appendix, containing a clear and correct statement of Professor Joseph Henry's little-known connection with electric telegraphy, which is too important to be omitted, but for which we could not conveniently find in the body of the work, and B, a few pages supplementary of our chapters on Edward Davy. In limiting ourselves to the year 1837, we have done so advisedly, for to attempt even the barest outline of what has been accomplished since then would occupy volume. Our object has been, as it were, to make a special survey of a river from its rise away in some tiny spring to its mouth in the mighty ocean, marking down, as we came along, those of the tributary streams and such other circumstances as specially interested us. Arrived at the mouth, the traveler who wishes for further exploration has only to choose his pilot, for fortunately there is no lack of these. We have Huyton, Lardner, Sabine, and Cooley in England, Schaffner, Prescott, and Reid in America, Moigno, Lavier, and Dumonzel in France, Schellen, and Zetsche in Germany, Saavedra in Spain, and many others in various parts of the world whose names need not be specially mentioned. As we have in the body of the work given full references for every important statement, it will not be necessary to acknowledge here the sources of our information. Indeed, it would be simply impossible to do so within the limits of a preface which we feel is already too long. Like Molière, we have taken our materials wherever we could find them, and it is no exaggeration to say that in pursuit of our subject we have laid many hundreds of volumes under tribute. Some have given us clues, some have been mines of wealth, others have yielded nothing at all, while, what was worse, a goodly number were of the ignis fatuus kind, false accounts, false dates, false references, false everything, which worried us considerably and over which we lost much precious time. We gladly, however, take this opportunity of thanking Messrs. Ispolatov, Russia, D'Amico, Edelmer, France, Sommer, and Germany, and Colette, Holland, for their assistance, of which, as they will see, we have made good use in the text. To our friend Mr. Latimer Clark, our debt is too heavy for liquidation and must remain. He has not only given us the free use of his magnificent library, but has aided and encouraged us with his advice and sympathy, and in the most generous manner has placed at our disposal all his private notes. These, we need hardly say, have been of great use to us, and would have been of greater still had we seen them at an earlier stage of our researches. As we have to return almost immediately to the confines of the earth, the preparation of the index has been kindly undertaken by our friend, Mr. A.J. Frost, librarian of the Society of Telegraph Engineers and Electricians, whose name will be a sufficient guarantee for the accuracy and completeness of the work. In tendering him our cordial thanks for this assistance, we have much pleasure in recording our appreciation of the zeal, ability, and unvarying courtesy with which he performs the duties of his office. His bibliographical knowledge is great and special, and has at all times been freely placed at our disposal. Our book, we hope, will give the coup de grace to many popular errors. Thus, we show that Watson, Franklin, Cavendish, and Volta did not suggest electric telegraphs. That Galvani was not the first to observe the fundamental phenomenon of what we now see galvanism, that his experiments in this field were not suggested by a preparation of frog broth. That not Daniel, but Dobriner and Becquerel first employed two fluid cells with membranous or porous partitions. That not Semmering but Salve first proposed the galvanic chemical telegraph. That not Schilling but Salvi first suggested a submarine cable. That Romagnosi did not discover electromagnetism. That not Ritter but Gothero first described the secondary battery. That not Gumming nor Nobly but Ampere first invented the static needle. That not Seebeck but Dessaines first discovered thermoelectricity. That not Thomson but Gauss and Weber first constructed the mirror galvanometer. That the use of the earth circuit in telegraphy was clearly and intelligently suggested by an Englishman long before Steinheil made his accidental discovery of it. And that not Cook and Wheatstone nor Morse, but Henry in America and Edward Davy in England first applied the principle of the relay, a principle of the utmost importance in telegraphy. There may be some amongst our readers who will not thank us for upsetting their belief on these and many other points of lesser importance, and who may even call us bad names, as did Professor Leslie on a former occasion. And ciel apropos of somebody's quoting Swammerdam's and Sulzer's experiments as suggestive of galvanism, Leslie says, "Such facts are curious and deserve attention, but every honorable mind must pity or scorn that invidious spirit with which some unhappy jackals hunt after imperfect and neglected anticipations, with a view of detracting from the meritful discovery, Gency Brit, 8th edition, Vaubois." For our part, we can honestly say that in drawing up our history, we have not been influenced by any such views. Our sole object has been to tell the truth, the whole truth, to nothing extenuate, nor set down aught in malice. It is possible, however, that with the best intentions we may either by omission or commission be guilty of some unfairness, and if our readers will only show us wherein we have transgressed, we will be ready to make the amende if they will kindly afford us an opportunity. In a second edition, we began our preface with an apology. We will end it with an appeal. We borrowed the one from Plutarch. Newton shall supply the other. At the close of the preface to his immortal Principia, he says, "I earnestly entreat that all may be read with candor, and that my labors may be examined not so much with a view to censure as to supply their defects." Author. London, February 1884. Chapter 2. Foreshadowing of the Electric Telegraph. Foreshadowing of the Electric Telegraph. Whatever draws me on, or sympathy or some connatural force, powerful at greatest distance to unite with secret amity things of like kind by secretus conveyance. Milton, Paradise Lost, JL 246, 1667, amongst the many flights of imagination, by which genius has often anticipated the achievements of her more deliberate and cautious sister, earth-walking reason, none perhaps, is more striking than the story of the sympathetic needles, which was so prevalent in the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries, and which so beautifully foreshadowed the invention of the electric telegraph. This romantic tale had reference to a sort of magnetic telegraph, based on the sympathy which was supposed to exist between needles that had been touched by the same magnet, or lodestone, whereby an intercourse could be maintained between distant friends, since every movement imparted to one needle would immediately induce by sympathy similar movements in the other. As a history of telegraphy would be manifestly incomplete without a reference to this fabulous contrivance, we propose to deal with it at some length in the present chapter. For the first suggestions of the sympathetic needle telegraph, we must go back a very long way, probably the date of the discovery of the magnet's attraction for Fahie. At any rate, we believe that we have found traces of it in the working of the oracles of pagan Greece and Rome. Thus, we read Mainberg's Histoire de Varianisme, and copper pens reach today the farthest ends of the earth. In this strange dream, Martin Luther appeared writing upon the door of the palace chapel at Wittenberg. The pen with which he wrote seemed so long that its feather end reached to Rome and ran full tilt against the Pope's tiara, which His Holiness was at the moment wearing. On seeing the danger, the cardinals and princes of the state ran up to support the tottering crown, and one after another tried to break the pen, but tried in vain. It crackled as if made of iron and could not be broken. While all were wondering at its strength, a loud cry arose, and from the monk's long pen issued a host of others. Electricity and the Electric Telegraph by Dr. George Wilson, London, 1852. Or Dubin's History of the Reformation, chap 4 of book 3. Whilst Valens, the Roman emperor, was at Antioch in his third consulship in the year 370, several pagans of distinction, with the philosophers who were in so great reputation under Julian, not being able to bear that the empire should continue in the hands of the Christians, consulted privately the demons by the means of conjurations, in order to know the destiny of the emperor, and who should be his successor, persuading themselves that the oracle would name a person who should restore the worship of the gods. For this purpose they made a 3-footed stool of laurel, in imitation of the tripos at Delphos, upon which, having laid a basin of divers metals, they placed the 24 letters of the alphabet round it. Then one of these philosophers, who was a magician, being wrapped up in a large mantle, and his head covered, holding in one hand vervain, and in the other a ring, which hung at the end of a small thread, pronounced some execrable conjurations, in order to invoke the devil, at which the 3-footed stool turning round, and the ring moving of itself, and turning from one side to the other over the letters, it caused them to fall upon the table, and place themselves near each other, whilst the persons who were present set down the like letters in their table books, till their answer was delivered in heroic verse, which foretold them that their criminal inquiry would cost them their lives, and that the Furies were waiting for the emperor at Momas, where he was to die of a horrid kind of death, or he was subsequently burnt alive by the Goths. After which the enchanted ring turning about again over the letters, in order to express the name of him who should succeed the emperor, formed first of all these 3 characters Theo, then having added a D to form Thea, the ring stopped, and was not seen to move any more. At which one of the assistants cried out in a transport of joy, "We must not doubt any longer of it. Theodorus is the person whom the gods appoint for our emperor. If, as it must be admitted, the modus operandi is not here very clear, we can still carry back our subject to the same early date, inciting an experiment on magnetic attractions, which was certainly popular in the days of St. Augustine, 354 to 430. In his De Civitate Dei, which was written about 413, he tells us that, being one day on a visit to a bishop named Severus, he saw him take a magnetic stone and hold it under a silver plate, on which he had thrown a piece of iron, which followed exactly all the movements of the hand in which the lodestone was held. He adds that at the time of his writing, he had under his eyes a vessel filled with water placed on a table 6 inches thick, and containing a needle floating on cork, which he could move from side to side according to the movements of a magnetic stone held under the table. Leonardus Camulucidus Speculum Lapidum and C. 1502, Virgo Magnus, refers to this experiment as one familiar to mariners, and Blasius de Vigenere, in his Annotations of Livy, says that a letter might be read through a stone wall 3 feet thick, by guiding by means of a lodestone or magnet the needle of a compass over the letters of the alphabet written in the circumference. From such experiments as these, the sympathetic telegraph was but a step involving only the supposition that the same effects might be possible at a greater distance. But when, or by whom, this step was first taken, it is now difficult to say. It has been traced back to Baptista Porta, the celebrated Neapolitan philosopher, and in all probability originated with him. For in the same book in which he announces the conceit, he describes the above experiment of St. Augustine and other wonders of the magnet, adding that the impostors of his time abused by these means the credulity of the people by arranging around a basin of water on which a magnet floated certain words to serve as answers to the questions which superstitious persons might put to them on the future. He then concludes the choice chapter with the following words, which, so far as yet discovered, contain the first clear enunciation of the sympathetic needle telegraph. Lastly, owing to the convenience afforded by the magnet, persons can converse together through long distances. In the edition of 1589, he is even more explicit and says in the preface to the 7th book, I do not fear that with a long-absent friend, even though he be confined by prison walls, we can communicate what we wish by means of 2 compass needles circumscribed with an alphabet. The next person who mentions this curious notion was Daniel Schwenter, who wrote under the assumed name of Johannes Hercules de Sunda in his Steganologia, Steganografia, published at Nuremberg in 1600. He says, inasmuch as this is a wonderful secret, I have hitherto hesitated about divulging it, and for this reason disguised my remarks in the first edition of my book, so as only to be under Greek shepherd Magnes and the magnetic mountains of the geographer Ptolemy, to the magnetic trains of early railway enthusiasts from the magnetically protected coffin of Confucius to the magnetically suspended one of Mahomet, from the magnetic powders and potions of the ancients and the metal discs, rods, and unguents of the old magnetizers to the magnetic belts of the new, the modem panacea for all the ills that flesh is heir to, from the magnetic telegraphs of the 16th century to the Gary and Hosmer perpetual motors of the 19th. Ad hoc, genus omni, all these impostures are or were based entirely on the supposed force of magnetic attraction, to which must be added an unconscionable amount of ignorance or credulity, stood by learned chemists and physicians. I will now, however, communicate it for the benefit of the lovers of science generally. He then goes on to describe, in true Kabbalistic fashion, the preparation of figure 1 de Sim's dial, as given in Skyle as given in Schott's Scala Steganographica. The 2 compasses, the needles of which were to be made diamond-shaped from the same piece of steel and magnetized by the same magnet, or rather magnets, for there were 4, I Almagrito, 2 Themides, 3 Almaslargant, 4 Calamitro, which imparted south, north, east, and west-turning properties respectively to the needles. The Cotilla pass cards were divided off into compartments, each containing 4 letters of the alphabet, and each letter was indicated by the needle pointing from 1 to 4 times to the division in which it stood. Thus, the letter C would be indicated by 3 movements of the needle to the first division of the card. The needles were actuated by bar magnets or chadids, and attention was called by the ringing of a tiny bell, which was so placed in the way of the needle that at each deflection of the latter it was struck, and so continued to ring until removed by the correspondent. The next and most widely known relation of the story occurs in the Proluginians Academicae of Famianus Strada, a learned Italian Jesuit, first published at Rome in 1617 and often reprinted since. Although the idea did not originate with Strada, for he seems to attribute it to Cardinal Bembo, who died about 1547, he was certainly, as Sir Thomas Browne quaintly says, the Aeolus that blew it about, for his Prolusions had long been a favorite classic, while the passage referring to the lodestone has, if we may say so, been continually going the rounds of the newspapers. It is quoted more or less fully in many authors of the 17th and 18th centuries, famous amongst whom are Hakewill Addison, Akenside J. and Miss Agrafeld. The references to it in the present century are simply too numerous to mention. The following is the latest English version which, with the original Latin, appeared in the Telegraphic Journal for November 15, 1875. There is a wonderful kind of magnetic stone, to which if you bring in contact several bodies of iron or dial pins, from thence they will not only derive a force and motion by which they will always try to turn themselves to the bear which shines near the pole, but also by a strange method and fashion between each other. As many dial pins as have touched that stone, you will see them all agree in the same position and motion, so that if, by chance, one of these be observed at Rome, another, although it may be removed a long way off, turns itself in the same direction by a secret law of its nature. Therefore try the experiment, if you desire a friend who is at a distance to know anything to whom no letter could get. Take a flat, smooth disc, The scribe round the outside edges of the disc stops, and the first letters of the alphabet, in the order in which boys learn them, and place in the center, lying horizontally, a dial pin that has touched the magnet, the pleasures of imagination. 1744. So that turned easily from thence, it can touch each separate letter that you desire. After the pattern of this one, construct another disc, described with a similar margin, and furnished with a pointer of iron that has received a motion from the same magnet. Let your friar about to depart carry this disc with him, and let it be agreed beforehand at what time or on days he shall observe whether the dial pin trembles, or what it marks with the indicator. These things being thus arranged, if you desire to address your friends secretly, whom a part of the earth separates far from you, bring your hand to the disc, take hold of the movable iron. Here you observe the letters arranged round the whole margin. With stops of which there is need for words, hither direct the iron, and touch with the point the separate letters, now this one, and now the other, whilst by turning the iron round again and again throughout these, you may distinctly express all the sentiments of your mind. Strange, but true. The friend who is far distant sees the movable iron tremble without the touch of anyone, and to traverse, now in another direction. He stands attentive, and observes the leading of the iron, and follows, by collecting the letters from each direction, with which being formed into words, he perceives what may be intended, and learns from the iron as is interpreted. Moreover, when he sees the dial pin stop, he, in his turn, if he thinks of anything to answer, in the same manner by the letters being touched separately, writes back to his friend. Oh, I wish this mode of writing may become in use. A letter would travel safer and quicker, fearing no plots of robbers and retarding rivers. The prince, with his own hands, might dispatch business for himself. We, the race of scribes, escaped from an inky sea, would dedicate the pen to the shores of Magnet. The starry Galileo had his say on the same subject, and, as we may expect, said it well. You remind me, says he, of one who offered to sell me a secret art by which, through the attraction of a certain magnetic needle, it would be possible to converse across a space of 2,000 or 3,000 miles. And I said to him that I would willingly become the purchaser, provided only that I might first make a trial of the art, and that it would be sufficient for the purpose if I were to place myself in one corner of the room and he in the other. He replied that in so short a distance the action would be scarcely discernible, whereupon I dismissed the fellow, saying that it was not convenient for me just then to travel into Egypt or Muscovy for the purpose of trying the experiment, but that if he chose to go there himself, I would remain in Venice and attend to the rest. Cardinal Richelieu's system of espionage was so perfect that he was regarded and feared by his contemporaries as a dabbler in diabolical magic. He was supposed to have possessed either a magic mirror in which he could see all that went on in the world, or the equally magic magnetic telegraphs. Apropos of this, we find the following passage in the letters writ by a Turkish spy, a work which has been attributed by the elder Disraeli to John Paul Marana. This cardinal said on another time that he kept a great many courtiers, yet he killed well enough spare them, that he knew what passed in remote places as soon as what was done near him. He once affirmed he knew in less than 2 hours that the King of England had signed the warrant for the execution of. If this particular be true, this minister must be more than a man. Those who are his most devoted creatures affirm he has in a private place in his closet a certain mathematical figure, in the circumference of which are written all the letters of the alphabet, armed with a dart, which marks the letters, which are also marked by their correspondence. And it appears that this dart ripens by the sympathy of a stone, which those who give and receive his advice keep always at hand, which hath been separated from another which the cardinal has always by him. And it is affirmed that with such an instrument he gives and receives immediately advices. The learned physician, Sir Thomas Browne, has some cautiously worded sentences on the mythical telegraph, which are worth quoting. There is, he says, another conceit of better notice, and whispered thorough the world with some attention, credulous and vulgar auditors readily believing it, and more judicious and distinctive heads not altogether rejecting. The conceit is excellent, and if the effect would follow, somewhat divine, whereby we might communicate like spirits. and confer on earth with Menippus in the moon. And this is pretended from the sympathy of two needles, touched with the same lodestone and placed in the center of two abecedary circles, or rings with letters described round about them, one friend keeping one, and another the other, and agreeing upon an hour wherein they will communicate. For then, saith tradition, at what distance of place soever, when one needle shall be removed unto any letter, the other by a wonderful sympathy will move unto the same. But herein I confess my experience can find no truth. For having expressly framed two circles of wood, and according to the number of the Latin letters, divided each into 23 parts, placing therein sivo styles or needles, composed of the same steel, touched with the same lodestone and at the same point. Of these two, whenever I removed the one, although but at the distance of but half a span, the other would stand like Hercules' pillars, and, if the earth stands still, have surely no motion at all. Pseudodoxia Epidemics, Book 2, Chap 3. The Sepsis Scientifica of Joseph Glanville, published in 1665, and which, by the way, secured his admission to the Royal Society, contains perhaps the most remarkable allusion to the then prevalent telegraphic fancy. Glanville, albeit very superstitious, was an ardent and keen-sighted philosopher, and held the most hopeful views as to the discoveries that would be made in after times. In the following passages, he clearly foretells, amongst other wonders, the discovery and extension of telegraphs. Should those heroes go on as they have happily begun, they'll fill the world with wonders. And I doubt not, but posterity will find many things that are now but rumors verified into practical realities. It may be some ages hence a voyage to the southern unknown tracks, yea, possibly the moon will not be more strange than one to America. To them that come after us, it may be as ordinary to buy a pair of wings to fly into the remotest regions as now a pair of boots to ride a journey. And to confer at the distance of the Indies by sympathetic conveyances may be as usual to future times as to us in a literary correspondence. CI. That men should confer at very distant removes by an extemporary intercourse is a reputed impossibility. Yet there are some hints in natural operations that give us probability that 'tis feasible, and may be compassed without unwarrantable assistance from demoniac correspondence. That a couple of needles equally touched by the same magnet being set in two dials exactly proportioned to each other, and circumscribed by the letters of the alphabet, may affect this magnale hath considerable authorities to avouch it. The manner of it is thus represented. Let the friends that would communicate take each a dial, and having appointed a time for their sympathetic conference, let one move his impregnate needle to any letter in the alphabet, and its affected fellow will precisely respect the same. So that would I know what my friend would acquaint me with, 'tis but observing the letters that are pointed at by my needle, and in their order transcribing them from their sympathized index as its motion direct. And I may be assured that my friend described the same with his, and that the words on my paper are of his inditing. Now, though there will be some ill contrivance in a circumstance of this invention, in that the thus impregnate needles will not move to, but avert from each other, as ingenious Dr. Brown in his Pseudodoxia Epidemica hath observed. Yet this cannot prejudice the main design of this way of secret conveyance, since 'tis but reading counter to the magnetic informer, and noting the letter which is most distant in the abecedarian circle from that which the needle turns to, and the case is not altered. Now, though this desirable effect possibly may not yet answer the expectation of inquisitive experiment, yet 'tis no despicable item that by some other such way of magnetic efficiency it may hereafter with success be attempted, when magical history shall be enlarged by riper inspections, and 'tis not unlikely but that present discoveries might be improved to the performance. See 21. Chapter 3. Static or frictional electricity. History in relation to telegraphy. Static or frictional electricity. History in relation to telegraphy. Thales call, he, whose inquiring mind paused musingly on the mysterious power, to action roused by amber rubbed. This power to him a spirit, woke from its slumbers by all wondrous art. Oersted's The Soul in Nature, a Bones edition. The science of electricity is a comparatively modern creation, dating only from the commencement of the 17th century. It owes nothing or almost nothing to antiquity, and in this respect forms a remarkable contrast to most of the other branches of human knowledge, notably those of astronomy and mechanics, heat and light. The vast discoveries, says Lardner, which have accumulated respecting this extraordinary agent, by which its connection with and influence upon the whole material universe, its relations to the phenomena of organized bodies, the part it plays in the functions of animal and vegetable vitality, its subservience to the uses of man as a mechanical power, its intimate connection with the chemical constitution of material substances, in fine, its application in almost every division of the sciences and every department of the arts, have been severally demonstrated, are exclusively and peculiarly due to the spirit of modern research, and in a great degree to the labors of the present age. Yet it is not that, in this case, nature had concealed her secrets with more than her usual coyness, for we find, scattered through the writings of the ancients, many observations on a class of phenomena, which, if rightly examined, must have led to the establishment of electricity as a department of physics. That amber acquires by friction the power of attracting light bodies, such as bits of straw, wood, and dry leaves, is a fact which is probably as old as the discovery of the substance itself. Thales, one of the 7 wise men of Greece, described the property 600 years before Christ, and not as if it were with him a new phenomenon, but rather as a familiar illustration of his philosophical tenets. Aristotle, Pliny, and other Greek and Roman writers also record the fact, and even sometimes mention luminous appearances attending the friction. Theophrastus, BC 21, on the authority of diodes, speaks of the lapis lincurius, supposed to be our modern tourmaline, as possessing the same property as amber, adding that it attracts not only straws and leaves, but copper also, and even iron, if it be in small particles. The emission of sparks from the human body when submitted to friction had also been noticed, as in the case of Servius Tullius, the 6th king of Rome, whose locks were frequently observed to give off sparks under the operations of the toilet. Eustathius, bishop of Thessalonica, A.D. D-6Q, cites another instance in his Commentary Homeri Iliadum, that of a certain ancient philosopher who, occasionally, when changing his dress, emitted sparks, and sometimes even entire flames, accompanied by crackling noises. He also mentions the case of Walamer, a Gothic chief, who flourished AD 415, who used to give off sparks from his body. The Greeks and Romans were not the only people of antiquity to whom these phenomena were familiar. Thus, in the Persian language, amber is called kedridrubd, or attractor of straw, as the magnet is called akanrubd, or attractor of iron. In the old Persian romance, The Loves of Majnun and Leela, the lover says of his adored one, "She was as amber, and I but as straw. She touched me, and I shall ever cling to her." In the writings of Quoffo, a Chinese physicist of the 4th century, we read, "The attraction of a magnet for iron is like that of amber for the smallest grain of mustard seed. It is like a breath of wind which mysteriously penetrates through both and communicates itself with the rapidity of an arrow." Humboldt, after referring to this interesting fact, tells us how he himself had observed, with astonishment, on the woody banks of the Orinoco, in the sports of the natives, that the excitement of electricity by friction was known to these savage races. Children, he says, may be seen to rub the dry, flat, and shining seeds or husks of a trailing plant until they are able to attract threads of cotton, pieces of bamboo cane. Such phenomena, says Lardner, in the work from which we lately quoted, attracted little attention and provoked no scientific research. Vacant wonder was the most exalted sentiment they raised, and they accordingly remained, while centuries rolled away, barren isolated facts upon the surface of human knowledge. The vein whence these precious fragments were detached, and which, as we have shown, cropped out sufficiently often to challenge the notice of the miner, continued unexplored. And its splendid treasures were reserved to reward the toil and crown the enterprise of modern times, without going the length of asserting that electrical phenomena were entirely neglected during the long night of the Middle Ages. It seems certain that, with the exception of the discovery of the electrical property of jet, little advance was made up to the close of the 16th century. Then it was that Dr. Gilbert of Colchester, for the first time, collected the scattered fragments and, with many valuable observations of his own, shaped them into the nucleus of a new science, to which he gave the name electricity, from the Greek word ditsikerpov, signifying amber. In his great work, De Magnete, published in the year 1600, he described the only three substances known up to his time as susceptible of electrical excitation, and added a variety of others, such as spars, gems, fossils, glasses, and resins, which enjoyed, equally with them, the power of attracting not only light bodies like feathers and straws, but all solid and fluid matter, as metals, stones, water, and oil. He also observed some of the circumstances which affect the production of electricity, such as the hygrometric state of the atmosphere. Thus, he noticed that when the wind blew from the north and east and was dry, the body could be excited by a brisk and light friction continued for a few minutes, but that when the wind was from the south and moist, it was difficult, and sometimes impossible to excite it at all. In order to test the condition of the various substances experimented on, Gilbert made use of a light needle of any metal, balanced, and turning freely on a pivot, like the magnetic needle, to the extremities of which he presented the bodies after excitation. Some of Gilbert's deductions were curiously fallacious, in pointing out, for instance, the distinction between magnetic and electric attraction. He affirmed that magnets and iron mutually attracted each other, but that when an electric was excited, it alone attracted, the substances attracted remaining inactive. He noticed also, as a special distinction between magnetism and electricity, that the former repelled as well as attracted, whilst the latter only attracted. The few references to electricity in the works of Sir Francis Bacon, Nicholas Cabeus, Kenelm, Digby, Gassendi, Descartes, Thomas Brown, and others may be passed over in silence, as they are chiefly theoretical and did not contribute in any way to the advancement of the science. The celebrated Robert Boyle, to whom some of the other physical sciences owe such great obligations, directed much of his attention to the subject of electricity, and has left us an account of his experiments in a small work entitled Experiments and Notes about the Mechanical Origin or Production of Electricity, London, 1675, by means of a suspended needle. He discovered that amber retained its attractive virtue after the friction which excited it had ceased. And though smoothness of surface had been regarded as advantageous for excitation, yet he found a diamond which, in its rough state, exceeded all the polished ones and all the electrics that he had tried, at having been able to move the needle 3 minutes after he had ceased to rub it. He found also that heat and torsion, 2i, the cleaning or wiping of any body, increased the electrical effect, and that if the attracted body were fixed, and the attracting one movable, their approach would take place all the same, thus disproving one of Gilbert's deductions. To Dr. Gilbert's list of electrics, he added several new ones as glass of antimony, white sapphire, white amethyst, carnelian, and seat. Like all his predecessors, Boyle speculated in his turn on the cause of electrical phenomena. But it seems that he, as well as they, could find no better explanation than that offered by the Ionic sage 23 centuries before. The supposition was that the excited body threw out a glutinous or unctuous effluvium, which laid hold of small bodies in its path, and on returning to its source, carried them along with it. The philosophical transactions of this period contain some learned disquisitions in support of this, now strange, hypothesis, and even experiments are described, which were considered as conclusive of its correctness. Otto Guericke, burgomaster of Magdeburg and inventor of the air pump, was contemporary with Boyle, and to him we owe some most important advances. In 167-1, he constructed the first electrical machine, by means of which he was able to produce electricity in far greater quantities than had hitherto been possible from the friction of glass or sulfur rods. With this machine, which consisted of a globe of sulfur mounted on a revolving axis and excited by the friction of a cloth held in the hand, he discovered the figure, the first electrical machine, copied from Otto Guericke's Experimenta Nova, and see. The hissing noise and gleaming light which accompany strong electrification, To him also belongs the discovery of the property of electrical repulsion. He ascertained that a feather, when attracted to an excited electric, was instantly repelled, and was incapable of a second attraction until it had been touched by the finger or some other body. He also observed that a feather, when thus repelled, always kept the same side towards the excited electric, a fact the correspondence of which with the position of the moon towards the earth's, induced him and other philosophers to assume that the revolution of the moon round the earth might be explained on electrical principles. Again, in the observation that a substance becomes electric by being merely brought near to another electrified body, Garrick discovered the fact, though not the principle, of induction. Newton, about the same time, published another effect of induction, viz., one side of a glass plate being electrified, the other side will also be electrified, and will attract any light bodies within its influence. Laying upon a table a disc of glass 2 inches broad in a brass hoop or ring, so that it might be 1/8 of an inch from the table, and then rubbing it briskly, little pieces of paper laid upon the table under the glass, moved nimbly to and fro, and twirled about in the air, continuing these motions for a considerable time after he had ceased rubbing, upon sliding his finger over the glass, though he did not agitate it, nor, by consequence, the air beneath. He observed that the papers, as they hung under the glass, would receive some new motion, inclining this way or that, according to the direction of his finger. The Royal Society had ordered this experiment to be repeated at their meeting of December 1st, 1675, and in order to ensure its success, had obtained a full account of it from its distinguished author. The experiment, however, failed, and the secretary requested the loan of Sir Isaac's apparatus, inquiring at the same time whether or not he had guarded against the papers being disturbed by the air, which might have somewhere stolen. In replying on the 21st of December, Newton advised them to rub the glass with stuff whose threads may rake its surface, and if that will not do, rub it with the finger ends to and fro, and knock them as often upon the glass. Following these directions, the society succeeded on January 31st, 1676, when they used a scrubbing brush of short hog's bristles and the heft of a knife made with whalebone. In the 8th and 27th queries at the end of his treatise on optics, Newton has introduced the subject of electricity in such a manner as to convey some notion of the theoretical views which he had been led to form. He says, 8th query, a globe of glass, about 8 or 10 inches in diameter, being put into a frame where it may be swiftly turned round. Its axis will, in turning, shine where it rubs against the palm of one's hand applied to it. And if at the same time a piece of white paper be held at the distance of half an inch from the glass, the electric vapor, which is excited by the friction of the glass against the hand, will, by dashing against the paper, be put into such an agitation as to emit light and make the paper appear livid like a glowworm. In rushing out of the glass, it will even sometimes push against the finger so as to be felt. And again, in the 27th query, he says, let him also tell me how an electric body can, by friction, emit an exhalation so rare and subtile, and yet so potent as by its emission to cause no sensible diminution of the weight of the electric body, and to be expanded through a sphere whose diameter is above 2 feet, and yet to be able to agitate and carry up leaf copper or leaf gold. At the distance of above a foot from the electric body, between 1705 and 171-1, Hawksby made many valuable and interesting observations, of which we must content ourselves with a brief RRRISA, referring our readers for fuller accounts to the original papers in the Philosophical Transactions, or to Priestley's excellent history and present state of electricity, 23 SNDD. In 1705, he showed that light could be produced by passing common air through mercury, contained in a well-exhausted glass receiver. The air, rushing through the mercury, blew it against the sides of the glass, and made it appear like a body of fire, consisting of an abundance of glowing globules. In repeating this experiment with about 3 pounds of mercury, and making it break into a shower by dashing it against the crown of another glass vessel, flashes resembling lightning of a very pale color, and distinguishable from the rest of the produced light, were thrown off from the crown of the glass in all directions, Hawksby likewise showed that considerable light may be produced by agitating mercury in a partially exhausted tube, and that even in the open air numerous flashes of light are discoverable by shaking quicksilver in any glass vessel. In a subsequent series of experiments on the light produced by the attrition of bodies in vacuo, he showed that glass, when thus excited, emitted light in as strange a form as lightning, particularly when he used a rubber that had been previously drenched in spirits of wine. In all these experiments, Hawksby had no notion of the electrical origin of the light, and in saying that it resembled lightning, he was only using a simile, without any suspicion of a closer connection. Like Sir Isaac Newton, Hawksby employed a glass globe machine as he thought that this material was capable of more powerful effects. When exhausted of air and turned briskly, the application of his hand would produce a strong light on the inside. And by readmitting the air, light appeared on the outside also. By bringing an exhausted globe near to an excited one, he found that a light was produced in the former, which soon disappeared, but which immediately reappeared with great beauty on a further excitation. The following experiment must at that time, and indeed for long after, have been considered one of great singularity. Having coated 1/2 of the inside of a glass globe with sealing wax, which in some places was 1/8 of an inch thick, and therefore quite opaque, he exhausted it and put it in motion. On applying his hand for the purpose of excitation, its outline soon became distinctly visible on the concave surface of the wax, thus making it seem to be transparent, although before excitation it would only just allow the flame of a lighted candle to be seen through it in the dark. The same result was obtained when pitch or common brimstone was substituted for the sealing wax. Besides light and crackling noises, Hawksby also noticed that an electrified body was able to produce a sense of pain, the electric shock in the hand or face that touched it, an observation which is also claimed for his friend, Dr. Wall. This latter philosopher is, however, best known as being the first to suspect the identity of lightning and electricity. The happy thought was suggested to him, as he tells us in a paper read before the Royal Society in 1708, by the sparks and crackling sounds produced by the friction of a large stick of amber against a woolen cloth. Upon drawing, he says, the piece of amber swiftly through the woolen cloth, and squeezing it pretty hard with my hand, a prodigious number of little cracklings was heard, every one of which produced a little flash of light. But when the amber was drawn gently and slightly through the cloth, it produced a light, but no crackling. By holding a finger at a little distance from the amber, a crackling is produced, with a great flash of light succeeding it. And what is very surprising, on its eruption, it strikes the finger very sensibly, wheresoever applied, with a push or puff like wind. The crackling is full as loud as that of charcoal on fire. Nay, 5 or 6 cracklings or more, according to the quickness of placing the finger, have been produced from one single friction, light always succeeding each of them. Now, I doubt not, but on using a longer and larger piece of amber, both the cracklings and light would be much greater. This light and crackling seem in some degree to represent thunder and lightning. So far, experimenters had worked without any system, and without in the least comprehending the principles on which the effects they produce depended. Highly important, as were all their observations, the true foundations of electricity as a science cannot, therefore, be said to have been laid until Stephen Gray, a pensioner of the Charterhouse, London, gave to the world that justly celebrated series of experiments which, begun in 1720, only ended with his last breath in 1736. As from this point the domain widens, we will confine ourselves in the rest of this chapter to noticing only such discoveries of Gray and succeeding philosophers as bear intimately on our subject. In February 1729, Gray discovered the principle of electric conduction and insulation, and in doing so might almost be said to have invented electric telegraphy, of which is the very alpha and omega. This important discovery was made in the following manner. Wishing to excite in metals, as had already been done in glass, resin, and sea, the power of attraction and repulsion, he tried various methods, such as rubbing, heating, and hammering, but all to no end. At last an idea occurred to him that as a glass tube, when rubbed in the dark, communicated its light freely to bodies so it might communicate a power of attraction, which at this time was considered the only absolute proof of the presence of electricity. In order to ask this, he took a glass tube 3 feet inches long and an inch diameter and filled up the ends with pieces of cork to keep out the dust when the tube was not in use. His first experiment was to ascertain if there was any difference in its power of attraction when the tube was stopped at both ends by the corks, and when left entirely open. But he could perceive no sensible difference. Then, holding a feather over against the end of the tube, he found it would fly to the cork, being attracted by it as readily as by the tube itself. He concluded from this that the electric virtue conferred on the tube by friction passed spontaneously to the cork. It then occurred to him to inquire whether this transmission of electricity would be made to other substances besides cork. With this view, he obtained a deal rod about 4 inches in length, to one end of which he attached an ivory ball and inserted the other in the cork by which the glass tube was stopped. On exciting the tube, he found that the ivory ball attracted and repelled the feather even more vigorously than the cork. He then tried longer rods of deal and pieces of brass and iron wire with like results. Finally, he attached to one end of the tube a piece of common pack thread, and suspending from its lower end the ivory ball and various other bodies, found that all of them were capable of acquiring the electric state when the tube was excited. Experiments of this kind were made from the balconies of his house and other elevated stations. With a true philosophic spirit, he now determined to inquire what circumstances attending the manner of experimenting produced any real effect upon the results, and first whether the position or direction of the rods, wires, or cords by which the electricity was transmitted from the excited tube affected the phenomena. For this purpose, he extended a piece of pack thread in a horizontal direction, supporting it at different points by other pieces of similar cord, which were attached to nails driven into a wooden beam, and which were therefore in a vertical position. To one end of the horizontal cord he attached the ivory ball, and to the other he tied the end of the glass tube. On exciting the tube, he found that no electricity was transmitted to the ball, a circumstance which he rightly ascribed to its escape by the vertical cords, the nails supporting them, and the wooden beam. Soon after this, 1729, Gray was engaged in repeating his experiments at the house of Mr. Wheeler, who was afterwards associated with him in these investigations. When that gentleman suggested that threads of silk should be used to support the horizontal line of cord, instead of pieces of pack thread, it does not appear that this suggestion of Wheeler proceeded from any knowledge or suspicion of the electric properties of silk, and still less does it appear that Gray was acquainted with them, for in assenting to the proposition of his friend, he observed that silk might do better than pack thread on account of its smallness, as less of the virtue would probably pass off by it than by the thickness of the hempen line which had been previously used. They accordingly, July 2nd, 1729, extended a pack thread through a distance of about 80 feet in a horizontal direction, supporting it by threads of silk. To one end they attached the ivory ball, and to the other the glass tube. When the latter was excited, the ball immediately became electric, as was manifested by its attracting metallic leaf held to it. Next day, they extended their experiments to lines of pack thread still longer, when the silk threads used for its support were found to be too weak and were broken, being under the erroneous impression that the escape of the electricity was prevented by the fineness of the silk. They now substituted for it thin brass wire, which they expected, being still finer than the silk, would more effectually intercept the electricity, and which from its nature would have all the necessary strength. The experiment, however, completely failed. No electricity was conveyed to the ivory ball, the whole having escaped by the brass wire, notwithstanding its fineness. They now saw that the silk threads intercepted the electricity because they were silk, and not because they were fine. Having thus accidentally discovered the property of insulation, they proceeded to investigate its generalization, and found that it was enjoyed by resin, hair, glass, and some other substances. In fact, it soon became apparent that in this respect all matter may be said to belong to one of two classes, the one like the pack thread and brass wire, favoring the dissipation or carrying away of the electric power. And the other, like the silk and glass, opposing it. Armed with this knowledge, Gray and Wheeler, in July 1729, had the great satisfaction of being able to transmit the electric power through as much as 765 feet of pack thread supported by loops of silk, and in August 1730 through 886 feet of wire. It is curious to observe that in these experiments, as indeed in all others on electrical conduction, we have all the essentials, crude, of course, of a perfect telegraph, the insulated line, the source of electricity in the rubbed glass, the indicating instrument in the down feather in the earth or return circuit, the function of which, however, was not then suspected. While Gray and Wheeler were pursuing their investigations in England, Fahie of the Academy of Sciences, an intendant of the Royal Botanic Gardens, was actively engaged in Paris in a similar manner. The researches of this philosopher, so celebrated as the originator of the double fluid theory of electricity, embraced the period between 1733 and 1737. He added largely to the class of bodies called electrics, by showing that all substances except metals and bodies in the soft or liquid state might be made electric by first heating them and then rubbing them on any kind of cloth. And as regards even these exceptions, he showed that they, and generally all bodies, solid and liquid, could be electrified if only the precaution were taken of first placing them on glass stands. In repeating Gray's experiments with the pack thread, he perceived that they succeeded better after wetting the line, and with the aid of this fact, he was able to transmit the electric power along a cord of nearly 1,300 feet, which he supported at intervals on glass tubes. His discovery of the dual character of electricity was, like most of the other capital discoveries hitherto made, entirely due to chance. A piece of gold leaf having been repelled by an excited glass rod, Fahie pursued it with an excited rod of sealing wax, expecting that the effect would be the same. His astonishment, therefore, was great on seeing the gold leaf fly to the wax, and, on repeating the experiment, the same result invariably followed. The gold leaf, when repelled by glass, was attracted by resin, and when repelled by resin, was attracted by glass. Hence, Fahie concluded that there were two distinct kinds of electricity, and as one was produced from glass, and the other from resin, he distinguished them by the names vitreous and resinous. In repeating Otto Guericke's experiments, Fahie discovered another general law, which enabled him to explain a number of observations that hitherto were obscure and puzzling. This law is that an electrified body attracts those that are not so and repels them as soon as they become electric by contact with itself. Thus, gold leaf is first attracted by the excited tube and acquires an electricity by the contact, in consequence of which it is immediately repelled, nor is it again attracted while it retains this electric quality. But if now it chance to light on some other body, it straightway loses its electricity and is then reattracted by the tube, which, after having given it a new charge, repels it a second time, and so as long as the tube itself retains any electricity. The study of electricity was next taken up in 1737 by Desagulés, who, though born in France in 1683, early removed to England and died in London in 1744. 2 years before his death, he published a dissertation concerning electricity, which is remarkable as being the first book on the subject in the English language. Desagulés' investigations were mainly concerned with the relative conducting powers of various bodies, but he otherwise did good and useful work by methodizing the information that had already accumulated, and by improving in some. It is difficult to reconcile this passage with the following, which we extract from Desagulés' dissertation. Indeed, a few electrical experiments made by Mr. Gray and myself many years ago. Important respects the nomenclature. Thus, the labors of Gray, Wheeler, Fahie, and himself had shown that all matter was divisible into two great classes. These he now proposed to distinguish by the names electrics, or bodies in which electricity could be excited by friction, and non-electrics, or those in which it could not be excited, but which could receive it from an electric. He also first employed the words conductor and non-conductor in the same sense as they are used at the present day, In the Philosophical Transactions for 1739, Vol. 2, Sertowai will be found his experiments on the transmission of electricity, which were made at H.R.H., the Prince of Wales's house at Cleefton on April 15, 1738. Having heard that electricity had been carried along a hempen string 500 or 600 feet, but having only seen it done when the string was carried backwards and forwards in a room by silk supporters, Dr. D wished to try it with a pack thread stretched out at full length, for which purpose, having joined a piece, are mentioned in the first volume of my course of Experimental Philosophy 21. The following lines by the poet Cawthorne depict the neglect and indigence into which Desaguliers fell in his old age. Can Britain the vanity of human enjoyments, v. 147-54. Of catgut to one end of a string he fastened it to a door, and having also tied another catgut to the other end of the string, he fastened it at the other end of the house. At the places where the pack thread was joined to the catgut, he left 18 inches of the thread hanging down, and fastened a lignum vitae handle of a burning glass to one, while he applied a rub tube to the other. He made the electricidiron to the lignum vitae, but with some difficulty, which he attributed to the sizing being an animal substance, that still adhered to the thread as it was new, therefore. He caused the thread to be wet with a sponge from one end to the other to wash off the size. Then was the electricity from the tube communicated very soon and very strongly. For the thread of trial was drawn by the lignum vitae at the distance of a foot. Afterwards, having joined more pack thread together, he made a string of 420 feet long, which he supported at intervals by pieces of catgut. The string was previously dipped in a pail of water, but great care was taken that the catgut should not be wet. Then he applied the rub tube at one end, while an assistant held the thread of trial near the handle at the other. Whereupon it was strongly attracted, though the wind was very high, and blowed in the contrary direction to that in which the electricity ran. He first tried the experiment with the pack thread dry, but then it would not succeed at that distance up to this time, and until some years later, experiments on the transmission of electricity to a distance excited no attention outside a very narrow circle of scientific men, and even amongst these, they served only to illustrate the two gray electrical properties of bodies, conduction and insulation, without evoking the slightest suspicion of their practical value. The whole subject of electricity now, however, began to attract general attention, especially amongst the Germans, and the first consequence was considerable improvement in the power and efficiency of electrical apparatus, about 1741. Professors Hansen of Leipzig and Bose of Wittenberg revived the use of the glass globe machine, first introduced many years before by Newton and Hawksby, but which, after their time, had been supplanted to the great detriment of the science by the glass tube and silk rubber of Gray. Bose also added, for the first time, the prime conductor, which consisted of an oblong cylinder of tin or iron. This was at first held in position by a man who was insulated by standing on cakes of resin, but it was subsequently suspended by silken cords, and in order to facilitate the passage of the electricity, a number of linen strings were added, which served the purpose, though very imperfectly, of the metal points now employed. Professor Winkler of Leipzig next substituted a fixed woolen cushion in place of the hand for exciting the globe, and lastly, in 1742, Gordon, a Scotch Benedictine monk and professor of natural philosophy at Erfurt, substituted a glass cylinder for the globe, and otherwise so increased the power of the machine that he was able to kill small birds at the end of an iron wire 200 ells, 250 yards long. These various improvements were followed in October 1745 by the discovery of the Leyden jar. This invention is one of the vexed questions of the science being claimed, and perhaps with equal justice, for von Kleist, dean of the cathedral at Kameen in Pomerania, for Muschenbrock, the celebrated professor of Leyden, and for Cuneus, a rich burgess of that town. Von Kleist appears to have been first in point of priority of publication, but his account of the discovery was so obscurely worded that it was impossible for some time to verify it. The following is an extract from his letter on the subject. which was addressed to Dr. Lieber Kuhn of Berlin on the 4th November 1745, and by him communicated to the Berlin Academy when a nail or a piece of thick brass wire is put into a small apothecary's phial and electrified, remarkable effects follow. But the phial must be very dry or warm. I commonly rub it over beforehand with a finger on which I put some pounded chalk. If a little mercury or a few drops of spirit of wine be put into it, the experiment succeeds the better. As soon as this phial and nail are removed from the electrifying glass, or the prime conductor to which it has been exposed is taken away, it throws out a pencil of flame so strong that with this burning instrument in my hand, I have taken above 60 steps in walking about my room. When it is electrified strongly, I can take it into another room, and there fire spirits of wine with it. If, whilst it is electrifying, I put my finger or piece of gold, which I hold in my hand, to the nail, I receive a shock which stuns my arms and shoulders. A tin tube or a man placed upon electrics is electrified much more strongly by this means than in the common way. When I present this phial and nail to a tin tube, which I have 15 feet long, nothing but experience can make a person believe how strongly it is electrified. 2 thin glasses have been broken by the shock. It appears to me very extraordinary that when this phial and nail are in contact with either conducting or non-conducting matter, the strong shock does not follow. I have cemented it to wood, glass, sealing wax, metal, and sea, which I have electrified without any great effect. The human body, therefore, must contribute something to it. This opinion is confirmed by observing that, unless I hold the phial in my hand, I cannot fire spirits of wine with it. In January 1746, Cuneus made the same discovery, and apparently in the same accidental way. It having been observed by Muschenbroek and his colleagues, Cuneus and Allemande, that electrified bodies speedily lost their virtue, which was supposed to be abstracted by the air itself and by vapors and effluvia suspended in it. They imagined that if they could surround them with any insulating substance, so as to exclude the contact of the atmosphere, they could communicate a more intense electrical power, and could preserve that power for a longer time. Water appeared one of the most convenient recipients for the electrical influence, and glass the most effectual and easy insulating envelope. It appeared, therefore, very obvious that water enclosed in a glass bottle must retain the electricity given to it, and that by such means a greater charge or accumulation of electric force might be obtained than by any expedient before resorted to. In the first experiments made in conformity with these views, no remarkable results were obtained. But it happened on one occasion that Cuneus held the glass bottle in his right hand, while the water contained in it communicated by a wire with the prime conductor of a powerful machine. When he considered that it had received a sufficient charge, he applied his left hand to the wire to disengage it from the conductor. He was instantly struck with a convulsive shock, which filled him with the utmost consternation, and made him let fall the flask. Muschenbroek and others quickly repeated the experiment, and with like results. In describing these in a letter to R. Sixamer, Muschenbroek said he felt himself struck in the arms, shoulders, and breast, so that he lost his breath and was 2 days before he recovered from the effects of the blow and the terror. He added that he would not repeat the experiment for the whole kingdom of France. Bose, on the other hand, seems to have coveted electrical martyrdom, for he is said to have expressed a wish to die by the shock, the name by which this phenomenon was known, that the account of his death might furnish an article for the memoirs of the French Academy. Allemande, the associate of Muschenbroek, took the shock from a common beer glass and lost the use of his breath for some minutes, and then felt so intense a pain along his right arm that he feared permanent injury from it. Professor Winkler, on undergoing the experiment for the first time, suffered great convulsions, his blood was agitated, and fearing an ardent fever, he had recourse to cooling medicines. His wife also, with a courage only equaled by her curiosity, twice subjected herself to the shock, and was so enfeebled thereby that she could hardly walk, and on trying it again a week later, it gave her bleeding at the nose. An account of these extraordinary effects soon got abroad, and spread over Europe with the rapidity almost of the spark itself. The experiments were repeated everywhere, and excited the wonder of all classes towards what was regarded as a prodigy of nature and philosophy. Indeed, so popular did they become that great numbers of impromptu electricians wandered over every part of Europe and enriched themselves by gratifying the universal curiosity at so much per shock. But as soon as these first feelings of wonder had abated, philosophers set themselves seriously to study the powers of the new machine, and the circumstances which influenced the force of the shock first engaged their attention. Muschenbrock observed that if the glass were wet on the outer surface, the success of the experiment was impaired. Dr. afterward Sir William Watson, apothecary and physician of London, next proved that while the force of the shock was increased by diminishing the thickness of the glass, it was independent of the power of the machine by which the glass was charged. By further repeating and varying the experiment, Watson found that the force of the charge depended on the extent of the external surface of the glass in contact with the hand of the operator. It next occurred to Dr. Bevis that the hand might be efficient merely as a conductor of electricity, and in that case, that the object might be more effectually and conveniently attained by coating the exterior of the file with sheet lead or tinfoil. This expedient was completely successful, and the file, so far as related to its external surface, assumed its present form. Another important step in the improvement of the Leyden jar was also due to the suggestion of Dr. Bevis. It appeared that the force of the charge increased with the magnitude of the jar, but not in proportion to the quantity of water it contained. It was conjectured that it might depend on the extent of the surface of glass in contact with water, and that, as water was considered to play the part merely of a conductor in the experiment, metal, which was a better conductor, would be at least equally effectual. 3 files were therefore procured and filled to the usual height with shot instead of water. A metallic communication was made between the shot contained in each of them, and the result was a charge of greatly augmented force. This was, in fact, the first electric battery. Dr. Bevis now saw that the seat of the electric influence was the surface of contact of the metal and the glass, and rightly inferred that the form of a bottle or jar was not in any way connected with the principle of the experiment. He therefore took a common pane of glass, and having coated the opposite faces with tin foil to within an inch of the edge, obtained as strong a charge from it as from a file having the same extent of coated surface. Dr. Watson, being informed of this, coated large jars, made of thin glass on the inside and outside with silver leaves, extending nearly to the top of the jars, the effects of which fully corroborated the anticipations of Dr. Bevis, and established the law that the force of the charge was proportional to the extent of coated surface and to the thinness of the glass. Experiments on the transmission and velocity of electricity, to which the new discovery lent a fresh and fascinating interest, were now resumed. Daniel Graleth, early in 1746, was the first to transmit the shock to a distance, which he did by discharging a battery composed of several jars through a chain of 20 persons with outstretched arms. In May 1746, Joseph Franz at Vienna discharged a jar through 1/5 heat of iron, and in the following July, Winkler charged, as well as discharged, a battery of 3 jars through an insulated wire 30 ells long, and laid along the bank of the river Plessis, whose waters formed the return half of the circuit. The Abbé Nollet, whose name is famous in the annals of this period, had meanwhile taken up the subject in France. He first, April 1746, transmitted the shock of a Leyden jar through a chain of 180 of the royal guards at Paris, and soon after performed a grander experiment of the same kind at the Carthusian convent. By means of iron wires stretched between every 2 of the monks, he formed a large circle of 5,400 feet, through which he discharged his jars, with the result in every case that, at the moment of discharge, all the persons in the circuit gave a sudden spring, showing that the shock was felt by each at the same instant, and to the same degree of intensity. Lemonnier the Younger, also of Paris, employed still longer circuits composed of 2,000 toises, 12,780 feet, of iron wire laid along the ground, And although some of the wire dragged upon wet grass through hedges and over newly plowed fields, the shock was in no way diminished, a fact which was then thought very surprising. In other experiments, he made use of 2 large basins of water in the gardens of the Tuileries. In April 1746, in the court of the Carthusians, he so laid out 2 parallel wires of 5,700 feet each, that all 4 ends were close together. Between one pair he placed a jar and grasped the other extremities himself. Then, on causing the circuit to be completed, he could not distinguish any interval, so short was it, between the spark at the jar and the shock through his arms. Upon receiving an account of these performances from Lemonnier, our own distinguished countryman, Watson, took up the inquiry and pursued it so successfully as not only to eclipse the achievements of his neighbors, but to gain for himself in after years the credit of being the first to propose an electric telegraph, an idea which, as we shall presently see, is quite erroneous. Watson's experiments were very numerous and were carried out on a grand scale, under the auspices of a committee of the Royal Society, consisting of Mr. Ffoulkes, Lord C. Cavendish, Dr. Bevis, and others, as preparing the way surely, though unsuspectedly, for the first suggestions of an electric telegraph. These investigations must ever possess a peculiar interest for telegraphists, and we therefore make no apology for presenting to our readers the following detailed account of them, for which we are indebted to Dr. Priestley's work, 102, Dr. Watson, who wrote a full account of the labors of the Committee for the Royal Society, begins with observing, which was verified in all their experiments, that the electric shock is not, strictly speaking, conducted in the shortest manner possible, unless the bodies through which it passes conduct equally well. The circuit, he says, is always formed through the best conductors, though the length be ever so great, a most sagacious observation for the man and the time. The first trials took place on the 14th and 8th July, 1747, on a wire carried from one side of the Thames to the other over Old Westminster Bridge. One end of this wire communicated with the interior of a charged Leyden jar. The other was held by a person on the opposite bank of the river, who also held in his other hand an iron rod which he dipped into the water. Near the jar stood another person holding in one hand a wire communicating with the exterior coating of the jar, and in the other an iron rod. On dipping this into the water and thus completing the circuit for the discharge, the shock was instantly felt by both persons, but more strongly by him who stood near to the jar, because, as Watson rightly stated, part of the electricity went from the wire down the moist stonework of the bridge, thereby making several shorter circuits to the jar, but still all passing through the observer who stood near it. The next attempt was to force the shock through a circuit of 2 miles at the New River near London. This was accomplished on the 21st July at 2 places, at one of which the distance by land was 800 feet and by water 2,000, and at the other 800 feet of land and 8,000 feet of water. The disposition of the apparatus was similar to that at Westminster Bridge, and the results were equally satisfactory. On repeating the experiments, however, the rods, instead of being dipped into the water, were merely thrust into the ground about 20 feet from the water's edge. The effect was the same, as it was found that the shock was equally well transmitted. This occasioned a doubt whether in the former case the shock might not have been conveyed through the ground between the 2 rods, instead of passing through all the windings of the river, and subsequent experiments showed that such was the case. Other experiments followed at the same place on the 28th July, when, for the first time, the wire was supported in its whole length by dry sticks, and on the 8th August at Highbury Barn, when it was found that dry ground conducted the electric virtue quite as well as water. Finally, on the 14th August at Shooter's Hill, an experiment was made to try whether the electric shock was perceptible at twice the distance to which it had yet been carried in ground perfectly dry, and where no water was near, and also to distinguish, if possible, its velocity as compared with that of sound. The circuit consisted of 2 miles of wire and 2 miles of perfectly dry ground, but 1 shower of rain having fallen in the previous 5 weeks. The wire from the inner coating of the jar was 6,732 feet long, and was supported all the way upon baked sticks, and that which communicated with the outer coating was similarly insulated, and was 368 feet long. The observers placed at the ends of these wires, 2 miles apart, were provided with stopwatches with which to note the moment that they felt the shock. The result of a series of careful observations was that, as far as could be distinguished, the time in which the electric matter performed its circuit might have been instantaneous. Not satisfied, apparently, with this result, the inquiry was resumed in the following year, when a series of trials was performed after the manner of Lemonniere's Carthusian experiment of 1746. On the August 1748, a circuit of 2 miles was formed at Shooter's Hill by several turnings of wire in the same field. The middle of this wire was led into the same room as the Leyden jar, and there Watson placed himself in the center of the line, taking in each hand the ends of the wire and noting the spark with his eye while he felt the shock in his arms. Under these circumstances, the jar was discharged several times, but in no instance could the observer distinguish the slightest interval between the moments at which the spark was seen and the shock felt. Whereupon it was decided that the time occupied by the passage of electricity along 6,138 feet of wire was altogether inappreciable. In 1748, Benjamin Franklin performed his celebrated experiments across the Schuylkill at Philadelphia, and Deluxe some months later, 1749, across the Lake of Geneva. Franklin thus playfully refers to his experiments at the end of a letter to his friend and correspondent, Peter Quinson of London, dated Philadelphia, 1748. Chagrined a little that we have hitherto been able to produce nothing in this way of use to mankind, and the hot weather coming on, when electrical experiments are not so agreeable, 'tis proposed to put an end to them for this season. Somewhat humorously, in a party of pleasure on the banks of the Schuylkill, spirits at the same time are to be fired by a spark sent from side to side through the river, without any other conductor than the water, an experiment which we some time since performed, to the amazement of many. A turkey is to be killed for our dinner by the electrical shock, and roasted by the electrical jack, before a fire kindled by the electrified bottle, when the healths of all the famous electricians in England, Holland, France, and Germany are to be drank in electrified bumpers, under the discharge of guns from the electrical battery. As the words that we have italicized in this extract are apt to mislead, and indeed have misled some writers into supposing that Franklin here describes an experiment akin to that of telegraphing without wires, from which so much was expected 40 years ago, we quote the following details from Valdi. I of Franklin's Complete Works, London, 1806. 2 iron rods about 3 feet long were planted just within the margin of the river on the opposite sides. A thick piece of wire with a small round knob at its end was fixed on the top of one of the rods, bending downwards, so as to deliver commodiously the spark upon the surface of the spirit. A small wire, fastened by one end to the handle of the spoon containing the spirit, was carried across the river and supported in the air by the rope, commonly used to hold by in drawing ferry boats over. The other end of this wire was tied round the coating of the bottle, which, being charged, the spark was delivered from the hook to the top of the rod, standing in the water on that side. At the same instant, the rod on the other side delivered a spark to the spoon and fired the spirit, the electric fire returning to the coating of the bottle through the handle of the spoon, and the supported wire connected with them. The experiment was, therefore, precisely the same as that of Watson across the Thames, the only difference being in the words used to describe it. In the one case, the discharge is said to go out by the water and return by the wire, and in the other to go out by the wire and return by the water. Notwithstanding the singular suggestiveness of all these experiments, no one up to this time appears to have entertained the faintest suspicion of their applicability to telegraphic purposes, or indeed to any useful purpose whatever. Thus Watson, in a letter to the Royal Society, says, if it should be asked to what useful purposes the effects of electricity can be applied, it may be answered that we are not yet so far advanced in these discoveries as to render them conducive to the service of mankind. But he adds, future philosophers may deduce from them uses extremely beneficial to society in general. This was in 1746. and with reference to his then recent ignition of spirit by the spark. But even after his brilliant experiments in the following years, of which we have just given an account, he does not appear to have formed any more hopeful view. We also find the great Franklin, who was always in search of the practical in science, positively expressing his disappointment in the letter just quoted at being unable to find any useful application of electricity. Chapter 4. Telegraphs based on static or frictional electricity. Telegraphs based on static or frictional electricity. Canst thou send lightnings, that they may go and say unto thee, Here we are. Job 38. 1753. CM's telegraph. The first distinct proposal to employ electricity for the transmission of intelligence, of which we have any record, is that contained in a letter printed in the number of the Scots Magazine, Edinburgh, for February 17, 1753. As this is one of the most interesting documents to be found in the whole history of telegraphy, we will quote it in extenso for the benefit of our readers. To the author of the Scots Magazine, Renfrew, February 17. Sir, it is well known to all who are conversant in electrical experiments that the electric power may be propagated along a small wire from one place to another, without being sensibly abated by the length of its progress. Let, then, a set of wires equal in number to the letters of the alphabet be extended horizontally between two given places parallel to one another, and each of them about an inch distant from that next to it. At every 20 yards end, let them be fixed in glass or jeweler's cement to some firm body, both to prevent them from touching the earth or any other non-electric, and from breaking by their own gravity. Let the electric gun barrel be placed at right angles with the extremities of the wires and about an inch below them. Also let the wires be fixed in a solid piece of glass at 6 inches from the end. And let that part of them which reaches from the glass to the machine have sufficient spring and stiffness to recover its situation after having been brought in contact with the barrel. Close by the supporting glass, let a ball be suspended from every wire, and about 1/6 or 1/8 of an inch below the balls place the letters of the alphabet, marked on bits of paper or any other substance that may be light enough to rise to the electrified ball. And at the same time, let it be so contrived that each of them may reassume its proper place when dropped. All things constructed as above, and the minute previously fixed, I begin the conversation with my distant friend in this manner. Having set the electrical machine a-going as in ordinary experiments, suppose I am to pronounce the word sir, with a piece of glass or any other electric per se. I strike the wire S so as to bring it in contact WT the barrel, then I, then R. I'll G in the same way, and my correspondent, almost in the same instant, observes these several characters rise in order to the electrified balls at his end of the wire. Thus, I spell away as long as I think fit, and my correspondent, for the sake of memory, writes the characters as they rise, and may join and read them afterwards as often as he inclines. Upon a signal given or from choice, I stop the machine, and taking up the pen in my turn, I write down whatever my friend at the other end strikes at. If anybody should think this way tiresome, let him, instead of the ball. Suspend a range of bells from the roof, equal in number to the letters of the alphabet, gradually decreasing in size from the bell A to Z, and from the horizontal wires, let there be another set reaching to the several bells. 1, viz. From the horizontal wire A to the bell A, another from the horizontal wire B to the bell B and C. Then let him who begins the discourse bring the wires in contact with the barrel, as before, and the electrical spark, breaking on bells of different size, will inform his correspondent by the sound what wires have been touched. And thus, by some practice, they may come to understand the language of the chimes in whole words without being put to the trouble of noting down every letter. The same thing may be otherwise effected. Let the balls be suspended over the characters as before. But instead of bringing the ends of the horizontal wires in contact with the barrel, let a second set reach from the electrified cake, so as to be in contact with the horizontal ones. And let it be so contrived at the same time that any of them may be removed from its corresponding horizontal by the slightest touch, and may bring itself again into contact when left at liberty. This may be done by the help of a small spring and slider, or 20 other methods which the least ingenuity will discover. In this way, the characters will always adhere to the balls, excepting when any one of the secondaries is removed from contact with its horizontal. And then the letter at the other end of the horizontal, and then the letter at the other end of the horizontal. But I mention this only by way of variety. Some may, perhaps, think that although the electric fire has not been observed to diminish sensibly in its progress through any length of wire that has been tried hitherto, yet as that has never exceeded some 30 or 40 yards, it may be reasonably supposed that in a far greater length it would be remarkably diminished, and probably would be entirely drained off in a few miles by the surrounding air. To prevent the objection and save longer argument, lay over the wires from one end to the other with a thin coat of jeweler's cement. This may be done for a trifle of additional expense, and as it is an electric per se, will effectually secure any part of the fire from mixing with the atmosphere. I am in CCM. From the concluding paragraph, it is evident that the writer was not acquainted with Watson's experiments, as detailed in our last chapter, else he would not have suggested insulating the wires from end to end with jeweler's cement, and probably not even have noticed the objection at all. His suggestions of reading by sound of differently toned bells, and of keeping his wires charged with electricity, and indicating the signals by discharge, are very ingenious, and deserve to be remembered to his credit in these days of their realization. The former plan is familiar to us in Bright's acoustic or bell telegraph of 1855, while the latter was, as we shall presently see, employed by Ronalds in 1816, and is realized to perfection in the method now used in signaling through all long cables. Unfortunately, little or nothing is known of CM. An inquiry as to his identity was first started by Inquirendo, Glasgow, in Notes and Queries for October 15, 1853, then by George Blair, also of Glasgow, in the Glasgow Reformers' Gazette for November 1853, in which he, for the first time, republished CM's letter, and lastly, by Sir David Brewster in the Glasgow Commonwealth for January 21, 1854. Nothing, however, came of the inquiry for a long time, and all hopes of solving the question were abandoned when, on December 8, 1858, the following letter appeared. To the editor of the Commonwealth, 14's, Great Eastern Road. Sir, I have not heard that a name has yet been proposed for the CM that wrote to the Scots magazine last century from Renfrew, giving some hints about the electric telegraph. I send you what follows, as I think it gives some probability to CM being Charles Marshall. In our house was a copy of Knox's History of the Reformation, published at Paisley in 1791. My Uncle James's name is in the list of subscribers in Renfrew, and at this my mother spoke as follows. There was a very clever man living in Paisley at that Tikie that had formerly lived in Renfrew. He asked my uncle, as they were acquainted, to canvass for subscribers in Renfrew. The said clever man could light a room with coal reek and make lightning speak and write upon the wall and see that this was the CM. Of the electric telegraph, there can, I think, be no doubt. Now, it is probable that the man that solicited my uncle to canvass for subscribers subscribed himself. And in Well Meadow, Paisley, I find the name Charles Marshall. And this is the only name in the list of 1,000 names that answers the initials. CM my list, however, is not complete for Glasgow. Peradventure, someone belonging to Paisley may have somewhat to say of Charles Marshall. Alex, Dick. To this letter were appended the following remarks by Sir David Brewster, to whom the editor appears to have submitted it prior to publication, that Charles Marshall might have been the inventor. Had we known nothing more than that, he was a resident in Renfrew about the time when the letter was sent to the Scots magazine was very probable. But when we add to this probability the fact that Charles Marshall was a clever man, and that he was known as a person who could make lightning speak and write upon the wall, and who could also light a room with coal reek smoke, we can hardly doubt that he was the CM who invented the electric telegraph, and that he is entitled to the additional honor of having first invented and used gas from coal. Commenting on this correspondence in Notes and Queries for July 14, 860, George Blair says that the Charles Marshall who resided at Well Meadows, Paisley, in 1791 was not the CM of the Scots magazine, and therefore not the inventor of the electric telegraph, I succeeded in ascertaining positively about a year ago on the highest possible authority. Through the kindness of a venerable friend in Paisley, I traced out the fact that a Charles Marshall, who once resided in the Well Meadows, had come from Aberdeen, and that a son of his, a clergyman, was still living. Discovering the address of this gentleman, I applied to him for information, and he states in his reply that he had no doubt his father was the Charles Marshall who appears in Mr. Dick's list, but that he could not be the CMO of the Scots magazine. At the time when CM's letter was first disinterred, the most diligent search was made by the schoolmaster of Renfrew, who was also session clerk, not only in the records of the Kirk session, but also among the old people of the parish, without a shadow of success, and strange as it may appear, the name of C.M. remains at the present moment as great a mystery as that of Junius. Whether Sir David Brewster was aware of these fresh facts, we cannot say, but certain it is that in October 1859 he accepted the evidence in favor of C.M., being a Charles Morrison with as much warmth, and we fear as much haste, as he had done that for Charles Marshall in the previous December. Add off the home life of Sir David Brewster, Edinburgh, 1869. Mrs. Gordon says, after a good deal of correspondence on the subject, Sir David Brewster gave up all hope of discovering the name of the inventor, and it was not until 1859 that he had the great pleasure of solving the mystery in the following manner. He received from Mr. Loudon of Port Glasgow a letter dated 31st October 1859, stating that, while reading the article in the North British Review, his attention was arrested by the letter of C.M., and having mentioned the fact to Mr. Foreman, a friend then living with him, he told him that he could solve the mystery regarding these initials. Mr. Foreman recollects distinctly having read a letter dated 1750, and addressed by his grandfather, a farmer near Stirling, to Miss Margaret Winsgate, residing at Craigengelt near Denny, to whom he was subsequently married, referring to a gentleman in Renfrew of the name of Charles Morrison, who transmitted messages along wires by means of electricity, and who was a native of Greenock and bred a surgeon. Mr. Foreman also states that he was connected with the tobacco trade in Glasgow, that he was regarded by the people in Renfrew as a sort of wizard, and that he was obliged, or found it convenient, to leave Renfrew and settle in Virginia, where he died. Mr. Foreman also recollects reading a letter in the handwriting of Charles Morrison, addressed to Mr. Foreman, his grandfather, and dated 2nd September 1752, giving an account of his experiments, and stating that he had sent an account of them to Sir Hans Sloane, the president of the Royal Society of London, who had encouraged him to perfect his experiments, and to whom he had promised to publish an account of what he had done. In this letter, Mr. Morrison stated that, as he was likely to be ridiculed by many of his acquaintances, he would publish his paper in the Scotsy magazine only with his initials. How far this statement may be credited, we will not undertake to say. We would, however, just point out that Sir Hans Sloane resigned the presidentship of the Royal Society in 1741, and lived in strict retirement at Chelsea until his death, which occurred on January 11, 1752. At the advanced age of 92 years, it is not likely, therefore, that he would have received or written any letters of the above-mentioned nature in the last days of his life. At any rate, a careful search through his papers, which we have instituted in the British Museum, and the Royal Society, has failed to discover any. 1767, Bozolus's Telegraph. Joseph Bozolus, a Jesuit and lecturer on natural philosophy in the college at Rome, was the next to suggest an electric telegraph, and one in which the spark was the active principle. This must have been sometime anterior to 1767, as we find it familiarly described in a Latin poem published in that year. His proposition was to lay underground two insulated wires between the communicating stations, which may be any distance apart. At both stations, the ends of the wires were to be brought close together without touching, so as to facilitate the passage of a spark. When, under these circumstances, at one end, the inner coating of a charged plate or jar was connected to one wire and the outer coating to the other, the discharge would take place through the wires and manifest itself at the break at the distant end in the form of a spark. An alphabet of such sparks, Bozolus says, could be arranged with a friend without any difficulty, and a means of communication be thus contrived, which, as tolerably easy, he leaves to each one's judgment to devise and settle in detail. Bozolus appears to have been a man of varied acquirements. As a sort of diversion from more serious studies, he undertook an Italian translation of the Iliad and Odyssey of Homer, which Mazzolari, himself no mean poet, praises very highly. As the Electrochorum is very scarce, and therefore not easily accessible, we present our readers with a faithful transcript of the verses descriptive of the telegraphs, which we have extracted from a copy of the work in the British Museum. Quid dicam extrema pendentis part catene, qui palmam objecit, confestim flamma relexit, ten viac arguto strepurti, sibilla vento, et qui continuo sicum prius ordinango disposit, globulos turn flammam exhibit, et ignama primo insinuens salers traduxit adimum, atcae arte quidem multa, omnigin sic Minerva, instructus studiis vitro impiger instat, et usque extundit vicenda novi spectacula formis. Quid? Vade elicitas vario, discriminae amas, nunquam tentados idem diturcead usus. Insuetisc notis absentum affatur amicum, quipi duo adnexa in longum deducta catina. Quo lumina fallit spectantum, et mirum quo calidus, oculat artem, fila solo condit penitus, diffasa sub imo sicitamen. Ipsi autem interia vitri revolubilis orbum demor, exagitans fluctum derivat, et inde qua duo se extrema respecta nea part, attactum citra et praescripto limite fila composit dot scintillas ejusit, ad jusum quod, quae singula nempe designen elementa. Odier's telegraph. The idea of an electric telegraph appears next to have occurred to Louis Odier, a distinguished physician of Geneva, who thus wrote in 1773 to a lady of his acquaintance, "I shall amuse you, perhaps, in telling you that I have in my head certain experiments by which to enter into conversation with the Emperor of Mogul, or of China, the English, the French, or any other people of Europe, in a way that, without inconveniencing yourself, you may intercommunicate all that you wish at a distance of 4,000 or 5,000 leagues in less than half an hour. Will that suffice you for glory? There is nothing more real. Whatever be the course of those experiments, they must necessarily lead to some grand discovery, but I have not the courage to undertake them this winter. What gave me the idea was a word which I heard spoken casually the other day at Sir John Pringle's table, where I had the pleasure of dining with Franklin Priestley and other great geniuses. Although, according to Professor Manoir, Odier was about this time devoting much attention to electricity, we do not find that he ever attempted to carry out his telegraphic idea. 1777, Volt's ESO called Telegraph at Voltaire. Of the Journal of the Society of Telegraph Engineers, we find the following letter. To the Secretary of the Society of Telegraph Engineers, Battle, Sussex, July 4th, 1872. Sir, I have not met with any statement in English histories or other English treatises on the electric telegraph relative to Volta's proposed electric telegraph. Professor L. de Magrinim, member of a committee appointed to examine and report upon Volta's library, manuscripts and instruments, published a paper in the Atti del Reale Istituto Lombardo, Vol. Sec, entitled Notizie Biografiche e Scientifiche su Alessandro Volta. This paper was read at various times in 1861 at the said institute. It contains a paragraph of which the following is a literal translation. An autograph manuscript, dated Como, which is suspected, and the suspicion was confirmed by one of the sons of Volta, to have been addressed to Professor Barletti, contains various experiments on his pistols, and the singular proposition, very remarkable for that time, of transmitting signals by means of ordinary electricity. Besides the figure, there are particulars conducive to its practical application. This letter is of the greatest interest for the history of the science, inasmuch as it indicates the first bold and certain step in the invention and institution of the electric telegraph. Although our Charles Marshall, of Renfrew in 1753 and others forestalled this proposition. It is interesting as proving that the In Re Electrica Princeps believed in the efficiency of frictional electricity for the purpose. I am, Sir, your obedient servant, Francis Ronalds G.E. Priest, Esquire now. Although, as Ronald says, and as we here see, Volta was not the first to propose an electric telegraph. Still, we were delighted to learn, on such apparently good authority, that the great Italian philosopher had turned his mind to telegraphy at all. And we eagerly sought for some particulars of his plan. After much trouble, we succeeded in getting a copy of the letter referred to by Professor Magrini. And great was our disappointment to find that it contained nothing more than the suggestion of an experiment which was carried out, though on a lesser scale, 30 years before by Lemonnier, Watson, Franklin de Luc, and others. In order that the reader may be able to form his own opinion on this point, we give Volta's original letter, as well as a translation, which we have made from the French of Cesare Catu, the distinguished Italian historian. Volta says, "Quante belle ed esperienze sorprendenti mi van ribolendo in testa, eseguibili con questo stratagemma di mandare la scintilla elettrica. A farlo sparo della pistola e così voglia distanza. In vez del colombino che va ad applicar incendio alla macchina di fuochi artificiali, mandero di qualunque sito anche non diretto la scintilla elettrica, c'è col mezzo. Zix metter fuoco, sentite, io non so a quanti miglia un fil di ferro tirato sul suolo dei campi o della strada, che infine si ripiegasse indietro o incontrasse un canale d'acqua di ritorno, condurrebbe giusta il sentiero designato a scintilla, commovente. Ma prevega c'è un lunghissimo viaggio, di ai tratti di terra molto bagnati o delle acque scorrenti stabilirebbero troppo presto una comunicazione e chi devirebbe col corso del fuoco elettrico. Spiccato dall'ancino della carafa per ricondursi al fondo, ma se il fil di ferro fosse sostenuto alto da terra, da pali di legno qua e lì piantati, continue as Venice infine a pescare nel canale di Camada di Casibila de far lo sparo della pistola. A Milano con una buona boccia di Leiden, dammi scaricata in Como. The more I reflect, the more I see the beautiful experiments that can be made by means of the spark in exploding the electric pistol at any distance. An iron wire stretched along the fields or roads, for I know not how many miles, could conduct the spark. As, however, in long distances, moist earth and watercourses would be encountered, which would draw off the electric fire, the wire may be supported on posts placed at regular intervals, say from Como to Milan. At the latter place, its continuity would be interrupted only by my electric pistol, from which it would pass into the canal, which communicates with my lake at Comodo. In this case, I do not believe it impossible to explode my pistol at Milan when I discharge a powerful Leyden jar at Como through the wire. According to this document, says Cantu, it is incontestable that Volta had in mind an electric telegraph half a century before those doubting to Amphorie, who have been proclaimed its inventor. The basis of this astonishing discovery lies in the possibility of transmitting to a great distance the electric virtue, and they're causing it to manifest itself inside. Now, this is what Volta had clearly perceived, and further he indicated a plan, which is today universal, of insulating the conducting wire on posts. Perceiving a fact or principle and applying it are two very different things. Gray, Dufay, Watson, and all those who made experiments on the transmission of electricity long before Volta perceived the same fact as he did and, like him, missed its application. To say, then, as Professor Magrini does, that Volta's letter indicates the first bold and certain step in the invention and institution of the electric telegraph is to, in consequence of the pecuniary embarrassments of Volta's sons, these precious relics were in danger of being dispersed. when the Academy of Sciences of Lombardy stepped in and, while it assisted the sons, honored the father. The whole collection was purchased for Lucius and lodged in a chamber of the Palace of Milan, where, under the appellation of Semele di Volta, it is preserved with reverent care. Assigned to it a meaning which it was never, we believe, intended to convey, and we are the more confirmed in this opinion by the fact that, although Volta lived telegraphic proposals made up to that time, he never claimed to have done anything in that way himself. 1782. Anonymous telegraph. The next proposal, which is an exceedingly interesting one, is contained in an anonymous letter to G.G. Journal de Paris, number 150, from May 30th, 1782, a translation of which we append. To the authors of the journal, a way of establishing a communication between two very distant places has been proposed to me, and those of your readers who care for this kind of scientific amusement will not perhaps be angry with me for telling them what it is. Let there be 2 gilt iron wires put underground in separate wooden tubes filled in with resin, and let each wire terminate in a knob, between 1 pair of knobs. Connect a letter formed of metallic Uten foil strips after the fashion of those electrical toys called spangled pans, if now at the other end we touch the inside of a Leyden jar to one knob, and the outside to the other. So as to discharge the jar through the wires, the letter will be at the same instant illuminated. Thus, with 24 such pairs, one could quickly spell all that was desired, it being only requisite to have a sufficient number of charged Leyden jars always ready, as it would not be necessary to make the letters very low. A slight tone indication being sufficient, complete darkness would not be required for the perception of the characters, and feebly charged jars would therefore suffice, which would greatly facilitate matters. The letters may even be suppressed, and then there would be one instrument common to the 24 systems of wires ESIC. These means could be simplified by having only 5 pairs of wires and attaching a character or letter to each of their combinations, I degrees, 2 degrees, 5 degrees, 1 I and 2 degrees, I 1 degrees, and 33 degrees, and so on, which would make 31 characters. 6 pairs of wires would, in the same way, yield 63, and thus one could arrive at a sort of tachygraphy or fast writing, 1 character or signal, sufficing for a whole word or phrase, as may be previously agreed upon. There would be some difficulty, however, in discharging at exactly the same instant several separate jars through as many separate pairs. One might also use successive combinations of these pairs, 2 to 2, 3 to 3, and so on, in which way 5 pairs would give 125 signals and 6 216, which would be very fast writing indeed. The wooden tubes might very probably be unnecessary, but in view of accidents such as fractures, it would always be safer to employ them. One could use simple electricity, e.g. direct from the machine, and so greatly simplify the apparatus, but as the superficial area of a great length of wire, even when a very fine one was used, would be considerable, this plan would necessitate very powerful machines. In either method, however, the object could easily be obtained by using very large electrophoroi. It would be necessary to give each correspondent a means of notifying that he wished to communicate, to prevent constant watching and cross-signaling. For this, an electric bell would suffice, and by agreeing beforehand that 1 stroke shall mean, I will call you up in 15 minutes, 2 strokes, I am all attention, and C, all confusion would be avoided. As this letter is only intended for those who amuse themselves with physics, they can easily supply for themselves all the details that I have omitted. I have the honor to be, and C, this letter is copied, almost verbatim, in Le Mercure de France for June 8, 1782, and is also embodied in a letter dated June S, 1782, where the writer prefaces it with the following remarks. We have Linguet once more installed in the career in which his labors have been so disagreeably interrupted. His project of an easy communication between 2 very distant places appears to be only the dream of some pleasant trifler. It is, however, not new, and would only imperfectly accomplish its object, but still there may be some good in it. In these remarks, Metre somewhat mixes his facts. There is no more authority for the statement that Linguet was the writer than that he at this time was engaged on experiments on some kind of a luminous telegraph, which he planned while a prisoner in the Bastille, and in exchange for which he is popularly, though erroneously, supposed to have received his liberty. On the other hand, we have positive proof that he was not the writer, firstly, in the opening sentence of the letter itself, and secondly, in the following passage from his Memoirs sur la Bastille. I will one day make known my ideas on this subject, only signaling, by means of light. The invention will certainly admit of being greatly improved, as I have no doubt it will be. I am persuaded that, in time, it will become the most useful instrument of commerce, and all correspondence of that kind, just as electricity will be the most powerful agent of medicine. And as the fire pump will be the principal of all mechanic processes which require or are to communicate great force, note 13, 1782. The Sagius Telegraph. On seeing these accounts, Georges Louis Lesage, a savant of French extraction residing at Geneva, published a method somewhat similar to CM's in a letter dated June 22nd, 1782. And addressed to his friend, M.E. Prevost at Berlin, he writes, I'm going to entertain you with one of my old discoveries, which I see has just been found out by others, at least up to a certain point. It is a ready and swift method of correspondence between two distant places by means of electricity, which occurred to me 30 or 35 years ago, and which I then reduced to a simple system, far more practical in the form with which the new inventor has endowed it. I have often spoken of it to one or two persons. But I see no reason for supposing that the new inventor has drawn his ideas from these conversations. The thing is so natural that, to discover it, it is only necessary that one should be in search of some means of very rapid correspondence. And people have on occasion turned their minds to this subject, as, for example, Mr. Lingfoot. But it is time to tell you briefly in what my plan consisted. One can imagine a subterranean tube of glazed earthenware, the inside of which is divided at every fathom's length by diaphragms or partitions of glazed earthenware or of glass, pierced by 24 holes, so as to give passage to as many brass wires, which could in this way be supported and kept apart. At each of the extremities of this tube, the 24 wires are arranged horizontally, like the keys of a harpsichord, each wire having suspended above it a letter of the alphabet, while immediately underneath, on a table, are pieces of gold leaf or other bodies that can be as easily attracted, and are at the same time easily visible. He who wishes to signal anything shall touch the ends of the wires with an excited glass tube, according to the order of the letters composing the word, while his correspondent writes down the characters under which he sees the little gold leaves play. The other details are easily supplied. Lesage had an idea of offering his invention to Frederick the Great, and drew up an introductory note as follows. To the King of Prussia, Sire, my little fortune is not only sufficient for all my wants, but even for all my tastes, except one, viz., that of contributing to the wants and tastes of others. And this desire all the monarchs of the world, united, could not enable me to fully satisfy. It is not, then, to a patron who can give much that I take the liberty of dedicating the following discovery, but to a patron who can do much with it, and who can judge for himself of its utility without having to refer it to his advisers. Whether he ever carried out this idea or not is difficult to say, but it is certain that his plan was never practically tried, and, like so many of its class, was soon forgotten. 1787. Lomont's Telegraph. The next plan that we have to note is a decided improvement, and had an actual existence, though on a very small scale. Seeing, no doubt, the difficulty and expense of using many wires, Lomont of Paris reduced, at one sweep, the number 201, and thus produced a really serviceable telegraph. Arthur Young, the diligent writer on natural and industrial resources, saw this apparatus in action during his first visit to Paris, and thus describes it in his journal, under date October 16, 1787. In the evening to M. Lomond, a very ingenious and inventive mechanic, who has made an improvement of the jenny for spinning cotton. Common machines are said to make too hard a thread for certain fabrics, but this forms it loose and spongy. In electricity, he has made a remarkable discovery. You write 2 or 3 words on a paper, he takes it with him into a room and turns a machine enclosed in a cylindrical case, at the top of which is an electrometer, a small fine pith ball. A wire connects with a similar cylinder and electrometer in a distant apartment, and his wife, by remarking the corresponding motions of the ball, writes down the words they indicate, from which it appears that he has formed an alphabet of motions. As the length of the wire makes no difference in the effect, a correspondence might be carried on at any distance, within and without a besieged town, for instance, or for a purpose much more worthy, and 1,000 times more harmless, between 2 lovers prohibited or prevented from any better connection. Whatever the use may be, the invention is beautiful, mons. Lohmann has made many other curious machines, all the entire work of his own hands. Mechanical invention seems to be in him a natural propensity, as in all systems where the signals were indicated by electroscopes or electrometers. Their action would continue so long as the charge communicated to the wires lasted, and as during this time it would not be possible to make another signal, the authors must in some way have discharged the wires after every signal, so as to allow the balls, gold leads, or other indicators to resume their normal position. This they might have done, either by touching the wires with the finger after the signal had been noted, or by making the indicators themselves strike against some body that would convey their charges to Earth. But probably there was no need for any such stratagem, as the insulation of the wires would be so imperfect, and the speed of signaling so slow that the inconvenience would not have been felt. 1790, Chap's Telegraph. Most of our readers have doubtless heard of Claude Chap's semaphore, or optico-mechanical telegraph, which in one form or another, for like all successful inventions, it had many imitators. Did such good service in the first half of this century. Few, however, 94 history of electric telegraphy, are aware that, before deciding on this form of instrument, he essayed the employment of electricity for telegraphic purposes. Reserving a full account of Claude Chap's life and works for its proper place in our general history of telegraphy, which we hope soon to publish, we need only concern ourselves here with a brief reference to his early experiments with electricity. In 1790, he conceived the idea of a telegraph. He first employed 2 clocks, marking seconds, in combination with sound signals, which were produced by striking on that homely utensil, a stewpan and casserole. Round the seconds dials were marked off equal spaces corresponding to the numerals I to 9, and the cipher of the clocks being so regulated that the second hands moved in unison, pointing to the same figures at the same instant. It is clear that, in order to indicate any particular figure, Chap had only to strike the stewpan the moment the hand of his dial entered the space occupied by that figure. His correspondent, hearing the sound, must necessarily note the same symbol. And so, successive figures, or groups of figures, answering to words and phrases in a vocabulary, could be indicated with great ease and rapidity. But as sound travels so comparatively slowly, it would in long distances lag behind and indicate it may be only an A or B when an E or G was intended. Under these circumstances, it was but natural that Chap should bethink himself of electricity, of which he was a diligent student, and on which he had just communicated a series of papers to the Journal de Physique, which, by the way, obtained his election as a member of the Philomathic Society. He erected insulated wires for a certain distance and arranged that the discharge of a Leyden jar should indicate the precise moment for noting the position of the hands. But while he was thus removing one difficulty, he found himself introducing another, Pfister one, of electrical insulation. The more he extended his wires, the greater, of course, his difficulty became, until in despair he abandoned the use of electricity and took to that of optico-mechanics. In the actual state of telegraphy, this circumstance becomes an interesting one, for Chap held in his hands a power which was destined soon, under another form, to demolish the grand structure on which he was about to spend so much time and labor. Happily, perhaps he did not live to experience this mortification, for he died January 23rd, 1805, at the early age of 42, 1790. Riveroni St. C.S. Telegraph. This gallant officer is said to have proposed in this year an electric telegraph for announcing the result of the lottery drawings, so as to frustrate the knaveries of certain individuals, but apparently details are wanting. 1794. Reusser's telegraph, the next proposal of which we have to speak, and which, in comparison with Loehmann's or Chappie's, was a very clumsy one, is thus described by its author T. I have lately contrived a species of electric letter post, by means of which a letter may be sent in one moment to a great distance. I sit at home before my electric machine, and I dictate to someone on the other side of the street an entire letter which he himself writes down. On an ordinary table is fixed, in an upright position, a square board to which a glass plate is fastened. On this plate are glued little squares of tin foil, cut after the fashion of luminous panes, and each standing for a letter of the alphabet. From one side of these little squares extend long wires enclosed in glass tubes, which go underground to the place whither the dispatch is to be transmitted. The distant ends are there connected to tin foil strips similar in all respects to the first, and, like them, each marked by a letter of the alphabet. The free ends of all the strips are connected to one return wire, which goes to the transmitting table, if now one touches the outer coating of a Leyden jar with the return wire and connects the inner coating with the free end of that piece of tin foil, which corresponds to the letter required to be indicated. Sparks will be produced as well at the near as at the distant tin foil, and the correspondent there watching will write down the letter. Reusser concludes. Will the execution of this plan on a large scale ever take place? That is not the question. It is possible, though it would cost a good deal. But post horses from St. Petersburg to Lisbon are also very expensive. At any rate, whenever the idea is realized, I will claim a recompense. The editor, Johann Heinrich Voigt, appends to the above communication the suggestion of an alarum, which is usually credited to Reusser himself. Voigt says, Mr. Reusser ought to have proposed to add to his arrangement a flask of some detonating gas, which one could explode by means of the electric spark, and so attract the attention of the distant correspondent to his tinfoil squares. In comparing the accounts of Reusser's telegraph, usually given with our own, many inaccuracies will be observed. Thus, most writers affirm that each piece of tinfoil was cut into the form of a letter of the alphabet, which, on the passage of the spark, became luminous, as in the French telegraph of 1782. Or in that of Salva, which will presently be described. The German text does not admit of this interpretation, for if such were the case, it would have been unnecessary to affix letters to the squares of tinfoil. Neither is there any authority for the statement that 36 circuits for letters and numerals were proposed, which, according to some writers, were entirely metallic, and therefore consisted of 72 wires, while others assert that there were only 36 wires, and that the earth was employed to complete the circuits. Again, it is always said that Reusser, or rather Voigt, was the first to propose an alarum, whereas we have seen that this was done 12 years before, by the anonymous correspondent of the Journal de Paris, 1782. 1794 to 5, Bachmann's, Lullen's, and Cavallo's telegraphs. Bachmann, Lullen, and Cavallo, all about this time, proposed various modifications of Reusser's plan, all requiring but one or two wires, and differing only in their methods of combining the sparks and intervals into a code. Bachmann's, which is a mere suggestion, is to be found ataf his Versuch über Telegraphy and Telegraphen, published at Karlsruhe in 1794. Lullen's we have not been able to trace further back than Reed's The Telegraph in America, New York, 1879, while Cavallo's is described at length in his complete treatise on electricity and T, from which we condense the following account. The attempts recently made, says Cavallo, to convey intelligence from one place to another at a great distance, with the utmost quickness, have induced me to publish the following experiments, which I made some years ago, and of which I should not have taken any further notice, had it not been for the above-mentioned circumstance, which shows that they may possibly be of use for that and other purposes. The object for which those experiments were performed was to fire gunpowder or other combustible matter from a great distance by means of electricity. At first, a circuit was made with a very long brass wire. the two ends of which returned to the same place, whilst the middle was at a great distance. At this middle point an interruption was made, in which a cartridge of gunpowder mixed with steel filings was placed. Then, by applying a charge-laden file to the two extremities of the wire, the cartridge was fired. It proving very troublesome to keep the wires from touching, the experiment was tried with one wire only. A brass wire, 1/50th of an inch diameter and 200 feet long, was laid on the ground, and one end was inserted in the cartridge of gunpowder and steel filings. Another piece of the same wire had likewise one end inserted in the cartridge, whilst the other was thrust into the ground. The distant end of the wire was then connected to the inner coating of a charged jar, while the outer coating was touched with a ground wire. That the discharge took place as before was proved by the powder being sometimes fired. Phosphorus and other combustible substances were next tried, but nothing was found to succeed so well as a mixture of inflammable and common air, confined in specially prepared flasks. Having made this discovery, Cavallo next directed his attention to the best means of insulating the communicating wire, and at last so contrived that it might be laid indifferently on wet or dry ground, or even through water. A piece of annealed copper or brass wire, he says, being stretched from one side of a room to the other, heat it by means of a flame of a candle, or of a red-hot piece of iron, and, as you proceed, rub a lump of pitch over the part, just heat. When the wire has been thus covered, a slip of linen rag must be put round it, which can be easily made to adhere. Over this rag another coat of melted pitch must be laid with a brush. This second layer must be covered with a slip of woolen cloth, which must be fastened by means of a needle and thread. Lastly, the cloth must be covered with a thick coat of oil paint. In this manner, many pieces of wire, each of about 20 or 30 feet in length, may be prepared, which may afterwards be joined together, so as to form one continued metallic communication. But care must be taken to secure the places where the pieces are joined, which is most readily done by wrapping a piece of oil silk over the painted cloth and binding it with thread. When a long wire has been thus made out of the various short pieces, let one end of it be formed into a ring, and to the other adapt a small brass ball. Through the wires so prepared the flask of inflammable air was always exploded, and whenever the discharge was passed through a flask of common air, a spark was seen, and by sending a number of such sparks at different intervals of time, according to a settled plan, any sort of intelligence might be conveyed instantaneously from the place in which the operator stands to the other place in which the flask is situated, with respect to the greatest distance to which such communication might be extended. Concludes Cavallo, I can only say that I never tried the experiment with a wire of communication longer than about 250 feet. But from the results of those experiments, and from the analogy of other facts, I am led to believe that the above-mentioned sort of communication might be extended to 2 or 3 miles, and probably to a much greater distance. 1795-8, Salve's Telegraph. Of all the pioneers of the electric telegraph in the last century, Don Francisco Salva of Barcelona deserves the most honorable mention, as well for the extent and completeness of his designs as for the zeal and intelligence with which he carried them out. His proposals are described with great clearness in a memoir which he read before the Academy of Sciences, Barcelona, December 1st, 179, and from which we cannot do better than make some extracts. If, he says, there were a wire from this city to Mataro, and another from Mataro back, and a man were there to take hold of the ends, we might, with a Leyden jar, give him a shock from this end, and so advise him of any matter previously agreed on, such as a friend's death. But this is not enough, as if electricity is to be of any use in telegraphy, it must be capable of communicating every kind of information whatsoever. It must, in a word, be able to speak. This is happily of no great difficulty. With 22 letters, or even with 18, we can express with sufficient precision every word in the language, and thus, with 44 wires from Mataro to Barcelona, 22 men there, each to take hold of a pair of wires, and 22 charge Leyden jars here, we could speak with Mataro, each man there representing a letter of the alphabet and giving of many of its learned men, including Lesage, Rios, and other well-known electricians. Besides being an able electrician, Salvi was a distinguished physician and ardently promoted the cause of vaccination in Spain. He died February 13th, 1828. See Saavedra's biography in the Revista de Telegrafos for 1876. Notice when he felt a shock. Let us suppose that those receive shocks who represent the letters Pedro. We shall then have transmitted the word Pedro. All this is within the limits of possibility, but let us see if it cannot be simplified. It is not necessary to keep 22 men at Mataro, nor 22 Leyden jars at Barcelona, if we fix the ends of each pair of the wires in such a way that 1 or 2 men may be able to discriminate the synchys. In this way, 6 or 8 jars at each end would suffice for intercommunication, for of course full as many, if not greater, objections will probably operate against every contrivance where electricity shall be used as a vehicle of information. The velocity, vrith, which this fluid passes where the conductors are tolerably perfect, and also that it may be made to pass through water to a very great distance when it forms part of the circuit, are properties which appear to have given rise to the idea of using it as a means of correspondence. I have never even heard it mentioned that an alarm may be given to a very great distance by firing a pistol charged with inflammable air, which explodes by the smallest spark of electricity, but the further communication could only be maintained by a certain number of shocks being the preconcerted signal of each letter, and requires that the man who receives the intelligence should remain constantly in the circuit of the electric fluid. The whole success of the experiment would likewise depend on an apparatus liable to an infinite number of accidents, scarce in the power of human foresight to guard against. Essay on the different modes of communication by signals, London, 1797. We shall meet with other examples further on. Mataro can as easily speak with Barcelona as Barcelona with Mataro. It appears, however, little short of impossible to erect and maintain so many wires, for even with the loftiest and most inaccessible supports, boys would manage to injure them. But as it is not necessary to keep them very far apart, they can be rolled together in one strong cable and placed at a great height. In the first trials made with a cable of this kind, I covered each wire with paper, coated with pitch, or some other idioelectric substance, then, tying them together, I bound the whole with more paper, which effectually prevented any lateral escape of the electricity. In practice, the wire cable could be laid in subterranean tubes, which, for greater insulation, should be covered with 1 or 2 coats of resin. In selecting Barcelona and Mataro, distant about 13 miles, Salve did not imply that this was the limit at which his telegraph would be practicable. On the contrary, he thought it very probable that the distance at which the electric discharge would be effective was proportional to the number of jars, and therefore that with a large battery telegraphic communication may be established between Barcelona and Madrid, and even between places 100 or more leagues apart. After showing the superiority of an electric telegraph over the optical semaphore system then in use, he lays special stress on the advantages of the former as regards communication between places separated by the sea, and adds, "In no place can the electric telegraph wires be better deposited. It is not impossible to construct or protect the cables with their 22 view pairs of wires, so as to render them impervious to the water. At the bottom of the sea, their bed would be ready-made for them, and it would be an extraordinary casualty indeed that should disturb them." Showed how the water of the Thames may be made to form part of the circuit of a Leyden jar, and this makes us consider whether it would not suffice for our telegraph to lay a cable of 22 wires only across the sea, and to use the water of the latter in place of the 22 return wires. In the experiments with which Salve illustrated his paper, he indicated the letters in a way which, by some strange mistake, has always been ascribed to Reusser. The 17 essential letters of the alphabet, for he omitted those little used, or whose power could be represented by others, were cut out of parallel strips of tin foil, pasted on bits of glass, after the fashion of spangled panes, and to the ends of each piece of tin foil were attached the extremities of the corresponding pair of wires. All T5 wires were bound up in 2 cables, which were prepared in the way before described, the outgoing wires being collected in one cable, and the return wires in the other, to indicate a letter. A, for example, It was only necessary to take the ends of the corresponding pair of wires and connect one end with the outer, and the other with the inner coating of a charged jar. Immediately on thus completing the circuit, the observer, at the other end of the cable, heard the noise of the spark and saw it illuminate the letter A in its passage across the breaks in the tin foil. From 1796 to 1799, Salved resided at Madrid, having been invited by the Academy of Sciences of that capital to engage in some experiments of great public interest. There he had the entry of all the salons and was courted by everybody of consideration, amongst the rest, by the Infante Don Antonio, who appears to have assisted him in perfecting his telegraph. The favorite Godoy Principes was another good friend to whom Salva was indebted for an introduction to the King Charles IV, as we learn from the following paragraph in the Gaceta de Madrid, November 29, 1796. The Prince of Peace, who testifies the most laudable zeal for the progress of the sciences, understanding that Dr. Francisco Salved had read at the Academy of Sciences at Barcelona a memoir on the application of electricity to the telegraph, and presented at the same time an electrical telegraph of his own invention, requested to examine the apparatus himself. Satisfied with the exactness and celerity with which communications may be made by its means, he introduced the doctor to the King of Spain. The Prince of Peace afterwards, in the presence of their majesties and the whole court, made some communications with this telegraph, completely to their satisfaction. The Infante Don Antonio proposes to have one of them of the most complete construction, which shall possess power sufficient to communicate between the greatest distances by land or sea. With this view, His Highness has ordered the construction of an electrical machine, the cylinder of which is to be more than 40 inches in diameter. He intends, as soon as it is finished, to undertake a series of curious and useful experiments in conjunction with Dr. Salved. This is an employment worthy of a great prince. An account of the results will be given to the public in due course. Notwithstanding this promise, the subject is not again referred to in any succeeding number of the Gesta, but according to Dr. Balcells, the friend of Salved, a modification of his telegraph, which required only one wire, was actually constructed in 1798 between Madrid and Aranjuez, a distance of about 26 miles. Adolf Gauss and Weber's Resultat and C for 1837, there is a note of Humboldt's in which he refers to this line, but credits it to Betancourt, a French engineer. This is clearly a mistake, into which the great traveler might have been led by the probable fact that an engineer of that name was employed to superintend the work, a supposition which is likely enough seeing the greatness of the undertaking. Dr. Balcells, whose evidence as just quoted should be conclusive on this point, says further that the remains of Salva's telegraph, which at first were destined for Don Antonio's museum, were presented in 1824 to the College of Pharmacy of San Fernando, of which he, Balcells, was then the adjutant. Chapter 5. Telegraphs based on static or frictional electricity continued. Telegraphs based on static or frictional electricity continued. 1802, Alexander's telegraph. 25 years ago, in the course of a research amongst the Imperial Archives at Paris, M.P. Edouard Gerspach of the French Telegraph Administration discovered some documents which, in our eyes, are of exceeding value, as establishing for La Belle France the honor of the invention of the first step-by-step, or ABC telegraphs. These papers were embodied by M. Gerspach in a memoir for the Annales 75 Graphiques for March-April 1859, to which we are indebted for much of what follows in this article. Jean Alexandre was born at Paris, the natural son, it is said, of Jean-Jacques Rousseau. He had the education of a mechanic, some say of a physician, but his actual career was truly a faithful image of the troublous times in which he lived. In 1787, he was at Poitiers, following the trade of gilder, and as he had a fine voice, he sang in the churches, which added somewhat to his slender emoluments. But soon the revolution came to Poitiers and swept away the clientele of the poor gilder and carver. He went to Paris, and there maintained himself for a while by singing in the choir of St. Sulpice. But the revolutionary tide followed him and closed the doors of St. Sulpice. as of all the other churches, leaving Alexander high and dry again, without the means of subsistence. Feeling there was nothing else to be done, he now took to politics, and after the manner of the time, soon found himself president of a section of the Luxembourg Club, and later on, a deputy of the convention. This latter honor, however, his simple manners made him decline. But greater still were yet in store, and as he was preparing to return to his workshop at Poitiers, the government sent him thither, but with the exalted rank of Commissary General of War. Later on, he was promoted to be chief of the military division of Lyons, where he had to organize an army of 80 men. With the title of chief agent of the Army of the West, he next went to Angers, where from the 42 departments that were under his orders, he had to raise another army of 200 men. With all this greatness, he still was not happy. He yearned for a quiet life, a feeling which seems to have grown daily stronger with him, until, at last becoming irresistible, he quitted honors and politics, and returned to his home at Poitiers, as poor as he had left it, a fact, by the way, which speaks volumes for the integrity of his character. Here we find him, in 1802, producing his Eugraphie in time, or secret telegraph. He wrote to Chaptal, Minister of the Interior, acquainting him briefly with the discovery, and asking assistance to enable him to go to Paris and exhibit his machine to the government. The minister asked, and naturally, in the first place, for full particulars and plans of the apparatus, but Alexandre declined to divulge his secret and addressed himself next to Cauchon, prefect of Vienne, offering to make an experiment before him. The prefect, agreeably impressed with the conversation of the inventor, whose quick and vigorous imagination he found to contrast singularly with the simplicity of his demeanor, granted his request, and accordingly on the 13th Brumaire, Year X, early in 1802, he went, accompanied by the chief engineer of the department, to Alexandre's house. The experiments were crowned with unhoped-for success, and the prefect drew up a report for the minister Chaptal, of which the following is the substance. We were conducted into a room on the ground floor, in the center of which we found a box nearly a meter high, and about 30 centimeters broad and deep. This box was surmounted by a dial, around which were traced all the letters of the alphabet. A well-poised needle or pointer traveled round the circle at the will of a distant and invisible agent, and stopped over such letters as composed the words that he wished to communicate. The completion of each word and phrase was indicated by an entire revolution of the pointer, which, in its normal state of rest, always occupied a certain determined position corresponding, no doubt, to our zero. A correspondence was established between the Yiddish-Danti agent and ourselves, and the success was all that we could desire. The dial repeated exactly all the phrases that we had dictated, and the Yiddish-Danti agent added some from himself, which we had no difficulty in understanding. On asking why the second box was situated in an upper story, about 15 meters distant, instead of being placed on the same level as the first, the inventor replied that it was to show that difference of level had no effect on its action, and that the conductors could in every case go up and down, and adapt themselves to the inequalities of the ground. We understood without, however, his distinctly saying so, that the author derives his power usage from some fluid, either electric or magnetic. He told us that in the course of experiment, he had met with a strange matter or power of which until then he had been ignorant, which he was almost tempted to believe is generally diffused and forms, in some sort, the soul of the universe. That he had discovered the means of utilizing the effects of this power so as to make them conduce to the success of his machine, and that he was certain of being able to propagate them with the celerity of light, and to any distance that may be required. In concluding this report on the invention, which the prefect characterized as a work of genius, he urged that Alexandre should be called to Paris, at the expense of the state. In order that he may repeat his experiments under the eyes of the government, the minister Chaptal did not, however, regard the discovery at all so favorably, evidently imagining it to be a telegraph of the chap, or semaphore kind, and wrote to the inventor's agent declining to have anything to do with him. Such a rebuff would have acted as a quietus to ordinary people, but inventors are proverbially a tenacious race. Alexandre was an inventor, and firm in his convictions, he quitted Poitiers, and in hopes of better fortune, betook himself to Tours. There, at his invitation, General Pomerel, prefect of the department of the Indre-et-Loire, and the mayor and officers of the city of Tours assembled at his house to assist at a public trial of the apparatus. As before, one of the machines was on the ground floor and the other on the first story, separated from the lower room by an antechamber and a small court. The prefect dictated the phrase, "Genius knows no limits," which was transmitted to the distant end, and thence returned with all the success imaginable. The next phrase, "There are no longer miracles," was repeated with the same result, and many others followed, in which all the words were reproduced by the machines, letter for letter, with the greatest exactness. All these experiments, conclusive as they were, had nevertheless little effect in advancing Alexander's interests. They drew on him the commendations of the multitude, made his name known, but contributed nothing towards the attainment of his end, which was Paris, and the patronage of the first consul, to whom only would he confide his secret. Having no money for the further prosecution of his plans, he now entered into partnership with a M. Bouvet, who was to supply all sums necessary, and to receive in return a quarter of the profits of the enterprise, Alexander keeping to himself the secret of his invention until he had netted 60 francs by its exploitation, after which it was to become joint property. No sooner were these terms concluded than Bouvet, provided with the official accounts of the experiments at Poitiers and Tours, addressed himself to Napoleon and solicited the honor of a trial in his apartments, and in his presence alone. Napoleon, perhaps smelling gunpowder, declined the meeting, but referred the papers to Delambre, the illustrious academician and astronomer, who, some weeks later, returned a report, of which the following is a free translation. Report of Citizen Delambre on the secret telegraph of Citizen Alexandre, submitted to the first consul by Citizen Bouvet, Paris, 10 Fructidor and X. The papers which the first consul has caused me to examine do not contain sufficient details to enable me to form an opinion, nor, after the 2 interviews that I have had with Citizen Bouvet, am I able to do more than offer the merest conjectures on the advantages and disadvantages of the secret telegraph. Citizen Bouvet knows the secret of Citizen Alexandre, but he has promised to impart it to no one but the first consul himself. This circumstance must make any report from me valueless, for how can one judge of a machine which one has neither seen nor understand? All that we know is that this telegraph is composed of 2 similar boxes, each having a dial, round whose face are marked all the letters of the alphabet. By means of a winch, or handle, the pointer of one dial is moved to any desired letter or letters, and, at the same instant, the pointer of the other dial repeats the same movements, and in exactly the same order. When these 2 boxes are placed in 2 separate apartments, 2 persons can write and reply without seeing each other, and without being seen, and in such a way that no one can doubt the correspondence, which, moreover, can be carried on at any time, as neither night nor fogs can intercept the transmission. By means of this telegraph, the governor of a besieged place could carry on a secret and continuous correspondence with a person 4 or 5 leagues distant, or even at any distance, and communication can be established between the 2 boxes as readily as one can hang a bell you on poserait, you mouvement de sonnet, in presence of the prefects and mayors of the respective places, and the official reports of these functionaries attest that the results were completely successful. Now, the inventor and his associate ask, either that the first consul will be pleased to permit of one of the boxes being placed in his apartment, and the other in that of the consul Cambatixeries, so as to give to their experiments all the mat and authenticity possible, or that he will accord an audience of 10 minutes to Citizen Bouvet, who will then communicate to him the secret of the telegraph, which is so simple that the bare description will be equivalent to a practical demonstration. They add that the idea is so natural as to leave little room to fear that it will ever occur to any savant sick. It is said, however, that Citizen Montgolfier divined it after some hours' reflection on a description of the apparatus which was given to him. After this statement, which is the substance of my conversations with Citizen Bouvet, a very few I.O. of the year 1837 or 117 remarks must suffice. If As one would be inclined to believe from the comparison with bell hanging, the means employed comprised wheels, levers, and such like. The invention would not be very surprising. And one could easily imagine the practical difficulties that would be encountered as soon as it was attempted to employ it over distances of several leagues. If, on the contrary, as the official report from Poitiers seems to show, the means of communication is a fluid, a natural force, the inventor deserves much more credit for having discovered how to utilize it, so as to produce at any distance effects so regular and so unfailing. But then one may demand, what guarantee have we for these effects? Neither the experiments at Poitiers, nor those at Tours, in which the distance was only a few meters, supply it. No more would the proposed experiment between the chambers of the first and second consoles. So long as the motive power remains a secret, one can never vouch for more than what one sees. And it will be entirely wrong to conclude from the success of an experiment on a small scale that like results will be obtained over more considerable distances. If the effect is only attainable at a distance of some few meters, the machine ought to be sent to the scientific toy shops. If Citizen Beauvais, who offers to defray the expenses of an experiment, had proposed to carry it out in presence of commissioners appointed for the purpose, there could be no objection to granting his request, for, although an experiment on a small scale would not be very conclusive, still it would enable us to see what might be hoped from a trial of a grander and more expensive kind. But Citizen Beauvais, without expressly declining a commission, desires, in the first place, to secure the testimony and approbation of the first consul. It only remains, then, for the first consul to say whether, in view of the little chance of success attaching to an invention so little proved, and announced as so marvelous, he will spare a few moments for the examination of a discovery of an artist, who is described as one as full of genius as he is devoid of scientific learning and of fortune. He makes a secret of his discovery, and I ought to judge it with severity, and according to the laws of probability. But the limits of the probable are not those of the possible, and Citizen Alexandre must be sure of his facts, since he offers to expose all to the first consul. It, therefore, only remains for me to hope that the first consul will grant him an audience, and that, in the sequel, he will have reason to welcome the inventor and recompense worthily the author. Delambre. With this most interesting document ends the story of the secret telegraph. In 1806, Alexandre was at Bordeaux, taking out a patent for a machine for filtering the water of the Garonne, for supplying the city. But although the authorities seem to have afforded him every facility towards the accomplishment of his scheme, it was never carried out through want of money. We next hear of him in 1831, when he submitted to the king, Louis Philippe, a project for steering balloons. He died soon after at Angoulême, leaving a widow, who died in 1833, at Poitiers in extreme want. Such is the sad story, as told by M. Gersbach, of one who must be regarded as a veritable pioneer in electric telegraphy. For although Alexandre chose to surround his invention with an air of mystery, and preserved only too faithfully the secret of its action, we believe that he had, in effect, constructed a telegraph of the ABC sort, with static electricity as his motive power. Some writers, however, regard his apparatus, like that of Comus, as only another instance of the sympathetic needle telegraph, and seek to explain its action somewhat after the manner figured and described by Guyot. But there seems to us to be two very good reasons against this theory. First, the impossibility of carrying out any such deception in the apartments of the two consuls. And second, the character of Napoleon, who, as all the world knows, was not a man to be trifled with. The suspicion of Delambre that it partook of the nature of a mechanical telegraph we consider equally disproved by the words of the Prods-verbal from Poitiers. He told us that, in the course of experiment, he had met with a strange matter or power of which until then he had been ignorant, which he was almost tempted to believe is generally diffused, and forms in some sort the soul of the universe. That he had discovered the means of utilizing the effects of this power so as to make them conduce to the success of his machine, and that he was certain of being able to propagate them with the celerity of light, and to any distance that may be required, Surely a mechanician would not speak thus of a combination of ropes, wheels, and pulleys. Although once upon a time Archimedes glorified the power of the lever, when he said that by its means he could move the world, no Archimedes of our day would be so extravagant as to call the same power, mighty as it is, the soul of the universe. On the other hand, the language just quoted would apply very well to electricity. Thales called it a spirit. Otto Guericke thought it controlled the revolution of the moon round the earth, and Stephen Gray that of the planets around the sun. Franklin showed its identity with lightning. John Wesley regarded it as an universal healer, and Galvani had just confounded it with life. Well then, might Alexander be excused for calling it the soul of the universe? Let us recollect that while he was still a young man, the invention of the Chap semaphore and its wonderful performances were the theme of daily conversation, and that rival plans were being frequently started, some semaphores more or less like chappies and for night as well as day service, some based on the properties of acoustics, as those of Gotha and Count Rumford, and some again, as we have seen in these pages, on those of electricity. What more natural, then, than that Alexandre, a clever mechanician and a man of a quick and vigorous imagination, should invent an electric telegraph? Now, let us regard the apparatus as described by M.E. Cauchon in connection with the half-admission that electricity was its basis, and that it was operated by a winch or handle, as mentioned by Delambre. Do not this handle, the box, the dial on the top, and the conductor recall the telegraph of Le Monde, which was the wonder of Paris in 1787, and which has been already described in these pages. The dial of Alexandria, it is true, is an immense improvement on the pith ball indicator of Le Monde, but that the dial, too, had its prototype in the synchronous clockwork dial with which Chap essayed an electric telegraph in 1790, and which, no doubt, was equally well known as the machine of Le Monde. Indeed, the inference to us seems irresistible that Alexander took Le Monde's and Chap's contrivances as his basis, and built upon them his own improvements. The only point that remains for consideration is how did the working, revolving, of the handle actuate the pointers? The explanation to our mind is not far to seek. Given an electrical machine inside the box, and a train of wheels behind the dial, and in gear with the pointer, and it would be easy for a clever mechanician to make the repulsion of a sort of pithball electrometer acting also as a pawl against a discharging surface and its subsequent collapse. Give motion of a step-by-step character to the wheels, and through them to the pointer. The prime conductors of both machines would, under our supposition, be connected by a wire, and thus the movements of one pointer would be synchronous with those of the other. Some writers, as Tizan and Berrio, think it likely that Alexandre used the electricity of the pile, then newly discovered by Volta, but the use of a handle is as fatal to such an assumption, as it is favorable to that of an electrical machine being the prima mobile. 1806-14. Ralph Wedgwood's Telegraph. The next proposal of a telegraph based, presumably on static or frictional electricity, is due to a member of the Wedgwood family. Ralph Wedgwood was born in 1766 and was brought up by his father at Etruria, where he received much valuable aid in chemistry and Sion from his distinguished relative Josiah. He afterwards carried on business as a potter under the style of Wedgwood and Company at the Hill Works, Burslem, but was ruined through losses during the war after a short and unsatisfactory partnership with Messrs. Tomlinson and Company of Ferrybridge, Yorkshire. He removed to Bransford near Worcester, where he issued prospectuses for teaching chemistry at schools. Thence, in 1803, he moved to London, traveling in a carriage of his own constructing, which he described as a long coach to get out behind, and on grasshopper springs, now used by all the males. He appears to have early shown a genius for inventing, and while yet at Bransford had perfected many useful contrivances, amongst them a penopelograph for writing with a number of pens attached to one handle, and a pocket secretary, since better known as the manifold writer. On coming to London, he found that the first mentioned apparatus had already been invented by another person, but the second proving to be new. He patented as an apparatus for producing duplicates of writing, In 1806, he established himself at Charing Cross, and soon after turned his attention to the construction of an electric telegraph, the first suggestions of which he seems to have obtained from his father. In 1814, having perfected his plans, he submitted them to Lord Castlereagh at the Admiralty, and after a proper interval his son, Ralph, waited on his lordship to learn his views with regard to the new invention. He was dismissed with the assurance that the war being at an end and money scarce, the old system, tough-shutter semaphores, was sufficient for the country. These chilling words appear to have been stereotyped, ready for use. As we shall see in the course of our history, they were the identical missiles with which a wearied and perhaps worried bureaucracy repulsed other telegraph inventors, as Sharp and Ronalds, Porter and Alexander T., and goodness knows how many others besides. They certainly were the death of Wedgwood's telegraph, for he dropped it in disgust, leaving on record only a few words as to its uses and advantages, precisely such as we find them today. These show such an appreciation of the value of the electric telegraph that we feel certain his own invention was of no mean order, and we must ever regret, therefore, that he has left us nothing as to its construction or mode of action. His remarks are contained in a pamphlet dated May 29th, 1815, and as they are all that we have on our subject, we shall quote them entire. A modification of the stylographic principle proposed for the adoption of Parliament. In lieu of telegraphs, viz., the Folguri polygraph, which admits of writing in several distant places at one and the same time, and by the agency of two persons only. This invention is founded on the capacity of electricity to produce motion in the act of acquiring an equilibrium, which motion by the aid of machinery is made to distribute matter at the extremities of any given course, and the matter so distributed being variously modified in correspondence with the letters of the alphabet, and communicable in rapid succession at the will of the operator, it is obvious that writing at immense distances hereby becomes practicable. And further, as lines of communication can be multiplied from any given point, and those lines affected by one and the same application of the electric matter, it is evident from hence also that facsimiles of a dispatch, written, as for instance, in London, may with facility be written also in Plymouth, Dover, Hull, Leith, Liverpool, and Bristol, or any other place by the same person and by one and the same act. Whilst this invention proposes to remove the usual imperfections and impediments of telegraphs, it gives the rapidity of lighting to correspondence when and wherever we wish, and renders null the principal disadvantages of distance to correspondence. Independent of the advantages which this invention offers to government, it is also susceptible of much utility to the public at large, inasmuch as the offices which might be constructed for the purposes of this invention might be let to individuals by the hour for private uses, by which means the machinery might be at all times fully occupied, and the private uses which could thus be made of this invention might be applied towards refunding the expenses of the institution and also for increasing the revenue. Innumerable are the instances wherein such an invention may be beneficially applied in this country, more especially at a time when her distinguished situation in the political, commercial, and moral world has made her the central point of nations and the great bond of their union. To the seat of her government, therefore, it must be highly desirable to effect the most speedy and certain communication from every quarter of the world, whilst it would at any moment there concentrate instantaneous intelligence of the situation of each and every principal part of the nation, as well as of each and every branch of its various departments. In communicating the above extract to the Commercial Magazine for December 1846, Mr. W.R. Wedgwood thus urges the claims of his father to a share in the discovery of the electric telegraph. It may be asked, why did not Mr. Ralph Wedgwood carry his invention into practical application? The answer is very obvious. Railways were not then in existence, and the connecting medium required an uninterrupted course, such as railways alone afford. Such an invention also required the assistance either of government or a powerful company, the scheme being too gigantic for an individual to work. The inventor, then, it will be perceived, did all that was possible to bring the discovery into practical use, for in the first instance he offered it to the government, who refused it, and as it was for the benefit of the nation. He then made public his scheme of an electric telegraph in the manner quoted from his pamphlet. 1816. Ronald Telegraph. This ingenious contrivance belongs to the synchronous class of telegraphs, of which we have already seen two other examples, viz. Chap, 1790, and Alexandra, 1802. It is in fact only the realization of Chap's idea. Sir Francis, then Mr. Ronalds, took up the subject of telegraphy in 1816, and pursued it very ardently for some years, until, like Wedgwood, disgusted with the apathetic conduct of the government, he dropped the matter, and, more in sorrow than in anger, took leave of a science which, as he says, was up to that time a favorite source of amusement. Fortunately for the science, he returned to his old love in later years, and, dying August 8, 1873, left us a grand legacy in the Ronalds Library. In 1823, he published a thin octavo volume, entitled Descriptions of an Electrical Telegraph and of some other electrical apparatus, and in 1871, the original work having become very scarce, he issued a reprint of the part relating to his telegraph. From this, in accordance with our rule of consulting, when possible, original sources, we extract the following account. The drawings with which our subject is illustrated have been reduced on stone from the original copper plates which were engraved from Ronald's own sketches in 1823. Ronalds begins by saying, some German and American savants first projected galvanic, or voltaic, telegraphs by the decomposition of water and sea, but the other core staticock form of the fluid appeared to me to afford the most accurate and practicable means of conveying intelligence. And in the summer of 1816, I amused myself by wasting, I fear, a great deal of time, and no small expenditure, in trying to prove, by experiments on a much more extensive scale than had hitherto been adopted, the validity of a project of this kind. These experiments were carried out on a lawn or grass plot, adjoining his residence at Hammersmith, and as, of course, it was impossible to lay out in a straight line a great length of wire in such a situation, he had recourse to the following expedient. 2 strong frames of wood, see frontispiece, were erected at a distance of 20 yards from each other, and to each were fixed 19 horizontal bars. To each of the latter, and at a few inches apart, were attached 37 hooks, from which depended as many silken loops. Through these loops was passed a small iron wire, which, going from one frame to the other, and making its inflections at the points of support, formed one continuous length of more than 8 miles. When a Canton's pith ball electrometer was connected with each extremity of this wire, and it was charged by a Leyden jar, the balls of both electrometers appeared to diverge at exactly the same moment. And when the wire was discharged, by being touched with the hand, they both collapsed as suddenly and, as it appeared, as simultaneously, when any person took a shock through the whole length of wire. And the shock was compelled to pass also through 2 insulated inflammable air pistols, one connected with each end of the wire. The shock and explosion seemed to occur at the same instant when the spark was passed through 2 gas pistols. And anyone closed his eyes, it was impossible for him to distinguish more than one explosion, although both pistols were, of course, fired. Sometimes one and sometimes both pistols were feebly charged with gas, but nobody, whose back W pound is turned, could tell from the report, except by mere chance, whether one or both were exploded. Thus, then, 3 of the senses, viz., sight, feeling, and hearing, seemed to receive absolute conviction of the instantaneous transmission of electric signs through the pistols, the 8 miles of wire, and the body of the experimenter. Accepting these experiments as conclusive of the practicability of an electric telegraph, Ronalds next sought out the best means of establishing a communication between any 2 distant points, and, after trying a number of ways, at last adopted the following dixitmam as being the most convenient. A trench was dug in the garden 525 feet in length and 4 feet deep. In it was laid a trough of wood 2 inches square and well lined inside and out with pitch. In the trough, thick glass tubes were placed, through which finally the wire of brass and copper was drawn. The trough was then covered with strips of wood, previously smeared with hot pitch, and after painting with the same material the joints so as to make assurance doubly sure, the trench was filled in with earth. Plate 1. Figure I represents a section of this trough, tube, and wire. It will be seen that the different lengths of tube A, B, C did not touch, but that at each joint, or rather interval, other short tubes or ferrules, D, you were placed of just sufficient diameter to admit the ends of the long ones, together with a little soft wax. This arrangement effectually excluded any moisture, and yet left the parts free to expand and contract with variations of temperature. The apparatus for indicating the signals and its modus operandi are thus described. A light circular brass plate. The figure, divided into 20 equal parts, was fixed upon the seconds arbor of a clock which beat dead seconds. Each division bore a figure, letter, and a preparatory sign. The figures were divided into 2 series from I to 10, and the letters were arranged alphabetically, leaving out J, Q, U, W, X, and Z as of little use. In front of this disc was fixed another brass plate. The figure, capable of being occasionally revolved by the hand round its center, this plate had an aperture of such dimensions that, whilst the first disc, the figure, was carried round by the motion of the clock, only one set of letter, figure, and preparatory sign could be seen, as shown in the figure. In front of this pair of plates was suspended a Canton's pith ball electrometer, B, the figure, from an insulated wire, C, which communicated with a cylindrical machine, D, of only 6 inches diameter on one side, and with the line wire, E, insulated and buried in the way just described on the other. Another electrical machine and clock, furnished with an electrometer and plates being connected to the other end of the line in precisely the same way, it is easy to see that when the wire was charged by the machine at either end, the balls of the electrometers at both ends divert, and that when the wire was discharged at either station, both pairs of balls collapsed at the same time. Whenever, therefore, the wire was discharged at the moment that a given letter, figure, and sign of one clock appeared in view through the aperture, the same letter, figure, and sign appeared also in view at the other clock. And thus, by discharging the line at one end, and by noting down whatever appeared in view at every collapse of the pith balls at the other, any required words could be spelt by the use of a telegraphic dictionary, the construction of which is explained at pages 8 and 9 of Ronald's little treatise. Words and even whole sentences could be intimated by only 3 discharges, which could be effected in the shortest time in 9 seconds, and in the longest in 90 seconds, making a mean of 54 seconds. Whenever it was necessary to distinguish the preparatory signs from the figures and letters, a higher charge than usual was given to the wire, which made the pith balls diverge more widely, and it was always understood that the first sign, viz. Prepare, was intended when that word, the letter A, and the figure I were in view at the sender's clock. Should therefore the receiver's clock not exhibit the same sign, in consequence of its having gained or lost some seconds, he noted the difference and turned his outer plate. The figure through as many spaces, either to the right or left, as the occasion required, the sender all the while repeating the signal, prepare. As soon as the receiver had adjusted his apparatus, he intimated the fact by A discharging the wire at the moment when the word ready appeared through the opening. In order to indicate when letters were meant, when plain figures, and when code figures referring to words and sentences in the dictionary, suitable preparatory signs were made beforehand as note letters, note figures, and dictionary. Other preparatory signs of frequent use were marked on the dials, and were designated in the same manner whenever required. The gas pistol F, plate 2, which passed through the side of the clock case G, was furnished with a kind of 134 history of electric telegraphy discharging rod, H, by means of which a spark might pass through and explode it when the sender made the SVE prepare. This obviated the necessity of constant watching on the part of the attendant, which was found so irksome in the semaphores of those days. By a slight turn of the handle, I, the attendant, could break the connection between the line wire and the pistol, and so put his apparatus into a condition to receive. Midway between the ends of the wire was placed the contrivance KK, by which its continuity could be broken at pleasure for the purpose of ascertaining which half had sustained the injury, or if both had. It is seen that the two sides of the wire were led up into the case and terminated in two clasps, L and M, which were connected by the metal crosspiece and carrying a pair of pith balls. By detaching this wire from the clasp L, whilst it still remained in contact with M or vice versa, it could at once be seen which half of the wire did not allow the balls to diverge, and consequently, which half was damaged, or if both were. One of the stations of this miniature telegraph was in a room over a stable, and the other in a tool house at the end of the garden, the connecting wire being laid under the gravel walk. Having made a large number of experiments with this line, and having thoroughly proved the practicability of his invention, Ronalds decided upon bringing it to the notice of the government. This he did on the 10th of July, 1816, in a letter addressed to Lord Melville, the First Lord of the Admiralty, as follows. Upper Mall, Hammersmithly, July the 2nd, 1860. Mr. Ronalds presents his respectful compliments to Lord Melville, and takes the liberty of soliciting his lordship's attention to a mode of conveying telegraphic intelligence with great rapidity, accuracy, and certainty, in all states of the atmosphere, either at night or in the day, and at small expense, which has occurred to him whilst pursuing some electrical experiments. Having been at some pains to ascertain the practicability of the scheme, it appears to Mr. Ronalds, and to a few gentlemen by whom it has been examined, to possess several important advantages over any species of telegraph hitherto invented, and he would be much gratified by an opportunity of demonstrating those advantages to Lord Melville by an experiment which he has no doubt would be deemed decisive. If it should be perfectly agreeable and consistent with his lordship's engagements to the special loan collection of scientific apparatus, South Kensington Museum, 1876. And at the late electrical exhibitions in Paris and London, Crystal Palace. They were also shown in the British section of the Vienna exhibition last year. Honor Mr. Ronalds with a call, or he would be very happy to explain more particularly the nature of the contrivance if Lord Melville could conveniently oblige him by appointing an interview. Lord Melville was obliging enough in reply to this communication. To our Fequist, his private secretary, Mr. Hay, to see Ronalds on the subject, but before an interview could be arranged, and while the nature of the invention was yet a secret, except to Lord Henniker, Dr. Rees, Mr. Brand, and a few particular friends, an intimation was received from Mr. Barrow, the Secretary of the Admiralty, to the effect that telegraphs of any kind were then wholly unnecessary, and that no other than the one then in use, the old semaphores of Murray and Popham, would be adopted. This much quoted and now historic communique ran as follows. Mr. Barrow presents his compliments to Mr. Ronalds and acquaints him with reference to his note of the 3rd inst. That telegraphs of any kind are now wholly unnecessary, and that no other than the one now in use will be adopted. In reference to this correspondence, Ronalds says, I felt very little disappointment and not a shadow of resentment on the occasion, because everyone knows that telegraphs have long been great bores at the Admiralty. Should they again become necessary, however, perhaps electricity and electricians may be indulged by his lordship and Mr. Barrow, with an opportunity of proving what they are capable of in this way. I claim no indulgence for mere chimeras and chimera framers, and I hope to escape the fate of being ranked in that unenviable class. Ronalds will always occupy a high position in the history of the telegraph, not only on account of the excellence and completeness of his invention, but also for the ardor with which he pursued his experiments and endeavored to bring them to the notice of his countrymen. Had he worked in the days of railways and joint stock enterprise, there can be no doubt that his energy and skill would have triumphed over every obstacle, and he would have stood forth as the practical introducer of electric telegraphs. But he was a generation too soon. The world was not yet ready for him. His little brochure of 1823 is the first work ever published on the subject of electric telegraphy, and is so marvelously complete that it might almost serve as a textbook for students at the present day. In it, he proposes the establishment of telegraph offices throughout the kingdom, and points out some of the benefits which the government and public would derive from their existence. Why, he asks, has no serious trial yet been made of the qualifications of so diligent a courier? And if he should be proved competent to the task, Why should not our kings hold councils at Brighton with their ministers in Ireland? Why should not our government govern at Portsmouth almost as promptly as in Downing Street? Why should our defaulters escape by default of our foggy climate? And since our piteous inamorati are not all alpha, why should they add to the torments of absence those dilatory tormentors, pens, ink, paper, and posts? Let us have electrical conversation offices. Let us have electrical conversation offices. Communicating with each other all over the kingdom if we can, it would hardly be possible at the present day to describe more accurately the progress of electric telegraphy than in these characteristic sentences. We have electrical conversation offices all over the kingdom. The wires which connect Balmoral, Windsor, and Osborne with Downing Street enable Her Majesty to hold councils with her ministers in London at any moment. While the extensive system of Admiralty and War Office telegraphs enables the government to govern at Portsmouth and many places besides as promptly as in Downing Street. One of the very first results of the early telegraph was the capture of the Dowell, the Quaker murderer, and the curious ramification of police telegraphy in London, if not an absolute protection against our foggy climate, is at least a terror to those who might otherwise elude the grasp of the law. As for our piteous inamorati, it is perfectly well known that they use the wires as freely as most people, and that love telegrams are gradually taking the place of love letters. His underground wire was a fair specimen of what exists at the present day. We use iron or earthenware pipes in lieu of his wooden trough. But we are not very far in advance here, for he points out by way of anticipating possible objections to his plan, that cast iron troughs might be rendered as tight as gas pipes, should it be deemed desirable to employ. He did not recommend his glass tube insulators to the exclusion of all other methods, as for example that of cavallo by means of pitch and cloth. No person, says he, of competent experience in these matters, will doubt that either of them, or several other plans that might be chosen, would be efficient. But since accident and decay compose the lot of all inanimate as well as animated nature, let 2 or more sets of troughs, tubes, and wires be laid down, so that whilst one may be undergoing repair, the others may be ready for use. On the general question of conservancy, he says, to protect the wire from mischievously disposed persons, let the tubes be buried 6 feet below the surface of the middle of high roads, and let each tube take a different route to arrive at the same place. Could any number of rogues then open trenches 6 feet deep in 2 or more public high roads or streets, and get through 2 or more strong cast iron troughs in a less space of time than 40 minutes? For we shall presently see that they would be detected before the expiration of that time. If they could, render their difficulties greater by cutting the trench deeper, and should they still succeed in breaking the communication by these means. Hang them if you can catch them, damn them if you cannot, and mend it immediately in both cases. Should mischievous devils from the subterranean regions, these the cellars, attack my wire, condemn the houses belonging thereunto, which cannot easily escape detection by running away. Ronalds, however, proposed to rely upon other means than lynch law in maintaining his communications, and here again the telegraph engineers of the present day have followed out his ideas almost to the letter. He proposed to keep his wire constantly charged with electricity, then to have certain proving stations like that described on page 134 at frequent intervals along the line, and a staff of persons who would constantly watch the provers, and set out the moment that any indication of an interruption was given. Suitable situations for such proving stations he conceived to be post offices in towns and villages, turnpike gates, and the like. To put a simple case, we will imagine 20 proving stations established between London and Brighton, or any distance of 50 miles, only 4 persons employed, but not exclusively, to keep watch over them, and each watchman to have charge of 5 provers. It is evident that, were he to dwell at the center one of the 5, in order to examine the 2 on each side of it, he would have to ride only 4 miles and 8/10, which journey even our twopenny postboy can perform in something less than 40 minutes. And he would discover that the defect rested somewhere between 2 of the provers, a distance of 2 miles and 4/10. Let him report his discovery accordingly to the engineer, who may open the trench and the trough at mid-distance of this 2 miles and 4/10, make an experiment upon the wire itself similar to that of the provers, and, when he has discovered which half is defective, operate upon that half in the same way. Thus proceeding continually, he must arrive after 10 bisections within about 3 yards of the defect now. What are these innumerable flush boxes which are to be found everywhere in the streets of London and other large cities, but perverse of our underground telegraphic system? Most people are familiar with the snake-like coils of telegraph wires, which are every now and then laid bare in those curious apertures in the pavement, and the little clock face with a single handle, which is the invariable companion of the workman engaged in the hole. He is simply proving a wire which has been found faulty. Then, again, as regards overhead wires, what are the linemen stationed at certain intervals along the route of a trunk line, but the provers of the section, which it is their duty to traverse from time to time, working on either side of their station, precisely as Ronalds would have worked his sorry little twopenny post cove? We must not omit to mention that Ronalds clearly foresaw by the sheer force of reasoning the phenomenon of retardation of signals in buried wires, such as we find it today. Off his brochure, he says, "I do not contend, nor even admit, that an instantaneous discharge through a wire of unlimited extent would occur in all cases." And again, on that objection, which has seemed to most of those with whom I have conversed on the subject the least obvious, appears to me the most important. Therefore, I begin with it, viz. The probability that the electrical compensation, which would take place in a wire enclosed in glass tubes of many miles in length, the wire acting, as it were, like the interior coating to a battery, might amount to the retention of a charge, or at least might destroy the suddenness of a discharge, or, in other words, it might arrive at such a degree as to retain the charge with more or less force, even although the wire were brought into contact with the earth, referring to the difficulty that had been urged of keeping the wire charged with electricity. Ronald says on, "As to sufficiency, I had no dread of the charge of vanity in borrowing a boast from the great mechanic. Give me material enough, and I will electrify the world. The Harlem machine would probably in time electrify sufficiently for our purpose. A wire circumscribing the half of England, but we want to save time. Therefore, let us have a small steam engine to work a sufficient number of plates to charge batteries or reservoirs of such capacity as will charge the wire as suddenly as it may be discharged when the telegraph is at work. And when it is not at work, let the machine be still kept in gentle motion, to supply the loss of electricity by default of insulation, which default perhaps could not be 144 history of electric telegraphy avoided, because be the atmosphere ever so dry, and the glass insulators ever so perfect, conductors are, I believe, robbed of their electricity by the same 3 processes by which Sir Humphrey Davy and Mr. Leslie say that bodies are robbed of their sensible heat, viz., by radiation, by conduction, and by the motion of the particles of air, while freely admitting that electromagnetism was much better adapted to the purposes of telegraphy. Ronalds maintained to the last the practicability of his own plans. In a letter to Mr. Latimer Clark, dated Battle, 9th Dec, 1866, he thus writes, "Had the necessary steps been taken in 1816 to provide a tensional electric telegraph for government and general purposes, such an instrument might have been constructed and usefully employed, and might have been greatly improved after the so-called Oersted discovery. Do we not all know that an electrophorus of glass or resin will remain charged, even when both opposed metallic surfaces are in conducting communication? And can you not believe that my difficulty of discharging my wire was greater than that of preserving a charge? I could always supply as much electricity as might be wanted for any length of my telegraphic wire, and it did not fail, as many very respectable witnesses well know. I did not discharge the wire so much as to cause the electrometer balls to collapse. The threads merely vibrated sufficiently to designate a sign when the wire was touched by a rapid stroke." Chapter 6. Telegraphs based on static or frictional electricity. Continued telegraphs based on static or frictional electricity. Continued 1824. Egerton Smith's telegraph in the kaleidoscope, or literary scientific mirror, we find a paragraph in which the editor, Mr. Egerton Smith, suggests a telegraph, which resembles that of the anonymous Frenchman, 1782, or that of Salva, 179. In the mode of indicating the signals, and that of Lesage, 1782, in the mode of insulating the conducting wires. This paragraph, which was kindly pointed out to us by Mr. Latimer Clark, runs as follows. Amongst the numerous pleasing and ingenious philosophical recreations exhibited by Mr. Charles at the Theatre of Magic is the following beautiful electrical experiment. Mr. Charles presents to any of the company a musical tablet containing the names of 24 popular tunes. Any lady or gentleman then privately selects one tune, which is marked with a silver bodkin. The book or tablet is closed without having been seen by Mr. Charles. It is then placed near the stage on a music stand, which communicates with another stand stationed in the orchestra above, at the very extremity of the room, at least 30 yards from the former. On this other stand is fixed a musical tablet corresponding with that below. The connection between the two music books is made by means of 24 stationary wires, being the number of the tunes in each book. The musicians are directed to keep their eyes fixed upon the tablet in the orchestra, until at Mr. Charles's command an electrical shock passes from the lower to the upper music book, illuminating the tune which had been secretly selected. The musicians at this strange signal forthwith proceed to play this illuminated air, to the great astonishment of the audience. There can be no doubt that most rapid telegraphs might be constructed on this principle, especially to convey intelligence in the night. We will imagine a case which is perfectly practicable, although the trouble and expense attending the project would outbalance all its advantages. If by means of pipes underground a communication were formed between Liverpool and London, and throughout the length of this tube 24 metal wires, two were stretched, supported at intervals by non-conducting substances, one of each of the wires communicating with a letter of the alphabet, formed of metal foil, stationed at each extremity. If this were done, and it is quite practicable, we have little doubt that an express might be sent from Liverpool to London, and vice versa, in a minute or perhaps less. It would be necessary to have good chronometers in order that the parties might be on the lookout at the precise time, or nearly so. The communication on this plan would be letter by letter. The person sending the message would merely have to touch the metallic letters in succession with the electric fluid, which would instantly pass along the wire to the other extremity, where it would illuminate the corresponding letter. The communication would thus be made as fast as the operator could impart the shock. $182 moderator's telegraph. The following proposal of what may be called a physiological telegraph is extracted from the London Mechanics magazine for June 11, 1825. The electric telegraphs. Sir, there is, I think, in one of the numbers of the Spectator dated about 100 years ago, a passage tending to ridicule some projector of that day who had proposed to turn smoke into light and light into glory. This early idea of gas light, to which it seems plainly to refer, was received as an idle dream and is only preserved to us like straws in amber by the wit and satire of Addison or Steele. We are to learn, therefore, not too hastily to reject even those hints which are not immediately clear to us. Under protection of this remark, I venture to propose to you that a telegraphic communication may be held at whatever distance, without a moment's loss of time in transmission, and equally applicable by day or night, by means of the electric shock. An experiment of this kind has been tried on a chain of conductors of 3 miles in extent, and the shock returned without any perceptible time spent in its going round. And may not the same principle be applicable for 100 or 10 miles? I let the conductors be laid down under the center of the post roads, embedded in rosin or any other the best non-conductor in pipes of stoneware. The electric shock may be so disposed as to ignite gunpowder. But if this is not sufficient to rouse up a drowsy officer on the night watch, let the first shock pass through his elbows. Then he will be quite awake to attend to the second. And by a series of gradations in the strength and number of shocks, and the interval between each, every variety of signal may be made quite intelligible, without exposure to the public eye, as in the usual telegraph. and without any obstruction from darkness, fogs, and sea is mentioned before that electricity will fire gunpowder. That is known. We may imagine, therefore, that on any worthy occasion, preparations having been made for the expected event, as the birth of a royal heir, a monarch might at one moment, with his own hand, discharge the guns of all the batteries of the land in which he reigns, and receive the congratulations of a whole people by the like return. I am, N.C. Moderator, quite recently, April 1878, yet another form of physiological telegraph has been submitted by M.D. Monganat to the French Academy, in which the transmitter and receiver are the same, and consist of two ivory plates carrying the disconnected ends of the two line wires. The sender places this contrivance between his lips and sends the message by talking, or by closing the circuit by his lips, according to a code of signals. The receiver holding the receiving apparatus similarly interprets the message by the sensation he feels. This plan was evidently suggested by Sulzer's experiment of 1767. See his Nouvelle Théorie des Plaisirs, or Infra, 1825. IH's telegraph. In reference to the letter which we have just given from the Mechanics magazine, another correspondent, R.H., wrote as follows in the number of the journal for June 25th, 1825. The present telegraphic communication is effected by means of 6 shifting boards, in a manner with which your readers are doubtless conversant. Now, if it be practicable to lay down wire, it will be equally practicable to lay down 6. And the cost of the wire would be nearly all the difference in the expense. Let the wires terminate in a dark room. On one wall, let there be the figures I, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, prepared in tinfoil, according to the method practiced by electricians in forming what are called luminous modes and figures. Bring the 6 wires in contact with the 6 figures separately. With this contrivance, all the signals may be performed, as at present with 6 shifting boards. A shake of the arm, as moderator suggests, may call the watch to his duty, and he could name the signals as they appear to his assistant, as is the present custom in the established telegraphs. His assistant must, of course, be separated from the dark room by a slight partition that should be proof against light, but not against the full hearing of the human voice. 1825, Porter's Telegraph. We copy the following letter from the Morning Herald of September 23, 1837. The Electric Telegraph, 16, Summers Place, New Road, St. Pancras, Sept. 16. Mr. Editor, it now appears that the Aboy application of the electric power is likely to be brought forward for the most useful purposes. At Munich, as stated by the New Returcher Gazette of the 30th of June, the inhabitants were somewhat astonished by seeing on the roofs of the loftiest houses several men employed in passing iron wires, which extended from the towers of the Church of Notre Dame to the Observatory of Bogenhausen, and back to the church, intended to exemplify a project, so they call it, of Professor Steinheil for the conveyance of intelligence by means of electric magnetism, whereby they conjecture that in 2 seconds communication may be conveyed from Lisbon to St. Petersburg. It further states, there are other candidates beside the above-named professor in the field, and a little time will decide whether Scotland, France, or Germany is to carry off the honors for this disputed, and, if practicable, most valuable invention. If, Mr. Editor, you give place in your columns to the above and what follows, I think it will show that not a Scotchman, a Frenchman, or a German, but an Englishman has the claim. 1825, I requested the Lords Commissioners of the British Admiralty to afford me an opportunity for bringing under their consideration a method of instantaneous communication with the outports, which neither foggy weather nor the darkness of night would obstruct. The next day I received the following answer. Admiralty Office, August 9, 1825, sir. In reply to your letter of the 8th inst., I am commanded by my Lords Commissioners of the Admiralty to acquaint you that you may attend here any morning, respecting your method of instantaneous communication with the outports either in foggy weather or at night. I am, sir, your obedient servant, signed J. W. Croker, Tomer S. Porter. I attended the board and proposed to their lordships that electrical machines should be kept ready for use at the Admiralty Office and at each outport, and that a conducting chain or wire of brass or copper secured in tubes of glass be carried under the surface of the most frequented roads, so that any malicious attempt to interrupt the communication would soon be observed by travelers. What, Mr. Editor, under such circumstances, can prevent the electric impulse from proceeding with the utmost velocity to its destination? The Lords of the Admiralty asked me whether I had prepared a code of signals. I answered no, but referred them to writings on the subject by Dr. Franklin, which show that more by the power of electricity can be given than by a telegraph of wood. The Germans are wrong in using iron wire, a metal most subject to corrosion, particularly when exposed to the changes of the atmosphere. I asked them 2 questions. How will they carry this wire from Lisbon to St. Petersburg, where lofty buildings on the line are rarely to be found? And how will they secure a poor bird from destruction, which perching upon the decayed wire may break it, and together with a dispatch from Lisbon go into oblivion? The invention has been tried successfully on the London and Birmingham Railroad, the conductors being enclosed in hemp or wood. However, this will not do. Both are of a perishable nature. Both will absorb damp, and every part of the apparatus employed in electricity should be kept dry. Let the experiment be made with glass to protect the conductor, and it will be found durable. And as to its effect, I feel confident that if such a method of communication had been prepared from Ramsgate to the Admiralty Office, and continued from thence to Windsor Castle, our most excellent Queen would have been apprised of the arrival of her illustrious relations, the King and Queen of the Belgians, before the last salute gun was fired. I am, sir, your respectful servant, Samuel Porter, 1826-7, Die Telegraph. About this time, Harrison Gray Dyer of New York constructed a telegraph which was of an entirely different character to any of those hitherto described, as it depended for its action on the power of the spark to effect chemical decompositions. This property of electricity was first observed about the middle of the last century, and had chemical science attained then to a sufficiently advanced state, it could not have failed to lead to the discovery of electrochemistry. Besides being an electrochemical telegraph, although not the first, Dyer's invention had the great merit of being a recording telegraph, and a fairly perfect one to boot, and had he only used voltaic instead of static electricity, the problem of electric telegraphy might have been solved in 1827, and thus, with a start of several years, there can be little doubt that electrochemical telegraphs would have made a better stand than they afterwards did in the struggle for existence, although perhaps there can be as little doubt that, in obedience to the inexorable law of the survival of the fittest, they must have eventually yielded to the more practicable electromagnetic forms of Cooke and Morse. In connection with one of the many telegraph suits in which Morse was long engaged in America, Dyer gave the following account of his early project in a letter to Dr. Bell of Charlestown, dated Paris, March 8, 1848. Since reading your letter, and when searching for some papers in reference to my connection with this subject, I found a letter of introduction dated the day before my departure from America. In February 1831, from an old and good friend, Charles Walker, to his brother-in-law, S.F.B. Morse, artist at that time in Europe. At the sight of this letter, it occurred to me that this Mr. Morse might be the same person as Mr. Morse of the electric telegraph, which I found to be the case. The fact of the patentee of this telegraph, which is so identical with my own, being the brother-in-law of, and living with, my friend and legal counsel, Charles Walker, at the time of and subsequent to my experiments on the electric telegraph in 1826 and 1827, has changed my opinion as to my remaining passive and allowing another to enjoy the honor of a discovery which, by priority, is clearly due to me, and which, presumptively, is only a continuation, a resumption of my plans, without any material invention, improvement on the part of another. I invented a plan of a telegraph which should be independent of day, or night, or weather, which should extend from town to town or city to city without any intermediary agency by means of an insulated wire suspended on poles, and through which I intended to send strokes of electricity in such a manner as that the diverse distances of time separating the divers sparks should represent the different letters of the alphabet, and stops between the words and see. This absolute or this relative difference of time between the several sparks I intended to take off from an electric machine by a little mechanical contrivance, regulated by a pendulum, while the sparks themselves were intended to be recorded on a moving or revolving sheet of moistened litmus paper, which, by the formation of nitric acid by the spark in its passage through the paper, would show a red spot for each spark. These so produced red spots with their relative interspaces were, as I have said, taken as an equivalent for the letters of the alphabet, and C, or for other signs intended to be transmitted, whereby a correspondence could be kept up through one wire of any length, either in one direction or back and forwards, simultaneously or successively. In addition to this use of electricity, I considered that I had, if wanted, an auxiliary resource in the power of sending impulses along the same wire, properly suspended, somewhat like the action of a common bell wire in a house. Now you will perceive that this plan is like that known as Morse's telegraph, with the exception that his is inferior to mine, inasmuch as he and others now make use of electromagnetism in place of the simple spark, which requires that they should, in order to get dots or marks upon paper, make use of mechanical motions which require time, whereas my dots were produced by chemical action of the spark itself, and would be, for that reason, transmitted and recorded with any required velocity. In order to carry out my invention, I associated myself with a Mr. Brown of Providence, who gave me certain sums of money to become my partner. We employed a Mr. Connell of New York to aid in getting the capital wanted to carry the wires to Philadelphia. This we considered as accomplished, but before beginning on the long wire, it was decided that we should try some miles of it on Long Island. Accordingly, I obtained some fine card wire, intending to run it several times around the old Union racecourse. We put up this wire at different lengths in curves and straight lines by suspending it and with glass insulators from stake to stake, and tree to tree, until we concluded that our experiments justified our undertaking to carry it from New York to Philadelphia. At this moment, our agent brought a suit or summons against me for $20 for agencies and services which I found was done to extort a concession of a share of the whole project. I appeared before Judge Irving, who, on hearing my statement, dismissed the suit as groundless. A few days after this, our patent agent, for being no longer able to keep our invention a secret, we had applied for a patent, came to Mr. Brown and myself, and stated that Mr. Connell had obtained a writ against us under a charge of conspiracy for carrying on secret communication from city to city, and advised us to leave New York until he could settle the affair for us. As you may suppose, this happening just after the notorious bank conspiracy trials, we were frightened beyond measure, and the same night slipped off to Providence. There I remained some time, and did not return to New York for many months, and then with much fear of a suit. This is the circumstance which put an end to our project, killing effectually all desire to engage further on such a dangerous enterprise. I think that on my return to New York, I consulted Charles Walker, who thought that, however groundless such a charge might be, it might give me infinite trouble to stand a suit. From all this, the very name of electric telegraph has given me pain whenever I have heard it mentioned, until I received your last letter, stimulating me to come out with my claims. And even now I cannot overcome the painful association of ideas which the name excites. To this very interesting statement, Dr. Bell has added the following corroborative testimony. I was engaged with Harrison Gray Dyer for many months in 1828. We often conversed upon the subject of his having invented an electric telegraph, and I recollect seeing in his apartment a quantity of iron wire which he had procured for the construction of his telegraph. I recollect his saying he had suspended some of this wire at an elevation around the race course at Long Island, to a length which satisfied him that there were no practical difficulties in carrying it from New York to Philadelphia, which, he stated, was his intention. I recollect suggesting doubts whether the wire would bear the necessary straightening up between the posts, and his reply, that the trial on Long Island had proved to him that there was no difficulty to be apprehended in this direction. My impression, derived from his conversation, was that the electric spark was to be sent from one end of the wire to the other, where it was to leave its mark upon some chemically prepared paper, In 1831, Dyer came to Europe on business connected with some of his mechanical inventions and resided principally at Paris until 1858. When he returned to the United States for good, his connection with telegraphy is somehow little known to the present generation, although in 1826-7 Tele was widely known, at least in America, for his electrical researches. It is satisfactory to learn that his pursuits in other departments of science brought him an ample fortune, which was largely augmented by real estate investments in the city of New York. Dr. was born at Boston, Mass. in 1805 and died at Rhinebeck, NY, on the 31st January, 1875 to 1828. Tableau de Saint-Mel's Telegraphy. In this year, Victor Tribouillet de Saint-Amand proposed a single-line telegraph between Paris and Brussels. The conducting wire was to be varnished with shellac, wound with silk, coated with resin, and enclosed in lengths of glass tubing carefully luted with resin. The whole being substantially wrapped and waterproofed, and finally buried some feet deep in the earth. Nothing is known for certain of the signaling arrangements, and it is even doubtful to what class the invention belongs, as, while a strong voltaic battery was the source of electricity, the receiving instrument was to be an electroscope, or electrometer. Vail, Prescott, T. and American writers generally, evidently regarded as belonging to the electromagnetic form, while Zetsche and Garout class it amongst those based on static electricity. The author appears to have provided no particular form of alphabet or code, leaving it to each person to devise his own out of the motions of which the electroscope was susceptible. 1830, Reese's Telegraph. In a brochure of 35 pages entitled Titatodaxi, ou Telegraphie électrique, Hubert Reeside describes a crude system of syllabic telegraphy. Although his little book was not published in Paris until 1838, we gather from the text that his plans were laid as early as 1830. Aether writes, I had a thought of offering me Teletadax to civilization, a thought fixed and durable, because notwithstanding some respectable opinions, I believe it useful to man in seasonable times. But I did not wish to make it known in 1830, and during the stormy years that followed, his telegraphic language is composed of ECT, 4 initial vowels, 15 diphthongs, and F6P304 monosyllables, all of which, with their various combinations, are figured in tables at 10-6 of his pamphlet. The line wires were to be of iron, enveloped in wax cloth, then well tarred and enclosed in a leaden tube to preserve them from moisture, and so prevent the diminution of the force of the electric spark. They might be placed at some feet underground along the high roads like water pipes, and those parts destined for submersion in water across the sea, for example, to England, should be prepared with the greatest care, so as to entirely exclude the moisture. In certain cases, he says, the metals of the railway could be used as lines of communication for the conveyance of the electric spark. And nothing would be easier than to put them into a condition to fulfill this important function, each rail representing a line. At the sending station were the electrical machines for producing the sparks and electrometers, one on each wire, for indicating the passage and strength of the same. At the receiving station, the lines terminated in needles or points, which dipped into little cups containing some inflammable substance like alcohol or even hydrogen gassed up. A sufficient number of these cups was always at hand, ready charged, to take the place of those exploded in the course of correspondence. The line wires, which were bound together side by side, were marked, the one, say, the right, with the units or vowels, and the other, the left, with DTH and 5s or diphthongs. As a general rule in teletadaxy, that vowel termination, which aids most in the expression and comprehension of a word or phrase, is HGG Fermi, for example, MH6 Mitali, Viceroy d'Egypte. Fate Travailler que la Découverte des Mines Aériennes might be transmitted thus, Mi and 6 and 66, VS 16 the ear would easily comprehend the sense. After showing to 14 how this sentence should be transmitted, the author says that every conceivable communication could be made in the same way, each syllable being expressible. according to his tables, by vowels alone or by vowels and diphthongs combined. One class of vowel or unit eus was represented by 1 spark in the right line, a second class by 2 sparks, a third by 3, and a fourth by 4. Each diphthong and monosyllable, or 5, was similarly represented by 1, 2, 3, or 4 sparks in the left wire, either alone or immediately followed by 1, 2, 3, or 4 sparks in the right wire, according as the syllable was in the first, second, third, or fourth class of WAF5s, and in the second, third, fourth, or fifth place of the class. Thus, Bea, which is in the first place of the first class WAF5, would be represented by 1 spark in the left wire, while Pa, which is in the third place of the second class, would be indicated by 2 sparks in the left wire for the class, followed by 3 sparks in the right for the place. In case it would be impossible to establish 2 wires on account of the expense, or from any other cause, the author shows how 1 wire would suffice, the signaling requiring, in this case, only a little more time and a little more attention. The vowels would be transmitted as before, but the diphthongs and monosyllables would be expressed by 2 sparks in rapid succession, the interval between being much less than that between the vowels. And for greater clearness, the end of each word would be notified by the signal A, which would be neither the end of the last word nor the commencement of the following. If desired, each letter or character of the teletautodaxical tables could represent some conventional phrase, or the sparks could stand for figures which would belong to words and phrases in a dictionary or code. The author concludes a rhapsody on the uses which the great Napoleon would have made of teletautodaxy had it been then discovered in words, which, in these days of their realization, deserve to be remembered. If, in the time of Napoleon, gaslighting had been as general as it is now, and someone had told him, by means of the teletautodax, you can, in less than a second, light all the lamps of the capital at the same time, and as one lamp. Or, as everything sublunary has disadvantages as well as advantages, you cannot guard yourself against the malefactors who would sow infernal machines under your feet, would fire your ships, arsenals, powder, magazines, and monuments, enemies all the more difficult to discover since they can perpetrate their crimes from afar by means of the wire. Would Napoleon have shut his eyes and ears to these facts? No, such advantages and disadvantages combined would certainly have fixed his attention, and not being able to annihilate a power of which he would wish only himself to know the force, he would so control it as to draw for himself all the advantages, and at the same time prevent others from putting it to wrongful ends. 1837, on Jardin's telegraph. Dujardin of Lille, whose fast-speed typewriter was used for a short time in 1866 on the late electric and international telegraph company's lines, was occupied with the telegraph as far back as 1837. His first ideas on the subject were in that year communicated to the Paris Academy of Sciences, but, except the bare title of the paper in the Compte Rendu, for July 10, 1837, nothing appears to have been published. We learn, however, from Professor Maigret that he proposed to erect a single wire between the Tuileries and the Arc d'Étoile, and to employ an electric machine and a sensitive electroscope for the signaling apparatus. If none of the contrivances that we have described in the foregoing pages ever passed the stage of experiment, it is because they, one and all, labored under 2 heavy disadvantages, the one, that they were in advance of the age, and the other, the intractable nature of the force employed, rendering its transmission to any distance impossible in the open air, and exceedingly difficult through buried wires. Of course, if no other form of electricity had been discovered, some of these inventions, notably those of Alexandre, Ronalds, and Dyer, could be improved so that we should have at this day electric telegraphs not so simple, nor were so many resources as those at present in use. But yet instruments that would fulfill the grand object of communicating at a distance with lightning speed. Many practical difficulties would, however, remain, which even with our present extended knowledge, we could not entirely obviate, and which would, therefore, have hindered their complete success. If, then, none of their authors, though through no fault of his own, deserves the title of inventor of a really practicable and commercially successful telegraph, we must at least give one and all the credit of having fully appreciated its importance, and of having dedicated their energies to the accomplishment of the task they set themselves in the face of many difficulties and disappointments. Chapter 7. Dynamic Electricity, History in Relation to Telegraphy, Dynamic Electricity, History in Relation to Telegraphy. The hooked torpedo, with instinctive force, calls all his magic from its secret source. Quick through the slender line and polished wand it darts and tingles in the offending hand. Penance Oppian. The discoveries of the Italian philosophers, Galvani and Volta at the close of the last century, marked a new era in the history of telegraphy by furnishing a form of electricity as tractable and copious as that derived from friction was volatile and small. Before entering into this subject, it may be well to say a few words on the early history of what has been called animal electricity, a force which is identical with, and whose early manifestations in certain fishes led up to, galvanism. Although this power is now known to exist in many fishes, and even in some of the lower animals, the torpedo was the only instance known to the ancients. Aristotle says, this fish hides itself in the sand or mud and catches those that swim over it by benumbing them, of which some persons have been eyewitnesses. The same fish has also the power of benumbing men, Pliny writes, from a considerable distance even, and if only touched with the end of a spear or staff, this fish has the property of benumbing the most vigorous arm and of riveting the feet of the runner, however swift he may be in the race. T. Plutarch declares that the torpedo affects fishermen through the dragnet, and that were water to be poured on a living one, the person pouring it would be affected. The sensation being communicated through the water to the hand, Claudian and Galen have much to the same effect, and Oppian is even more explicit, for he describes the organs by which the fish exerts its extraordinary power. It is, he says, attributable to two organs of a radiated texture, which are situated one on each side of the fish. The ancients knew something also of what we in Natural History 22, thus would now call medical electricity. Thus, we read that Dioscorides, the physician of Antony and Cleopatra, used to cure inveterate headaches by applying a live torpedo to the head, and that, as related by Scribonius Largus of Anthero, a freedman of Tiberius, was cured of the gout by the same means. The patient in such cases had to stand on the seashore with a live torpedo underfoot, until not only the feet but the legs as far as the knees became numb. The gymnotus electricus was first made known in Europe in 167, one by Richer, one of a party, sent out by the French Academy for astronomical observations at Cayenne. The accounts which he brought home of its shocking powers were, however, received with much skepticism, and it was not until towards the middle of the last century that the observations of Condamine, Furman, Bancroft, and others had fully established their credibility. The gymnotus, which inhabits the warmer regions of Africa and South America, delivers far stronger shocks than the torpedo, the strokes of the larger ones being, according to Bancroft, instantly fatal. When one of average dimensions is touched with one hand, a smart shock is felt in the hand and forearm, and when both are applied, it affects the whole frame, striking apparently to the very heart. Thus, Humboldt mentions that, treading upon an ordinary specimen, he experienced a more dreadful shock than he ever received from a Leyden jar, and that he felt severe pain in his knees and other parts of his body, which continued for several hours. According to Bryant, a discharge sometimes occasions such strong cramps of the muscles which grasp the fish that they cannot let it go. On the river Old Calabar, the electrical properties of the gymnotus are used by the natives to cure their sick children. A small specimen of the fish is put into a dish containing water, and the child is made to play with it. Or the child is put into a tub of water and the fish put in beside it. Of the remaining electrical fishes, the Silurus, introduced by Adenson in 175-1, is an inhabitant of the Nile and Senegal. The Trichiurus inhabits the Indian Seas, and the Tetrodon is found near the Canary Islands and along the American coast. Although Redi 1678, Kienpapfir 1702, and others had made many inaccurate observations on the torpedo, the electrical nature of the phenomena exhibited by this and the other fishes that we have named was not known or even suspected in the middle of the last century. The idea first occurred to Professor Muschenbrock of Leiden in reference to the torpedo, and nearly at the same time, 175-1. Adenson formed a similar notion regarding the Silurus, but it was not till the years 1772-4 that the fact was clearly established by the experiments of Walsh, Skravsand, Hunter, Ingenhousz, and others. The results of his researches for communication to the Royal Society says, "It is with peculiar interest that I make to you my first communication, that the effect of the torpedo appears to be absolutely electrical," and he concludes. After going fully over the details, he who predicted and showed that electricity wings the formidable bolt of the atmosphere will hear with attention that in the deep it speeds a humbler bolt, silent and invisible. He who analyzed the electric file will hear with pleasure that its laws prevail in animated files. He who by reason became an electrician will hear with reverence of an instinctive electrician gifted at its birth with a wonderful apparatus. And with skill to use IDF, it is singular that while the examination of the torpedo was going on in Europe, similar investigations were taking place in America with respect to the gymnotus. These were made in Philadelphia and Charleston by doctors. Williamson and Garden and the same conclusions grounded on the same data were arrived at. These are thus summed up by their authors. As the fluid discharged by the eel affects the same parts that are affected by the electric fluid. As it excites sensations perfectly similar, as it kills and stuns animals in the same manner, as it is conveyed by the same bodies which convey the electric fluid and refuse to be conveyed by others that refuse to convey the electric fluid, it must itself be the electric fluid, and the shock given by the eel must be the electric shock. Though these early experiments thus led to the strong presumption that this peculiar animal power was precisely of the same nature with common electricity, yet they were very far from affording that absolute demonstration which alone satisfies the requirements of modern science. And hence, naturalists have ever been on the watch to seize every opportunity which could supply additional evidence. The science of electricity, likewise, has since those days been prosecuted with the greatest success, and the phenomena of the respective subjects have mutually thrown light upon each other. As regards electricity, there are now a number of palpable effects which are considered as demonstrative of its presence and operation, chief amongst which are the shock, the electric spark, heat, magnetic virtue, and chemical agency. These positive proofs of the operation of electricity were soon desiderated in connection with the animals we have named, and one after another, by the ingenuity of experimenters, have been at last obtained. Now, to resume our subject. In the 100 years preceding the discoveries of Galvani and Volta, we find record of many observations of a character closely resembling the fundamental ones, which, in their hands, led to the grand discovery of dynamic electricity. Thus, in 1671, Richter noticed that the gymnotus was able to produce by its shocks a sort of sympathetic quivering in dead fishes lying around it. In 1678, Swammerdam, in some experiments before his friend and patron, the Grand Duke of Tuscany produced convulsions in the muscle of a frog by holding it against a brass ring from which it hung by a silver wire, an experiment which, as we shall presently see, exactly resembles that by which Galvani became so famous more than 100 years later. This celebrated experiment is thus described in Swammerdam's Biblia Nature's Voltitude. Let there be a cylindrical glass tube, in the interior of which is placed a muscle, whence proceeds a nerve that has been enveloped in its course with a small silver wire, so as to give us the power of raising it without pressing it too much. For wounding it, this wire is made to pass through a ring bored in the extremity of a small copper support, and soldered to a sort of piston or partition. But the little silver wire is so arranged that on passing between the glass and the piston, the nerve may be drawn by the hand and so touch the copper. The muscle is immediately seen to contract. Duvernay in 1700 made a similar observation, and Coldani 1757. Described what he called the revival of frogs by electric discharges. Duvernay's experiment is thus described. Emile Duvernay showed a frog just dead, which, in taking the nerves of the belly that go to the thighs and legs, and irritating them a little with his scalpel, trembled and suffered a sort of convulsion. Afterwards, he cut the nerves and, holding them a little stretched with his hand, he made them tremble again by the same motion of the scalpel. The experiments described in the following extract from the Philosophical Transactions for 1732 are of an exactly similar kind. We copy from a paper-headed Experiments to prove the existence of a fluid in the nerves by Alexander Stewart, M.D. The existence of a fluid in the nerves, commonly called the animal spirits, has been doubted of by many, and notwithstanding experiments made by ligatures upon the nerves, and C, continues to be controverted by some. This induced me to make the following experiments, which I hope may help to set that doctrine, which is of so much consequence in the animal economy and practice of physic, in a clearer light than I think it has hitherto appeared in. Experiment, I suspended a frog by the forelegs in a frame, leaving the inferior parts loose. Then, the head being cut off with a pair of scissors, I made a slight push perpendicularly downward upon the uppermost extremity of the medulla spinalis. In the upper vertebra, with the button end of the probe filed flat and smooth for that purpose, by which all the inferior parts were instantaneously brought into the fullest and strongest contraction. And this I repeated several times, on the same frog with equal success, intermitting a few seconds of time between the pushes, which, if repeated too quick, made the contractions much slighter. Experiment 2, with the same flat button end of the probe, I pushed slightly towards the brain in the head, upon that end of the medulla oblongata appearing in the occipital hole of the skull, upon which the eyes were convulsed. This also I repeated several times on the same head with the same effect. These 2 experiments show that the brain and nerves contribute to muscular motion, and that to a very high degree. In their results, these experiments were precisely the same as those with which the name of Galvani is associated. Nor was the mode of operating very different, even in the use of only one kind of metal. In Galvani's experiments, excitation was produced by contact or communication of nerves and muscles. In Stewart's, the convulsions were produced by exciting the spinal marrow. Sulzer, in his Nouvelle Théorie de Plaisir, published at Berlin in 1767, described the peculiar taste occasioned by pieces of silver and lead in contact with each other and with the tongue. He, however, had no suspicion of the electrical nature of this effect, but thought it not improbable that, by the combination of the 2 metals, a solution of either of them may have taken place, in consequence of which the dissolved particles penetrate into the tongue, or we may conjecture that the combination of these metals occasions a trembling motion in their respective particles, which, exciting the nerves of the tongue, causes that peculiar sensation. The next person to whom chance afforded an opportunity of making the discovery of galvanism, but who let it pass with as little profit as Sulzer and his predecessors had done, was Domenico Cotugno. Professor of anatomy at Naples, his observations are contained in the following letter, T. dated Naples, October 2nd, 1784, and addressed to the Chevalier Vivenzio. Sir, the observation which I mentioned some days ago, when we were discoursing together of the electrical animals, upon which I said that I believed the mouse to be one of the number of the following. Towards the latter end of March, I was sitting with a table before, and observing something to move about my foot, which drew my attention. Looking towards the floor, I saw a small domestic mouse, which, as its coat indicated, must have been very young. As the little animal could not move very quick, I easily laid hold of it by the skin of the back and turned it upside down. Then, with a small knife that lay by me, I intended to dissect it. When I first made the incision into the epigastric region, the mouse was situated between the thumb and first finger of my left hand, and its tail was got between the 2 last fingers. I had hardly cut through part of the skin of that region, when the mouse vibrated its tail between the fingers and was so violently agitated against the 3rd finger that, to my great astonishment, I felt a shock through my left arm as far as the neck, a painful sensation in the muscles of the arm, and such giddiness of the head that, being affrighted, I dropped the mouse. The stupor of the arm lasted upwards of a quarter of an hour, nor could I afterwards think of the accident without emotion. I had no idea that such an animal was electrical, but in this I had the positive proof of experience. Galvani's great discovery is popularly supposed to have resulted from an accidental observation on frogs made in 1790. But as early, at least as 1780, he was engaged, as we learn from Gherardi, his biographer, in experiments on the muscular contractions of these animals under the influence of electricity. One day in that year, November 6th, while preparing in the usual manner a frog in the vicinity of an electrical machine with which some friends were amusing themselves, he observed the animal's body to be suddenly convulsed. Astonished at this phenomenon, and supposing that it might be owing to his having wounded the nerve, Galvani pricked it with the point of his knife to assure himself whether or not this was the case, but no convulsion ensued. He again touched the nerve with his knife, and directing a spark to be taken at the same time from the machine, had the pleasure of seeing the contortions renewed. Upon a third trial, the animal's body remained motionless, but observing that he held the knife by its ivory handle, he grasped the metal, and immediately the convulsions took place each time that a spark appeared. After a number of similar experiments with the machine, Galvani resolved to try the effect of atmospheric electricity, and with this object erected a lightning conductor on the roof of his house, to which he attached metallic rods leading into his laboratory. These he connected with the nerves of frogs and other animals, and fastened to their legs wires which reached to the ground. As was anticipated, the animals were greatly convulsed whenever lightning appeared, and even when any storm cloud passed over the apparatus. These experiments were continued in 1781 and 1782, and were afterwards embodied in a paper, not published, on the nervous force and its relation to electricity. In 1786, Galvani resumed the inquiry with the aid of his nephew Camillo, and it was in the course of these studies that certain facts were observed which led immediately to the discovery of galvanism. One day, the 20th in September 1786, Camillo Galvani had prepared some frogs for experiment, and phenomenon of the lateral shock, or return stroke, first observed by Wilson of Dublin in 1746, but first explained by Lord Mahon in 1779. In Galvani's experiment, the frog, while it merely lay on the table, so being insulated, had its electricity separated by induction at every turn of the machine. And on the passage of every spark, their reunion took place, but with so small effect that it escaped notice. When, however, the animal was placed in connection with the ground through the knife and body of the professor, one of the separated electricities freely escaped, thus rendering a greater inductive charge possible, and raising the return stroke to a sufficient strength to convulse the dead limbs. It is but fair to add that Galvani himself suggested this explanation some years later, had hung them by an iron hook from the top of an iron rail of the balcony outside Galvani's laboratory to be ready for use. Soon he noticed that when, by accident, a frog was pressed or blown against the rail, the legs contracted as they were wont to do when excited by the electricity of the machine or of the atmosphere. Surprised at this effect, where there was apparently no exciting cause, he called his uncle to witness it. But Galvani dismissed it on the easy assumption that the movements were connected with some unseen changes in the electrical state of the atmosphere. He soon, however, found that this was not the case, and, after varying in many ways the circumstances in which the frogs were placed, at length discovered that the convulsions were the result of the simultaneous contact of the iron with the nerves and muscle, and that the effect was increased by using a combination of different metals, such as iron and silver or iron and copper. Galvani, who was an anatomist first and an electrician afterwards, accounted for these effects by supposing that in the animal economy there exists a natural source of electricity, that at the junction of the nerves and muscles this electricity is decomposed, the positive fluid going to the nerve and the negative to the muscle, that these are therefore analogous to the internal and external coatings of a charged Leyden jar, that the metallic connection made between the nerve and the muscle serves as a conductor for these opposite electricities, and that on establishing the connection, the same discharge takes place as in the Leyden experiment. Galvani's researches were not made public until the year 1791, when they were embodied in his celebrated paper printed in the Bolognese Transactions of that year. It will be evident from this account, which is based upon the researches of Gherardi Galvani's biographer, supported by original documents. How absurd is the popular story. First invented by Alibert in his Elegies, Historiques de Galvani, Paris, 1802 J, and constantly repeated since that this immortal discovery arose in the most immediate and direct way from a slight cold with which Madame Galvani was attacked in 1790. And for which her physician prescribed the use of frog broth, as if frog broth were usually prepared in the laboratory. Luigi Galvani was born at Bologna on the 9th of September 1737, and died there December 4th, 1798. From his youth, he was remarkable for the ardor with which he prosecuted his studies in anatomy and physiology. And at the early age of 25, he was appointed professor of these sciences in the university of his native place. The closing years of his life form a sad contrast to those of his great contemporary Volta, who died in 1827, covered with honors. At the moment when Galvani was immortalizing his name, he was obliged to undergo the most cruel blows of destiny, for he lost his dearly loved wife, Lucia Galeazzi, and a short time afterwards had the misfortune to be ordered by the Cisalpine Republic to take an oath which was entirely opposed to his political and religious convictions. He did not hesitate a moment, but promptly refused and permitted himself to be stripped of his position and titles. Reduced nearly to poverty, he retired to his brother's house and soon fell into a state of lethargy from which he could be aroused. Neither by medicine nor by the decree of the government, which, out of respect for his celebrity, reinstated him in his position as professor of anatomy in the University of Bologna, the great physicist died without having again occupied the chair which he had rendered so illustrious, was honored with the presence of the first consul while repeating his experiments before the Institute. Bonaparte conferred upon him the orders of the Legion of Honor and of the Iron Crown, and he was afterward nominated a count and senator of the Kingdom of Italy. At the formation of the Italian Institute, a meeting was held, at which Bonaparte presided for the purpose of nominating the principal members. When they were considering whether or not they should draw up a list of TT members in an alphabetical order, Bonaparte wrote at the head of a sheet of paper the name of Volta, and delivering it to the secretary said, "Do as you please at present, provided that name is the first." At his death on March 5th, 1827, his fellow citizens struck a medal and erected a monument to his memory and a niche in the fanonide of the public schools of Como, which had been left empty for him between the busts of Pliny and Jovio, natives of the town, was filled by his bust. See note on? In 1879, the city of Bologna erected a statue in his honor from the chisel of Adalbert Sansetti, the eminent Roman sculptor. It represents him at the moment when the muscles of the frog are revealing to him the effects of electricity on the animal organism. Galvani's theory fascinated for a time the physiologists. The phenomena of animal life had hitherto been ascribed to an hypothetical agent called the nervous fluid, which now the new discovery had consigned to oblivion. Electricity was, henceforth, the great vital force by which the decrees of the understanding and the dictates of the will were conveyed from the organs of the brain to the obedient members of the body. Chapter 8, Dynamic Electricity, continued dynamic electricity. History in relation to telegraphy, continued. Alexander Volta, then professor of physics at Pavia and already well known for his researches in electricity, had naturally his attention directed, in common with other philosophers, to the Bolognese experiments, and although at first he warmly espoused Galvani's opinions, his superior sagacity soon enabled him to detect their want of basis. He first ascertained that the contractions of the frog ensued on simply touching, with the extremities of the metallic arc, 2 points of the same nervous filament. He next found that it was possible with the metallic arc to produce either the sensation of light or that of taste, by applying it to the nerves of the eye and tongue respectively. In short, he ended by showing that the exciting cause was nothing more nor less than ordinary electricity, produced by the contact of the two metals the convulsion of the frog being simply due to the passage of the electricity so developed along the nerves and muscles. The first analogy which Volta produced in support of his theory of contact was derived from the well-known experiment of Sulzer, which we have just described in these pages. From that, it is seen that if two pieces of dissimilar metal, such as lead and silver, be placed one above and the other below the tongue, no particular effect will be perceived so long as they are not in contact with each other. But if their outer edges be brought together, a peculiar taste will be felt if the metals be applied in one order. The taste will be acidulous. If the order be inverted, it will be alkaline. Now, if the tongue be applied to the conductor of a common electrical machine, an acidulous or alkaline taste will be perceived, according as the conductor is electropositively or negatively. That the identity of the cause should be inferred from the identity of the effects. That, as positive electricity produced an acid savor and negative electricity an alkaline on the conductor of the machine. So, the same effects on the organs of taste produced by the metals ought to be ascribed to the same cause. In August 1796, Volta arranged an experiment which, by eliminating the physiological element, afforded, as he thought, a direct and unequivocal proof of the correctness of his hypothesis. He took two discs, one of copper and the other of zinc, and by means of their insulating handles, carefully brought them into contact and suddenly separated them without friction. Then, on presenting them to a delicate condensing electroscope, the usual indications of electricity were obtained, the zinc being found to be feebly charged with positive, and the copper with negative electricity. Of the numerous philosophers in every part of Europe who took part in the discussions, and varied and repeated the experiments connected with these questions, one to whom attention is more especially due was Fabroni, who in the year 1792 communicated his researches to the Florentine Academy. In this paper is found the first suggestion of the chemical origin of galvanic electricity. Fabroni supposed that in the experiments of Galvani and Volta, a chemical change was made by the contact of one of the metals with the liquid matter always found on the parts of the animal body, and that the immediate cause of the convulsions was not, as supposed by Galvani, due to animal electricity, nor, as assumed by Volta, to a current of electricity emanating from the surface of contact of the two metals, but to the decomposition of the fluid upon the animal substance, and the transition of oxygen from a state of combination with it to combination with the metal. The electricity produced in the experiments Fabroni ascribed entirely to these chemical changes, it being then known that chemical processes were generally attended with sensible signs of electricity. Galvani's theory was soon rejected on all hands, but a bitter war raged for a long time between the partisans of the contact theory of Volta and of the chemical theory of Fabroni. Now, however, it is generally conceded that both contact between dissimilar substances and chemical action are necessary to produce the effect, perhaps, says Fleming Jenkins in his excellent little textbook. It is strictly accurate to say that difference of potential is produced by contact, and that the current which is maintained by it is produced by chemical action. In pursuing his inquiries on galvanic electricity, Volta felt the necessity of collecting it in much greater quantities than could be obtained from the combination of a single pair of copper and zinc plates, as above described, and he therefore sought for some means by which he could combine, and, as it were, superpose two or more currents and thus multiply the effect. With this object, he conceived the idea of placing alternately one over the other an equal number of discs of copper and zinc. But he found that the effect produced was no greater than that of a single pair, and for reasons which he was not slow to perceive. With such an arrangement as that described, there would proceed, according to Volta's own theory, from the first surface a negative downward and a positive upward current, from the second a positive downward and a negative upward, and from the third a negative downward and a positive upward, and so on. The downward currents would be alternately positive and negative, and the same would be the case with the upward currents. And since the surfaces of contact were equal, all the intermediate currents would neutralize each other, and the effect of the pile would simply be that of the two extreme discs. Volta, therefore, saw the necessity of adopting some expedient by which all the currents in the same direction should be of the same kind, and if this could be accomplished, it was easy to see that the resulting currents, negative at the bottom and positive at the top, would be as many times more intense as there were surfaces of contact. To effect this, it was necessary to destroy the galvanic action at all those surfaces from which descending positive and ascending negative currents would proceed. But while this was being done, it was also essential that the progress of the descending negative and ascending positive currents should still be uninterrupted. The interposition of any substance, which would have no sensible galvanic action on either of the metals between each disc of copper and the disc of zinc immediately below it, would attain one of these ends. But in order to allow the free progress of the remaining currents in each direction, such substance should be a sufficiently good conductor of electricity. Volta selected as the fittest means of fulfilling these conditions discs of wet cloth, which would give rise to no galvanic action, while their moisture would endow them with sufficient conducting power. Although the principle of the pile was thus evolved as early as the middle of 1796, Volta does not appear to have actually constructed the instrument with which his name has become so imperishably dissociated until some 3 years later. And it was not until the 20th March, 1800, that he published a description of it in a letter to Sir Joseph Banks, president of the Royal Society. In this letter, he thus writes, "I took some dozens of discs of copper, brass, or better of silver 1 inch in diameter, coins for instance, and an equal number of plates of tin, or what is much better, of zinc. I prepared also a sufficient number of discs of cardboard, leather, or some other spongy figure matter capable of imbibing and retaining water, or what is much better, brine. I placed on a table a disc of silver and on it a disc of zinc, then one of the moist discs, then another disc of silver followed by one of zinc and one of cardboard. I continued to form of these several stages a column as high as could sustain itself without falling. The figure represents one of the earliest forms of the pile. It consists of discs of silver, S, zinc, Z, and some bibulous substance soaked in brine. W, the rods are of glass or baked wood, and with the piece O, which slides freely up and down, serve to keep the discs in position. The invention of the pile had been scarcely more than hinted at when the compound nature of water was discovered by its means. The first 4 pages only of the letter of Volta to Sir Joseph Banks were dispatched on the 20th of March, 1800, and as these were not produced in public till the receipt of the remainder, the letter was not read at the Royal Society or published until the 26th of June following. This first portion in which was described, generally, the formation of the pile was, however, shown in the latter end of April to some scientific men, and among others to Sir Anthony, then Mr. Carlyle, who was engaged at the time in certain physiological inquiries. The conductor of the scientific journal known as Nicholson's Journal, and Carlyle constructed a pile of 17 silver half-crown pieces, alternated with equal discs of copper and cloth soaked in a weak solution of common salt, with which, on the 30th of April, they commenced their experiments. It happened that a drop of water was used to make good the contact of the conducting wire with a plate to which the electricity was to be transmitted. Carlyle observed a disengagement of gas in this water, and Nicholson recognized the odor of hydrogen proceeding from it. In order to observe this effect with more advantage, a small glass tube, open at both ends, was stopped at one end by a cork, and being then filled with water, was similarly stopped at the other end. Through both corks, pieces of brass wire were inserted, the points of which were adjusted at a distance of 1 3/4 inches asunder in the water. When these wires were put in communication with the opposite ends of the pile, bubbles of gas were evolved from the point of the negative wire, and the end of the positive wire became tarnished. The gas evolved appeared on examination to be hydrogen, and the tarnish was found to proceed from the oxidation of the positive wire. Thus was inaugurated on the 2nd of May, 1800, a new line of research, the limits of which, even now, it is impossible to foresee. Nicholson observed that the same process of the decomposition of water was carried on in the body of the pile, as between the 2 ends of the wire, the side of the zinc Next, the fluid being covered with oxide in 2 or 3 days, and the apparatus then ceasing to act. He also observed that the common salt, which had been dissolved in the water, was precipitated, for gradually an efflorescence of soda appeared round the margin of the discs. Nicholson made the further important observation that, by employing discs of considerably more extensive surface, no greater effect was produced in the decomposition of water or in the strength of the shock. Whence he concluded that the repetition of the series is of more consequence to these actions than the enlargement of the surface. Cruikshank of Woolwich confirmed the observations of Nicholson respecting the appearance of sparks and the decomposition of water. This last Fenno 1839 Menon he varied in different ways. By employing silver terminals, or electrodes, and passing the current through water tinged with litmus, he found that the wire connected with the zinc end of the pile imparted a red tinge to the fluid contiguous to it, and that, by using water tinged with Brazil wood, the wire connected with the silver end of the pile produced a deeper shade of color in the surrounding fluid, whence it appeared that an acid was formed in the former and an alkali in the latter case. He next tried the effects of the wires on solutions of acetate of lead, sulfate of copper, and nitrate of silver, with the result that, in each case, the metallic base was deposited at the negative, and the acid at the positive pole. In the latter case, he observes, the metal shot into fine needles, like crystals articulated or jointed to each other, as in the arbor diants, muriate of ammonia and nitrate of ammonia and nitrate of magnesia were next decomposed, going to the positive and the alkali negative pole. These experiments were made as early as June 1800, and in the September following, Cruikshank published a second memoir in which he directed his attention to the nature of the gases emitted at the electrodes, to the effects of different kinds of electrodes, and to the influence of the fluid medium. The following are the most important of his conclusions. O2I from the wire connected with the silver or copper end of the pile. Whatever be its composition, if it terminate in water, the gas evolved is chiefly hydrogen. If it terminate in a metallic solution, the metal is reduced and is deposited upon the wire to light. When the wire connected with the zinc end is composed of a non-oxidable metal, nearly pure oxygen is set free. When of an oxidable metal, it is partly oxidated and partly dissolved, and only a small quantity of oxygen is set free. When fluids contain no oxygen, they appear to be incapable of transmitting the voltaic current, while, on the contrary, it would seem that it may be transmitted by every one which contains this element. These views were confirmed by some experiments that were performed about the same time by Colonel Haldane. He found that the pile ceased to act when immersed in water, or when placed in the vacuum of an air pump, that it acted more powerfully in oxygen gas than when confined in an equal bulk of atmospheric air T, and that azote had the same effect as a vacuum. These circumstances led him to conceive that its action depended essentially upon the consumption of oxygen, which it derives from the atmosphere. Haldane also made some experiments on the series of metals which are the best adapted for producing the voltaic effects, and the relative power which they possess in this respect. While these investigations were proceeding, Ritter, afterwards so distinguished for his experimental researches, but then young and unknown, made various experiments at Jena on the effects of the pile, and, apparently without knowing what had been done in England, discovered its property of decomposing water and saline compounds, and of collecting oxygen and the acids at the positive and hydrogen, and the bases at the negative pole. He also showed that the decomposing power in the case of water could be transmitted through sulfuric acid, the oxygen being evolved from a portion of water on one side of the acid, while the hydrogen was produced from another separate portion on the other side of it, when the chemical powers of the pile became known in England. Sir Humphrey, then Mr. Davy, was commencing those labors in chemical science, which subsequently surrounded his name with so much luster, and have left traces of his genius in the history of scientific discovery, which must remain as long as the knowledge of the laws of nature is valued by mankind. The circumstance attending the decompositions affected between the poles of the pile, which caused the greatest surprise, was the production of one element of the compound at one pole and the other element at the other pole, without any discoverable transfer of either of the disengaged elements between the wires. If the decomposition was conceived to take place at the positive wire, the constituent appearing at the negative wire must be presumed to travel through the fluid in the separated state from the positive to the negative point. And if it was conceived to take place at the negative wire, a similar transfer must be imagined in the opposite direction. Thus, if water be decomposed and the decomposition be conceived to take place at the positive wire where the oxygen is visibly evolved, the hydrogen from which that oxygen is separated must be supposed to travel through the water to the negative wire, and only to become visible when it meets the point of that wire. And if, on the other hand, the decomposition be imagined to take place at the negative wire where the hydrogen is visibly evolved, the oxygen must be supposed to pass invisibly through the water to the point of the positive wire, and there become visible. But what appeared still more unaccountable was that in the experiment of Ritter, it would seem that one or other of the elements of the water must have passed through the intervening sulfuric acid. So impossible did such an invisible transfer appear to Ritter that at that time he regarded his experiment as proving that one portion of the water acted on was wholly converted into oxygen and the other portion into hydrogen. This point was the first to attract the attention of Davy, and it occurred to him to try if decomposition could be produced in quantities of water contained in separate vessels united by a conducting substance, placing the positive wire in one vessel and the negative in the other. For this purpose, the positive and negative wires were immersed in two separate glasses of pure water. So long as the glasses remained unconnected, no effect was produced. But when Davy put a finger of the right hand in one glass and of the left hand in the other, decomposition was immediately manifest. The same experiment was afterwards repeated, making the communication between the two glasses by a chain of 3 persons. If any substance passed between the wires in these cases, it must have been transmitted through the bodies of the persons forming the line of communication between the glasses. The use of the living animal body as a line of communication being inconvenient, where experiments of long continuance were desired, Davy substituted fresh muscular fiber, the conducting power of which, though inferior to that of the living animal, was sufficient. When the two glasses were connected by this substance, decomposition went on as before, but more slowly. To ascertain whether metallic communication between the liquid decomposed and the pile was essential, he now placed lines of muscular fiber between the ends of the pile and the glasses of water, respectively, and at the same time connected the two glasses with each other by means of a metallic wire. He was surprised to find oxygen evolved in the negative and hydrogen in ON positive glass, contrary to what had occurred when the pile was connected with the glasses by wires. In none of these cases did he observe the disengagement of gas, either from the muscular fiber or from the living hand immersed in the water. In October 1800, after many experiments on the chemical effects of the pile, Davy commenced an investigation of the relation which its power had to the chemical action of the liquid conductor on the more oxidable of its metallic elements. He showed that at common temperatures zinc connected with silver suffers no oxidation in water which is well purged of air and free from acids, and that with such water as a liquid conductor, the pile is incapable of evolving any quantity of electricity which can be rendered sensible, either by the shock or by the decomposition of water. But that, if the water hold in combination oxygen or acid, then oxidation of the zinc takes place, and electricity is sensibly evolved. In fine, he concluded that the power of the pile appeared to be, in great measure, proportional to the power of the liquid between the plates to oxidate the zinc. To ascertain whether a liquid solution, capable of conducting the electric current between the positive and negative wires of a voltaic pile, but not capable of producing any chemical action on its metallic elements, would, when used between its plates, evolve electricity, Davy constructed a pile in which the liquid was a solution of sulphuret of strontia. 25 pairs of silver and zinc plates, alternated with cloths moistened in this solution, produced no sensible action, though the moment the sides of the pile were moistened with nitrous acid, the ends gave shocks as powerful as those of a similar pile constructed in the usual manner. The inventor of the pile maintained that, among the metals, those which held the extreme places in the scale of electromotive power were silver and zinc, and that consequently these metals paired in a pile would be more powerful ceteris paribus than any other. But as he had shown that pure charcoal was a good conductor of the electric current, and that the electromotive virtue seemed also to depend on the different conducting powers of the metallic elements, it was consistent with analogy that charcoal, combined with another substance of different conducting power, would produce voltaic action. Dr. Wells F. was the first to demonstrate this by showing that a combination of charcoal and zinc produced sensible convulsions in the frog. And subsequently, Davy constructed a pile consisting of a series of 8 glasses with small pieces of well-burned charcoal and zinc, using a solution of red sulfate of iron as the liquid conductor. This series gave sensible shocks and rapidly decomposed water, compared with an equal and similar series of silver and zinc. Its effects were much stronger. In considering the various arrangements and combinations in which voltaic action had been manifested, Davy observed as a common character that one of the 2 metallic elements was oxidated and the other not. Did the production of the electric current, then, depend merely on the presence of 2 metallic surfaces, one undergoing oxidation, separated by a conductor of electricity? And if so, might not a voltaic arrangement be made by one metal only, if its opposite surfaces were placed in contact with 2 different liquids, one of which would oxidate it, and the other transmit electricity without producing oxidation? To reduce these questions to the test of experiment with a single metallic plate would have been easy, but in constructing a series or pile, the 2 liquids, the oxidating and the non-oxidating, must be in contact and subject to intermixture. To overcome this difficulty, different expedients were resorted to, with more or less success, but the most convenient and effectual method of attaining the desired end was that suggested to Davy by Count Rumford. Let an oblong trough be formed as a substitute for the pile, and let grooves be made in it such as to allow of the insertion of a number of plates, by which the trough may be divided into a series of watertight cells. Let plates of the metal of which the apparatus is to be constructed be made to fit these grooves, and let as many plates of glass, or other non-conducting material, of the same form and magnitude be provided. Let the metallic plates be inserted in alternate grooves of the trough, and the glass plates in the intermediate grooves, so as to divide the trough into a succession of cells, each having on one side metal and on the other glass. Let the alternate cells be filled with the oxidating liquid, and the intermediate cells with the liquid which conducts without oxidating. Let slips of moistened cloth be hung over the edge of each of the glass plates, so that their ends shall dip into the liquids in the adjacent cells. This cloth, or rather the liquid it imbibes, will conduct the electric current from cell to cell without permitting the intermixture of the liquids. In the first arrangements made on this principle, the most oxidable metals, such as zinc, tin, and some others, were tried. The oxidating liquid was dilute nitric acid and the other plain water. In a combination consisting of 20 such pairs, 204-hour history of electric telegraphy, sensible but weak effects were produced on the organs of sense, and water was decomposed slowly by wires from the extremities. The wire from the end towards which the oxidating surfaces were directed evolved hydrogen and the other oxygen. To determine whether the evolution of the electric current was dependent on the production of oxidation only, or would attend other chemical effects producible by the action of substances in solution upon metal. The oxidating liquid was now replaced by solutions of the sulfurates, and metallic plates were selected on which these solutions would exert a chemical action. Silver, copper, and lead were tried in this way, solution of sulfuret of potash and pure water being the liquids employed. A series of 8 metallic plates produced sensible effects. Copper was the most active of the metals tried, and lead the least so. In these cases, the terminal wires affected in the usual manner the decomposition of water. the wire from which hydrogen was evolved being that which was connected with the end of the series to which the surface of the metal not chemically acted on was presented. It will be observed that in this case, the direction of the electric current relatively to the surfaces of the metallic plates was the reverse of the former, for when oxidation was produced, the oxidating sides of the plates looked towards the negative end of the series. Comparing these two effects, Davy was led by analogy to suspect that if one set of cells was filled with an oxidating solution, while the other set was filled with a solution of sulfuret or any other which would produce a like chemical action, the combined effects of the currents proceeding from the two distinct chemical processes would be obtained. This was accordingly tried, and the results were as foreseen. A series consisting of 3 plates of copper or silver arranged in this way produced sensible effects, and 12 or 13 decomposed water rapidly. As it appeared from former experiments that charcoal possessed, as a voltaic element, the same properties as the metals, the next step in this course of experiments was, naturally, to try whether a voltaic arrangement could not be constructed without any metallic element by substituting charcoal for the metallic plates in the series above described. This was accomplished by means of an arrangement in the form of the couronne de tasses. Pieces of charcoal, made from very dense wood, were formed into arcs, and the liquids were arranged in alternate glasses. The charcoal arcs were placed so as to have one end immersed in each liquid, the intermediate glasses being connected by slips of bibulous paper. When the liquids were dilute, acid, and water, a series consisting of 20 pieces of charcoal gave sensible shocks and decomposed water. This arrangement also acted, and with increased effect, when the liquids were sulfuric acid and solution of sulfuret of potash. Soon after the discovery of the pile, Dr. Wollaston turned his attention to the subject, and in the Philosophical Transactions, for Itoy, records his observations which are marked by his accustomed sagacity and penetration. He observed, H. Davy, that the energy of the pile seemed to be in proportion to the tendency which one of the metals had to be acted upon by the interposed fluid. If, he says, a plate of zinc and a plate of silver be immersed in dilute sulfuric acid, and kept asunder, the silver is not affected, but the zinc begins to decompose the water and to evolve hydrogen. If the plates be now placed in contact, the silver discharges hydrogen, and the zinc continues, as before, to be dissolved. From these and other analogous facts, he concludes that whenever a metal is dissolved by an acid, electricity is disengaged. Davy's experiments have shown that in all voltaic combinations, only one of the metallic elements is attacked by the liquid, but this condition, although desirable, is not essential to the production of electricity. It is sufficient if the chemical action of the liquid upon one of the metals be greater than upon the other, for then the two metals may be considered to give rise to two separate currents, of which the one proceeding from the metal most attacked is the stronger, the current perceived being the difference between the two. If the currents were absolutely equal, a condition, however, practically impossible to realize, we must assume that no electrical effects would be produced, as a voltaic current, then, is produced whenever two metals are placed in metallic contact in a liquid which acts more powerfully upon one than upon the other. It is easy to see that there must be a great choice in the mode of producing such currents. The following is a list of the principal metals, arranged in what is called an electromotive series, and from which any two being taken and placed in contact in, say, dilute sulfuric acid, that metal highest in the list is the one that will suffer oxidation. This is called the electropositive metal in contradistinction to its fellow, which is denominated electronegative. Zinc, nickel, silver, cadmium, bismuth, gold, tin, antimony, platinum, lead, copper, graphite, iron, mercury. It will be seen that the electrical deportment of any metal depends upon the metal with which it is associated. Iron, for instance, is electronegative towards zinc, but electropositive towards copper, while copper, in its turn, is electronegative towards iron and zinc, but electropositive towards silver, platinum, or graphite. The force resulting from the contact of two metals in a liquid is called the electromotive force, and, as may be supposed, is greater in proportion to the distance of the two metals from one another in the above list. Thus, the electromotive force between zinc and platinum is greater than that between zinc and iron, or between zinc and copper. Indeed, the law, as established by Poggendorff, is that the electromotive force between any two metals is equal to the sum of the electromotive forces between all the intervening metals. The electromotive force is influenced by the condition of the metal. Rolled zinc, for example, is negative towards cast zinc. It also depends on the degree of concentration of the liquid. Thus, in dilute nitric acid, zinc is positive towards tin, and mercury positive towards lead, while in concentrated nitric acid, the reverse is the case, mercury and zinc being respectively electronegative towards lead and tin. The nature of the liquid is also of influence, as is seen from the change in the relative position of the metals in the following lists: caustic potass, sulfide of potassium, zinc, tin, copper, cadmium, antimony, tin, lead, silver, bismuth, antimony, iron, in short, anything that affects the energy of the chemical action on the positive plate, or the resultant actions on the two plates, affects to a like degree the electromotive force of the combination. Of the theories proposed to explain chemical decomposition by the voltaic apparatus, that of Grothus was the earliest and most plausible. To simplify the view of this theory, we shall take as an example of its application the decomposition of water. Each molecule of water being composed of a molecule of oxygen and a molecule of hydrogen, their natural electricities are in equilibrium. When not exposed to any disturbing force, each possessing equal quantities of the positive and negative fluids, the electricity of the positive wire acting on the natural electricities of the contiguous molecule of water attracts the negative and repels the positive fluid. It is further assumed in this theory that oxygen has a natural attraction for negative and hydrogen for positive electricity. Therefore, the positive wire, in attracting the negative fluid of the contiguous molecule of water and repelling its positive fluid, attracts its constituent molecule of oxygen and repels its molecule of hydrogen. The particle of water, therefore, places itself with its oxygen next to the positive wire and its hydrogen on the opposite side. The positive electricity of the first particle of water, thus accumulated on its hydrogen molecule, produces the same action on the succeeding molecule of water as the wire did upon the first molecule, and a similar arrangement of the second molecule of water is the result. This second molecule acts in like manner on the third, and so on. All the particles of water between the positive and negative wires thus assume a polar arrangement and have their natural electricities decomposed, the negative poles and oxygen molecules looking towards the positive wire, and the positive poles and hydrogen molecules looking towards the negative wire. The electropositive wire now separates the oxygen molecule of the contiguous particle of water from its hydrogen molecule, neutralizes its negative electricity, and either dismisses it, the oxygen, in the gaseous form, or combines with it, according to the degree of its affinity for the metal of the wire. The hydrogen molecule thus liberated effects in like manner the decomposition of the second particle of water, combining with its oxygen, and thus again forming water and liberating hydrogen. The latter acts in the same manner on the next particle of water, and so on. Thus, a series of decompositions and recompositions is supposed to be carried on through the fluid until the process reaches the particle of water contiguous to the negative wire. The molecule of hydrogen, there disengaged, gives up its positive electricity, by which an equal portion of negative electricity proceeding from the wire is neutralized, and then escapes in the gaseous form. It is equally compatible with this theory to suppose a series of decompositions and recompositions to commence at the negative and terminate at the positive wire, or to commence simultaneously at both, and terminate at an intermediate point by the union of the last molecule of oxygen, disengaged in the one series, with the last molecule of hydrogen, disengaged in the other. Grothus illustrated this ingenious hypothesis by comparing the supposed phenomena with the mechanical effects produced when a number of elastic balls, ivory balls, for example, are suspended, so that their centers shall be in the same straight line and their surfaces mutually touch, and either of the extreme balls of the series is raised and let fall against the adjacent one. The effect is propagated through the series, And although action and reaction are suffered by each ball, and each is instrumental in transmitting the effect, no visible change takes place in any ball, except the last, which alone recoils in consequence of the impact. The investigations of which the pile became the instrument now began to assume an importance which rendered it necessary to give it greater power, either by increasing its height or by enlarging the surfaces of the plates. In either case, inconveniences were encountered, which imposed a practical limit to the increase of its power. When the number or magnitude of the discs was considerable, the incumbent pressure discharged the liquid from the intermediate cardboard, so that the energy of the pile gradually diminished from the first and ultimately ceased altogether. It had then to be taken to pieces, the metals cleaned, and the cardboard re-soaked in the solution every time it was required. Volta himself, seeing these inconveniences, proposed an arrangement which he called la couronne de tasse, and which consisted of a circle or row of small cups containing a solution of salt. In each cup were placed a small plate or bar of zinc, and another of silver not touching, the zinc of the first cup being connected metallically to the silver of the second, the zinc of this to the silver of the third, and so on. The silver rod of the first cup and the zinc rod of the last formed the poles of the apparatus. 20 such combinations were able to decompose water, and 30 gave a distinct shock to the moistened hands. A still more convenient form was that known as Cruikshank's battery, which was introduced in 1800, within a few weeks of the announcement of Volta's discovery. It consisted of a number of pairs of zinc and copper plates soldered together and cemented into grooves in an oblong trough of wood, the spaces between each being filled with the exciting liquid. On this plan was constructed the great battery of 600 pairs given to the Polytechnic School of Paris by Napoleon I, and with which Gay-Lussac and Thénard made their experiments in 1808. Dr. Babington's arrangement was a great improvement upon this form. The plates of copper and zinc, 4 inches square, were united in pairs by soldering at one point only. The trough in which they were immersed was made of porcelain and divided into 10 or 12 equal compartments. The plates were attached to a strip of wood, well baked and varnished, and so arranged that each pair should enclose a partition between them when let down into the trough. By this means, the whole set could be lifted at once into, or out of, the little cells, and thus, while the exciting fluid remained in the trough, the action of the battery could be suspended at pleasure, and the plates, when corroded, could be easily replaced. A battery of 2,000 pairs, with a surface of 128 square inches, was made on this plan for the Royal Institution of London, with which Davy and Faraday performed those long-continued and brilliant series of experiments, for which the Royal Institution will ever be celebrated. Children in 1809, Waston in 1815, Berzelius in 1818, and others proposed various modifications of the trough battery, all having for their object increase of power, with more cleanliness and less waste. But all these arrangements of 2 metals and 1 fluid, constituting what are now called single fluid batteries, had one great defect. Their power, variable from the first, rapidly declined, and sooner or later ceased altogether. This defect was due to 2 causes. First, the decrease in the chemical action, owing to the neutralization of the sulfuric acid by its combination with the zinc. Second, polarization of the negative, or copper plate, giving rise to secondary currents. These are currents which are produced in the battery in a contrary direction to the principal one, and which destroy it, either totally or partially. In a couple of zinc, copper, and sulfuric acid diluted with water, for example, when the circuit is closed, sulfate of zinc is formed which dissolves in the liquid, and at the same time hydrogen gas, in what is called its nascent state, is gradually deposited on the copper. Now, it has been found that hydrogen deposited in this manner on metallic surfaces acts far more energetically than ordinary hydrogen. In virtue, therefore, of this increased action, it gradually reduces some of the sulfate of zinc dispersed in the liquid, causing a layer of metallic zinc to be formed on the surface of the copper plate. Hence, instead of having 2 different metals, copper and zinc, we have 2 metals becoming gradually less different And consequently, in the connecting wire, there are two currents in opposite directions tending to become equal, and so to neutralize one another. When the copper plate is entirely covered with zinc, the action of the couple ceases, for the condition essential to this action no longer exists, viz. Two dissimilar metals. Becquerel of Brussels was the first to recognize these causes of the inconstancy of the voltaic battery, and in 1829, he devised the first double fluid arrangement, which, while it prevented polarization, maintained the supply of acid around the positive plate, thus removing both sources of weakness at once. It was composed of two small glass vessels, one of which contained concentrated nitric acid, and the other a solution of caustic potash, also concentrated. The two vessels communicated with each other by means 6 staffa bent glass tube filled with fine clay, moistened with a solution of sea salt. In the vessel which contained the alkali was immersed a plate of gold, and in the other a plate of platinum. By connecting the two through a galvanometer, a constant and tolerably energetic current was perceived, resulting from the reaction of the acid on the sea salt and potash. In 1830, Watt constructed double fluid batteries on this plan, using animal bladders as the separating medium. Professor Daniel of King's College, London, is commonly supposed, in England at all events, to have been the first to make a double fluid battery. But although he was not the first, as we see, his independent researches and his beautiful memoir on the subject, in the Philosophical Transactions for 1836, were the means of bringing the improvement into general notice, and hence, no doubt, the popular belief. Double fluid batteries are so simply constructed nowadays that our readers will probably be surprised to learn the pains that Daniel was at in contriving his. The figure represents a section of one of his original cells. A, B, C, D is a cylinder of copper 6 inches high and 3.5 inches wide. It is open at the top, AB, but closed at the bottom, except for a collar EF, 1.5 inches wide, intended for the reception of a cork into which a glass siphon tube. GHI7 is fitted watertight. On the top AB, a copper collar corresponding with the one at the bottom rests by 2 horizontal arms. Previously to fixing the cork, a membranous tube formed of part of the gullet of an ox. JS drawn through the lower collar EF and fastened with twine to the upper LMO, and when tightly fixed by the cork plug below, forms an internal cavity to the cell, communicating with the siphon tube, so that, when filled with any liquid to the level M0, any addition causes an overflow at the aperture K, the objects which Daniel proposed to himself in constructing this cell, were the removal of the oxide of zinc as fast its E form, and 2, the absorption of the hydrogen evolved upon the copper without the precipitation thereon of any substance that could impair its action. The first he effected by suspending the zinc rod, which he took care to be amalgamated in the interior membranous cell, into which fresh acidulated water was allowed slowly to drop, whilst the heavier solution of the oxide was withdrawn from the bottom. The second object was attained by charging the exterior space surrounding the membrane with a saturated solution of sulfate of copper. When the circuit was completed, the current passed freely. No hydrogen was observed to collect on the negative plate, but instead, beautiful pink coating of pure copper was deposited upon it, and thus perpetually renewed its surface. Although this cell was much more steady and permanent in its action than one of the ordinary single-fluid construction, it still showed a gradual but very slow decline, which Daniel traced to the weakening of the saline solution by the precipitation of its copper and consequent decline of its conducting power. To obviate this defect, some crystals of sulfate of copper were suspended in muslin bags, which just dipped below the surface of the solution in the copper cylinder, and which, gradually dissolving as the precipitation proceeded, kept the solution in a state of saturation. This expedient fairly answered the purpose, and its author was delighted to find that the current was now perfectly steady for 6 hours together. Such, in brief, is the evolution of the far-famed Daniel cell. Its further development we need not pursue in these pages, as all the later forms, as well as many other kinds of double fluid or so-called constant batteries, are to be found in all the textbooks on electricity. Chapter 9. Telegraphs based on dynamic electricity. Telegraphs, chemical, based on dynamic electricity, a while forbear, nor scorn man's efforts at a natural growth, which in some distant age may hope to find maturity, if not perfection. Household Words, June 14, 1851, 1804. Salve-Pound's Telegraph. It is generally supposed that Sumerian was the first to employ the electricity of the pile for telegraphic purposes, but M.E. Saavedra has shown that this honor belongs to his distinguished countryman, Don Francisco Salve, whose name has already occurred in our pages, at a meeting of the Academy of Sciences of Barcelona, held on the 14th May, 1800. Salve read a paper entitled Galvanism and its Application to Telegraphy, in which, after an elaborate dissertation on the phenomena and theories of the new science, he proceeds to consider its application to telegraphy. He relates the experiments made for this purpose at his residence with line wires, some 310 meters long, stretched across the terrace and garden, and fastened at the ends to varnished glass insulators, and through which he distinctly perceived the convulsions of the frog, notwithstanding the distance. The fact that the contractions sometimes took place without closing the circuit led to the discovery that, on account of the wire being uncovered, its extension permitted its taking electricity from the atmosphere, so as to act upon the frog. The conducting wires, adds Salve, can act by means of galvanism alone, as he demonstrated by insulating his small line. He expressed the conviction that he could obtain a telegraphic communication at a much greater distance. The memoir does not enter into details as to this new telegraphic proposal, limiting itself to saying that it could be made by a process analogous to that described at the meeting of December 16, 1795, with the advantages of greater durability and cheapness as compared with the old plan. Salve employed as his motive power the electricity produced by a great number of frogs. This illustrious Spanish physician was therefore the first person who attempted to apply electricity dynamically for the purpose of telegraphing. It is, says Saavedra, not without reason, I must confess, notwithstanding my cosmopolitan opinions on scientific questions, that the Catalans hold Salve to be the inventor of electric telegraphy. With documents as authentic as those which I have seen with my own eyes, in the very handwriting of this distinguished professor, which documents are at this present moment to be found in the library of the Academy of Sciences of Barcelona. It is impossible for any author to henceforth deny, even if others did precede Salve in telegraphic experiments with static electricity, that no one preceded him in the application of the docile electrodynamic fluid to distant communications. On the 22nd February 1804, when the invention of the voltaic pile had hardly begun to be known in Europe, for in that period there were no telegraphs or railroads, Don Francisco Salve Campillo read before the Academy of Sciences at Barcelona another paper, called the Second Treatise on Galvanism Applied to Telegraphy. He therein enumerates the difficulties which optic telegraphy presents in actual practice, and shows its inadequacy to the amount of work required, and its unproductiveness to the state, on account of the great expense attending its erection and maintenance. He relates, referring to two personal friends as witnesses, that Napoleon of France, in the midst of a session of the National Institute of Paris, declared that he had often received news by express sooner than by the optic telegraph, which he says is not to be wondered at, considering the fogs and other impediments peculiar to that system. Salve says in this paper that when he read the previous one in 1800, he had not heard of the instrument invented by Volta called Volt's column, which is not strange, considering its so recent invention, and that it was not made public at all until the middle of the year 1800, when it was published in Nicholson's journal. This, says Salve, yields more fluid than the electric machine and could be well applied to telegraphy, as the force can be obtained more simply and steadily than in the static form. He describes what had been done by scientific men towards improving its form. He observes that the force of the shock is in proportion to the number of pairs, but not to the extent of surface in contact, and relates the experiments made to demonstrate this. He proposes to avoid the excessive height of the pile, the well-known objection to which is the great weight of the upper disc pressing on those below. by forming a battery of several piles united. He complains of its being so difficult to clean, and concludes with his belief in the eventual obtainment of piles in a much greater state of perfection. As to the means of indicating the signals, Salva shows some hesitation since, although he alludes to the contractions of frogs as adequate to the effect, he manifests an inclination for employing the decomposition of water. For this last, he gives sufficient explanation as to the system that could be adopted. It would suffice for the ends of each pair of wires to be inserted through a cork into a glass tube containing water. As the wire that communicates with the zinc plate of the pile is covered with bubbles of hydrogen gas, and the other is oxidated, these actions would economize, in the diversity of their effects, 1/2 the conductors. Since, in applying the wires in a certain way to the poles of the voltaic pile, the letter A, for example, could be had, and affecting the contact in a contrary way, the letter B could be indicated. 6 wires would thus be enough for a telegraph, which would greatly reduce the expense and simplify the installation. After reading this paper, the author proceeded to the experiments necessary towards perfectly understanding the above statements. The apparatus constructed by Salve on this occasion has not been preserved, but from the description of it in the memoir, M. Saavedra thinks that it took a form similar to that shown in the figure. On a table was arranged a number of flasks of water, 1 flask, serving for 2 letters or signals. Into each dipped 2 metallic rods, one of which was connected to a corresponding line wire, and the other to a return wire, of which there was only one common to all. The different line wires and the return wire were similarly connected at the distant end. When it was desired to transmit a signal, all the line wire rods at the sending end were removed from the flasks, or raised so as to be clear of the water. Then one pole, say the positive of a pile, was touched to the return wire, and the other pole, the negative, to the wire corresponding to the letter desired to be signaled. Immediately this was done, the water in the flask, into which the distant ends of the wires, figure 5, Salva's telegraph, dipped, began to be decomposed, bubbles of oxygen gas being given off at one rod, and bubbles of hydrogen at the other. By reversing the poles of the pile at the sending end, the bubbles of oxygen and hydrogen change places, thus making it possible for one wire to serve for 2 signals. For since the bubbles of hydrogen, being the more numerous, were taken to represent the signals, their evolution at the line wire might stand for the letter A and at the return wire for B, and so on. When the communication was ended, the rods were let down into the water, and the distant correspondent proceeded in the same manner to transmit his reply. These notable and interesting memoirs, says Saavedra, have, ever since they were read, slept the sleep of the innocent on the shelves of the modest scientific Academia of Catalonia. No one took the trouble to publish them at the time, a thing not strange in those days when their transcendent value was not appreciated. And when scientific journals were few in number and little given to investigation, but it was unpardonable to neglect their publication subsequently, when the glorious realization of public telegraphy excited general enthusiasm, and all the civilized nations made every effort to allege, through their numerous scientific and literary publications, the part each had taken in the great discovery. If, therefore, neither the author nor anyone else in Barcelona, or even in Spain, took the trouble to publish these trials of an electric telegraph, is it to be wondered at that foreign authors do not mention them? Attributing to Sommering and the Cox of 1809 and 1816 the first application of voltaic electricity to telegraphy, is it strange that this should be the case when even the few Spanish writers who pay any attention to these matters repeat the same words in chorus, as though the unfortunate country of Cervantes and Balmes were not also the birthplace of Blasco de Garay and of Salve? In this connection, we would ask our readers to peruse again our account of Salve's earlier experiments, which will be found atoned to 8, and we join with them. Saavedra, in the hope that his distinguished countryman will in future be better known and appreciated for his early and valuable contributions to the art of telegraphy. Sommering's telegraph was based on the same principle as Salva's, and was not very dissimilar in detail. There is an interesting account of this contrivance in the Journal of the Society of Arts for 1859, contributed by Dr. Hamel of St. Petersburg. According to this indefatigable writer, the war between France and Austria in 1809 gave rise to Samaring's discovery. On the 9th April in that year, the Austrian troops crossed the River Inn, and on the I-6th occupied Munich, whence King Maximilian had fled on hearing of their approach. The Emperor Napoleon, having speedy intelligence, dismoved by Chappy's semaphore, hastened away with some troops, and so rapid and unexpected were his movements that in less than a week the Austrians were obliged to retire. And on the 2nd Maximilian re-entered his capital. This event, in which Chapp's semaphore played so important a part, caused much attention to be directed to the subject of telegraphy. And on the SS July following, we find the Bavarian minister, Mongelas, requesting his friend, Dr. Sommering, to bring the subject before the Academy of Sciences of Munich, of which he was a distinguished member. Sommering at once gave the matter his attention, and soon it occurred to him to try whether the visible evolution of gases from the decomposition of water by the voltaic current might not answer the purpose. He worked at this idea incessantly, and before 3 days had elapsed, had constructed his first apparatus shown in the figure. He took 5 wires of silver or copper, and insulating each with a thick coating of sealing wax, bound the whole up into a cable. These wires at one end terminated in 5 pins which penetrated a glass vessel containing acidulated water, and at the other were capable of being put in connection with the poles of a pile of 15 pairs of zinc discs and Brabant thalers, separated by felt soaked in hydrochloric acid. By touching any 2 of the wires to the poles of the pile, he was able to produce, at their distant ends, a disengagement of gases, and thereby indicate any of the 5 letters B, C, D, E. Having thus shown the feasibility of his project, he set himself to perfect his apparatus and worked at it with such a will that by the 6th of August it was completed. He wrote in his diary on that day, "I have tried the entirely finished apparatus which completely answers my expectations. It works quickly through wires of 362 Prussian feet. 2 days later, he worked it through 1,000 feet, and then through 2,000 feet, the wire in each case being wound round a glass cylinder for greater compactness. As there is great diversity amongst writers on the telegraph, not only as regards the date of this invention, but as to the number of wires used, and other details of its construction, we translate the following Hamel, on the 4th February 1812, he worked through 4,000 feet, and on the 15th March, following through as much as 10 feet. Description from the author's own paper, which was read before the Munich Academy of Sciences. On the 29th August 1809, on which occasion the telegraph was exhibited in action, in the bottom of a glass reservoir of water, 170 millimeters, long, 25 millimeters, broad, and 65 millimeters high, of which C in the figure is a sectional view, are 35 gold points or pins passing up through the bottom of the trough and corresponding with the 25 letters of the German alphabet and the 10 numerals. The 35 pins are each connected to as many insulated copper wires, which, extending to the distant station, are there soldered to 35 brass terminals arranged on a wooden bar beyond. Through the front end of each of these terminals there is a small hole for the reception of brass pegs, one of which is attached to the wire coming from the positive pole, and the other to that from the negative pole of the voltaic pile. Each of the 35 terminals corresponds, through its wire, with a pin in the distant reservoir and is lettered accordingly. When thus arranged, the 2 pegs from the pile are taken, one in each hand, and 2 terminals being selected are pushed into the holes. The communication is now established, and gas is evolved at the corresponding pins in the distant reservoir. Hydrogen in September 1811. SBB and Moraine reduced the number of wires to 27, of which 25 were for the letters, 1 for the stop, and 1 for the note of interrogation or repetition, at the pin in connection with the positive pole of the pile, and oxygen at the other. In this way, every letter and numeral may be indicated at pleasure, and, if the following rules be observed, one can communicate as much as if not more than is possible by the common semaphore telegraph. First rule. As the hydrogen gas evolved, is greater in quantity than the oxygen. Therefore, those letters which the former gas represents are more easily distinguished than those of the latter, and must be so noted. For example, in the words containing AK, we indicate the letters A by the hydrogen, KDME, on the other hand, by the oxygen. Second rule. To telegraph two letters of the same name, we must use a unit, unless they are separated by the syllable. For example, the word Anna may be telegraphed without the unit, as the syllable A is first indicated, and then A. The word Nani, on the contrary, cannot be telegraphed without the use of the unit, because Na is first telegraphed. And then comes N, which cannot be indicated in the same vessel. It would, however, be possible to telegraph even 3 or more letters at the same time by increasing the number of wires from 25 to 50, but this would very much augment the cost of construction and the care of attendants. Third rule. To indicate the conclusion of a word, the unit 1 must be used with the last single letter being made to follow the letter. It must also be prefixed to the letter commencing a word follows a word of 2 letters only. For example, Silet must be represented psi EEL-BT, and Erlet must be represented EAB-TI. Instead of using the unit, another signal may be introduced, the cross T, to indicate the separation of syllables. Suppose now the decomposing table is situated in one city and the peg arrangement in another, connected by 35 wires. Then the operator, with his voltaic pile and pegs at one station, may communicate intelligence to the observer of the gas at the decomposing table of the other station, the metallic plates, or terminals, with which the wires are connected have conical-shaped holes in their ends. And the pegs attached to the 2 wires of the voltaic pile are likewise of a conical shape, so that, when they are put in the holes, there may be a close fit, preventing oxidation and ensuring a good contact, as it is well known that slight oxidation of the parts in contact will interrupt the communication. The peg arrangement might be so contrived as to use permanent keys, which for the 35 plates would require 70 pins. First key might be for hydrogen A, the second key for oxygen A, the third key for hydrogen B, the fourth key for oxygen B, and so on. The preparation and management of the voltaic pile is so well known that little need be said, except that it should be of that durability as to last more than a month. It should not be of very broad surfaces, as I have proved that 6 of my usual pairs, each one consisting of a Brabant dollar felt moistened with a saturated solution of common salt, and a disc of zinc, weighing 52 grains, would evolve more gas than 5 pairs of the great battery of our academy. As to the cost of construction, this model, which I have had the honor to exhibit to the Royal Academy, cost 30 florins, 1 line, consisting of 35 wires laid in glass or earthen pipes, each wire insulated with silk and measuring 22,827 Prussian feet, or a German mile, might be made for less than 2,000 florins, as appears from the cost of my short one. On the 23rd August 1810, Samoilwai perfected his apparatus by adding a contrivance D, the figure for attracting attention at the distant station. He made the gas, rising in small bubbles from 2 contiguous pins in the water, collect under a sort of inverted glass spoon at the end of a long lever, which, rising, made a second lever bent in the opposite direction on the same axle descend, and throw off a little perforated leaden ball, resting lightly on it, and which, falling on an escapement, set the clockwork of an ordinary D in motion. This arrangement, simple as it is, gave Sommering much trouble. He writes in his diary, if the principal part of the telegraph gave me no trouble and demanded no alteration, but was ready in a few days, this secondary object, the alarum, cost me a great deal of reflection and many useless trials with wheelwork till, at last, I hit upon this very simple arrangement. The existence of this alarum is not generally known, and probably because it is not represented on the 2 plates which accompanied the description of the telegraph in the memoirs of the Munich Academy, which plates, as Dr. Hamel has shown, were engraved before the alarum was invented. Sommering's wires, which were of brass or copper, were insulated with a coating of gumlac, then wrapped round with silk thread and united into a cable, which was also bound with thread and covered with gumlac or with a ribbon soaked in that material. The cable was then wound on reels. In practice, there was no appreciable retardation in the action of the apparatus through the greatest length of wire, the evolution of the gas appearing to begin as quickly as if the current had only to traverse 2 feet. The only effect of distance, GYE, resistance, was to reduce the quantity of the gases evolved in a given time. This telegraph, complex and unpractical as it was earnestly prosecuted by its author for several years, and received a large share of attention, princes, statesmen, and philosophers thronging to his lodgings to witness its performances. He had a complete apparatus connected up in his house, which worked through insulated wires carried around on the outside, and which he always took great delight in showing to his visitors. At the suggestion of one of the most constant and intimate of these barons Schilling, of whom more hereafter, Sommering, on the 6th June, 181 Moist, tried the action of his telegraph when the conducting wires were cut and the ends separated by an interval of water in wooden tub. The result was that the signals appeared just as well as if the wires had not been cut, but they ceased as soon as the water in the 2 tubs was connected by a wire, the current then returning by this shorter road. On the 2 following days, he performed with his friend some other experiments, first across a canal off the river Isar, and then along the river itself, in which he showed that the water and earth might be used instead of a return wire. An experiment, which was probably suggested by the similar one of Aldini in 1802, across the harbor of Calais. Besides his own apparatus, Sommering had prepared other models for exhibition in France, Austria, Russia, Switzerland, and England, with the latter, which, by the way, was never forwarded. Fearing difficulties at the custom house, he sent a description in English, in which he expressed the hope that Sir Humphrey Davy would receive it favorably, perhaps improve it, and further its application in Great Britain. The instruments designed for exhibition in Paris were entrusted to Baron Larry, an old friend and correspondent of Sommering, and then Inspector General of the Army Medical Department under the Empire, who happened to be passing through Munich on his way home from the battlefields of Aspern, Esslingen, and Deutschweiler. This was on the 4th November, 1809, and immediately after Larry's departure, Sommering drew up an account of his telegraph in French, under the title Mémoires sur le télégraphe, which, on the 12th November, he forwarded to his friend at Paris, accompanied by a private note as follows. I have the honor to enclose a memoir which, with the model that you have kindly taken charge of, will, I hope, explain matters clearly and briefly. I am anxious to know what reception His Imperial Majesty will accord to my ideas. The memoir, as you will see, describes the principal results of some experiments as varied as I could make them, and I hope that they will interest many members of the Institute, for independently of the great interest that attaches to them, they are not wanting in novelty. Replying on the Loth, December 1809, Larry says, His Majesty, being prevented by press of business from occupying himself just now with scientific matters, has informed me that he will inspect your apparatus later on. Meanwhile, I have decided to present it to the first class of the Institute, which I on the 5th December received it with interest and appointed a commission to report upon it. Writing again on the 28th December to Baron de Cobel, one of the Bavarian Secretaries of State, Larry says, I have the honor to send you the little case for Dr. Sommering, of which I have already spoken to you. Will you kindly send it on to him by the first safe means that you can find? I hope that the contents will please him. I shall take care to inform him of the nature of the report of the Institute upon his telegraphic machine as soon as it appears. But in this, there will probably be some delay, as the academicians who have charge of the matter are greatly occupied at present on some pressing government affairs. The commission consisted of Biotarno, Charles, and Monge, but for some unaccountable reason, at least Bio in after years, could recollect none. No report was ever made, and full 18 months later, May 12, 181, the instruments were sent back to Munich, writing to Sommering on April 19, 1810. Larry says, My dear and respected friend, 3 months ago, I sent to Mr. de Cobel for transmission to you a small case containing some remarkably diseased bones and some brief notices upon them. Your long silence makes me fear that this case has not reached you. Will you, my dear doctor, kindly enlighten me on this point? I also informed you that the Institute had appointed a commission to report upon your telegraph, but certain persons, no doubt moved by jealousy, do not regard the discovery with the interest that it ought to inspire, and the report is, consequently, not yet made. Wishing to meet your desires, at least in part, I have inserted a notice of your instrument in the current number of the Bulletin de la Société Médicale d'Emulation, after having submitted it to the Society. If you have not received the journal, I will send you a copy. In this paper, on the origin and structure of the encephalic nerves, Larry briefly introduces the telegraph, and then goes on to speak with much detail of the analogy which its many wires offered to the single fibers of the nervous system, an analogy which Sommering himself had pointed out in his French memoir, as well as in the original account of his telegraph in the Transactions of the Munich Academy. Larry's article was republished 20 years later in his Clinique Chirurgicale, but in both publications, it was placed in the midst of pathological and surgical subjects, where one would never look for an invention for telegraphic purposes. On the 30th July 1810, Sommering replied in the following curious letter: I have read with great pleasure, sir, your dissertation on my telegraph. Have you received my memoir, which I posted on the 12th November? And have you kindly communicated it to the Institute? The old conducting wires are somewhat damaged, and as it was entirely to avoid delay that I did not renew them before dispatching the apparatus. I would be glad if they could be replaced by new wires of the sort used in harpsichords covered with silk thread as a material, of more durable than the old copper wires. Had I imagined, sir, that you would have taken such an interest in my invention as to charge yourself with its transport to Paris, I would certainly not have omitted beforehand to effect the necessary changes, which, without counting the time, require only a little care. I am very much afraid that besides the fragility of the copper wires, the rough usage to which they have been subjected in the course of experiment may have rubbed off in places the silk, and so may cause intermediate contacts of the metal, whence must result a derangement of the whole system. Allow me then to beg of you not to show the instrument to the Prince de Neuchâtel, or even to His Majesty the Emperor, until the above-mentioned repairs have been effected, either by myself, or if its return would take too long, by some competent mechanic in Paris, regarding the model of the telegraph which Sommering delivered to Count Jaroslav Potocki, a colonel of Russian engineers for exhibition at Vienna and St. Petersburg. The following letter has been preserved by Sommering's family. Baden, near Vienna, July 1811. Sir, I hasten to inform you that on my return to Vienna, their Majesties the Emperor and Empress signified their desire to see the electric telegraph, an invention which does honor to human genius. On the 1st of the current month, I had the pleasure to show your telegraph to their Majesties, and they were enchanted. His Majesty was so pleased that he expressed his desire to have a telegraph from Luxembourg to Vienna, a distance of about 9 miles. He did not omit to ask me to whom we are indebted for so ingenious an invention. He knows you by reputation and says that you are one of the first anatomists living. In fact, I can assure you that their Majesties and the Archdukes, who were also present, were enchanted. Professor Jacquin of Vienna wishes to come to see me at Baden with the view of inspecting the telegraphs. In fine, your invention has had the greatest success, and I do not doubt for an instant that, especially in Russia, it will be carried out on a grand scale. I shall not fail to acquaint you with the reception that it may there meet with. Meanwhile, I pray you accept the assurance of the highest sentiments, with which I am, sir, your very humble and very obedient servant, Jaroslav Potocki. The apparatus which Sommering sent to his son Wilhelm at Geneva, where he was then studying, is still preserved by the family of the latter at Frankfurt. It was exhibited at Vienna in 1873, at London, South Kensington Museum in 1876, and at the Paris exhibition of 188-1, at all of which places it elicited, as may be supposed, the liveliest interest. Sommering, who was a distinguished anatomist and physiologist, was born at Thorn, West Prussia, on January 28, 1755, and died at Frankfurt on 2nd March, 1830. He was elected a member of the Munich Academy of Sciences in 1805, was made Knight of the Order of St. Luke. Anne of Russia in 1818 and in 1819 was elected an honorary member of the Imperial Academy of Sciences of St. Petersburg. Quite recently, we believe, a monument has been erected to his memory in the city of Frankfurt, where he passed the last 10 years of his interesting life. Dr. Hamel, in his historical account, and C pays a very just tribute to his worth, with which we will close this account of his telegraph. When one studies the life and the labors of Sommering, it is impossible not to feel the highest esteem for him as a man and as a philosopher. Not vanity, not eagerness of gain, but pure love of science, and the wish to be useful were the motives of his incessant activity. Nor was Sommering too sanguine in his expectation with regard to the application of his invention. He expressed the hope that it might serve to telegraph from Munich to Augsburg, nay, from one end of the kingdom to the other without intermediate stations. 181 Schweiger's Telegraph. In preparing an account of Sommering's telegraph for insertion, in his Journal für Chemie und Physik Schweiger of Nuremberg, and later of Halle, the same who afterwards invented the galvanometer, was struck with the insuperable difficulty there would be in dealing practically with so many wires, and in his paper he suggested a plan which required only 2 wires, and 2 piles of different strengths, so that at one time the weaker may be used, and at another time the stronger, or even both combined. In this way, the quantity of gas produced in a given time at the distant station would be varied. A small quantity, 244 EU history of electric telegraphy, denoting 1 letter, and a larger another, by varying I, the duration of the evolutions, and 2, the intervals between other letters might be indicated, and thus by the combination of these primary elements of quantity and time. All the letters of the alphabet could be expressed through 2 wires instead of 37. In ignorance of Sommering's alarum, Schweiger suggested the firing of Volta's gas pistols by Leyden jars as a means of drawing attention. 181.3 Sharp's telegraph. All that we know of this invention is contained in the following paragraph, which we copy from the Repertory of Arts, 2nd series, June 1816, on the electrical telegraph. Communicated by Mr. J.R. Sharp of Doe Hill near Alfreton, in the Repertory of Arts, Volta 24th, 2nd series, is an account of an electric telegraph by M.S. Emery. This account I did not see till a few weeks ago. Without the slightest wish to throw a doubt over the originality of M.S. Emery's invention, I beg leave to mention that an experiment, showing the advantages to be obtained from the application of the certain and rapid motion of the electric principle through an extensive voltaic circuit to the purposes of the ordinary telegraph, was exhibited by me before the Right Honorable the Lords of the Admiralty in the beginning of February 1813. My lords are said to have approved the design, but passed it over with the remark that, as the war was over and money scarce, they could not carry it into effect. A nephew of the inventor, writing in ID 60T, says, in reference to the above announcement, that Mr. Sharp conveyed signals a distance of 7 miles under water. In the hope of getting further information, we addressed ourselves to this gentleman, but unfortunately, he could add nothing to the above-mentioned facts. Mr. J.R. Sharp was bred in London as a solicitor, but early left the profession and retired to Doe Hill, which he built in 1801. He was always of a studious turn, and even in advanced age amused himself with mathematical problems. He died November 11th, 1859, aged 84 years. It was probably in Sharp's proposals that the following squibs were written, which we extract from the Satirist, September and October 1813, on the report that it is in contemplation to substitute an electrical mode of communication with the outpost by means of wires laid underground. For the existing telegraphic system, our telegraphs, just as they are, let us keep. They forward good news from afar, and still may send better that Boney's asleep, and ended oppression and war. Electrical telegraphs all must deplore. Their service would merely be mocking, unfit to afford us intelligence more than such as would really be shocking. Itam Glen, on the proposed electrical telegraph, October 1813. When a victory we gain, as we've oft done in Spain, it is usual to load well with powder, and discharge midst a crowd all the park guns so loud, and the guns of the tower which are louder. But the guns of the tower and the part guns want power to proclaim as they ought what we pride in. So when now we succeed is wisely decreed to announce it from the batteries of Leyden, 1816, Cox's telegraphs. In February 1816, Dr. J. Redmond Cox, professor of chemistry at Philadelphia, published some suggestions for an electrochemical telegraph on the same principle as those already described. His views are given in the following letter, which we have extracted from Thomson's Annals of Fahie, Vol. 7-3, headed Use of Galvanism as a Telegraph. I observe in one of the volumes of your Annals of Philosophy a proposition to employ galvanism as a solvent for the urinary calculus, which has been very properly, I think, opposed by Mr. Armiger. I merely notice this as it gives me the opportunity of saying that a similar idea was maintained in a thesis 3 years ago by a graduate of the University of Pennsylvania. I have, however, contemplated this important agent as a probable means of establishing telegraphic communication with as much rapidity, and perhaps less expense than any hitherto employed. I do not know how far experiment has determined galvanic action to be communicable by means of wires, but there is no reason to suppose it confined as to limits. Certainly not as to time. Now by means of apparatus fixed at certain distances, as telegraphic stations by tubes for the decomposition of water and of metallic salts, and C regularly arranged, such a key might be adopted as would be requisite to communicate words, sentences, or figures from one station to another, and so on to the end of the line. I will take another opportunity to enlarge upon this, as I think it might serve many useful purposes, but like all others it requires time to mature it. As it takes up little room, and may be fixed in private, it might in many cases of besieged towns, and C, convey useful intelligence with scarcely a chance of detection by the enemy. However fanciful in speculation, I have no doubt that sooner or later it will be rendered useful in practice. I have thus, my dear sir, ventured to encroach upon your time with some crude ideas that may serve perhaps to elicit some useful experiments at the hands of others. When we consider what wonderful results have arisen from the first trifling experiments of the junction of a small piece of silver and zinc in so short a period, what may not be expected from the further extension of galvanic electricity, I have no doubt of its being the chiefest agent in the hands of nature in the mighty changes that occur around us. If metals are compound bodies, which I doubt not, will not this active principle combine their constituents in numerous places so as to explain their metallic formation? And if such constituents are in themselves aeriform, may not galvanism reasonably tend to explain the existence of metals in situations in which their specific gravities certainly do not entitle us to look for them? Dr. Cox does not appear to have ever reduced his ideas to practice, but the large faith which he expresses in the capabilities of galvanism deserves to be remembered to his credit. Indeed, there can be no doubt that if electrical science had made no further advances, the early projects that we have been describing in this chapter would have gradually developed themselves into practical electrochemical telegraphs, such as were afterwards proposed by E. Davy in 1838, by Smith in 1843, by Bain in 1846, and by Morse in 1849, but the grand discovery of electromagnetism was at hand and soon turned the tide of invention into quite another channel.